Observing his reaction, the man chuckled and provided more information.
When the concentration of true dragon's blood in the body reaches 3%, there will be a chance to awaken the inheritance skill. The young man needs to eat a little more, I have plenty of it here.
After explaining everything, the man proactively suggested, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me."
However, Shinfeng said nothing, merely focusing on chewing. After a while, he finally got straight to the main topic.
"How much do you know about the testing stone to forge martial arts?"
As soon as the question was asked, the man pondered for a moment before answering honestly. Testing stone to forge martial arts is a gift from the way of heaven. Those who participate in the testing stone to forge martial arts may have their bodies transformed by the way of heaven. Saying this, the man raised 5 fingers to begin illustrating in detail. You should also pay attention to the grading of the testing stone to forge martial arts, which is divided into 5 levels: low grade, mid grade, high grade, top grade, and divine grade. At this point, an image appeared in his mind of a mid-grade individual shining brighter than a group of low-grade individuals combined. Though there are 5 grades, in reality, over 99.9% of people are low-grade or mid-grade, with only 0.1% reaching higher levels. Thinking of something, Shinfeng voiced his curiosity. "So, what about high grade?" The man quietly stated a number.
1 in a million.
Having provided all the information, the man began to drift into the past as he told his story. Back then, in the central heaven world where I lived, 1 billion people came through. In the end, not even 10 people reached the high grade, even though the genius who passed the novice assessment earned the title of novice Renhuang, and very few people were able to attain a high grade rating.
Despite all the praise, Shinfeng could not hide his stubbornness and asked once more, "What about top grade?"
This question successfully made the man narrow his eyes. The young man had quite the ambition. However, despite saying that, he did not hide anything and answered honestly. Top grade is a 1 in 100 billion chance. Even in the great celestial world, it is rare to encounter such a person.
The legendary divine grade has never been seen.
I once knew a master of the supreme rank. He was at level 20 with a combat power of 280 stars and participated in the sacred martial assessment. Unfortunately, he still fell short in the end. When it came to this issue, the man began to fall into deep thought and then shared his opinion. Therefore, I think that once the combat power reaches 300 stars, there might be a chance to attain a top grade rating. After obtaining the information he needed, Shinfeng suddenly had an epiphany. So that's how it is, his current combat power was far from enough. Fortunately, there was still time to improve his strength. Thinking of this, he chewed on the strange fruit while observing the system screen.
The bloodline concentration had increased to 2.93%.
If he ate 1 or 2 more dragon blood fruits, there might be a chance to awaken the inheritance. He observed the screen for quite a while, and eventually finished the fruit.
Shinfeng then asked another question. "What is the 10,000 Realms Great War?"
Upon being asked, the man pondered for a moment, rummaging through his thoughts. The so-called 10,000 Realms Great War is the battle of our world of slaughter, which happens once every 1,000 years. Every person who enters the world of slaughter, regardless of whether they are great middle celestial, Shaoqian, monster, spirit, demon, or human, will be forced to participate in this battle as long as they survive. Victory might just allow one to become a god. Failure, for the most part, will turn to dust, as if it had never existed. There are also a few who survive reluctantly.
However, the way of heaven is truly cruel to the failed.
A failed race will suffer the abandonment and curse of the way of heaven. The world of slaughter, already teeming with danger at every turn, bears the added weight of this curse, making survival impossible. Breaking free from these thoughts, he chose to keep this information to himself and casually replied,
"I don't have any more information."
If you can break the seal and head towards the great world, perhaps you might encounter the race that once failed. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng chewed another fruit. A few minutes later, the system appeared again, smiling and congratulating him. Congratulations, your bloodline concentration has reached 3.1%. Your bloodline talent has started to evolve. The bloodline talent has increased by 100 in strength, 100 in speed, 100 in constitution, and 100 in spirit. Immediately following this announcement, a burst of green energy exploded around him, enveloping his body. Witnessing this scene, the man quietly felt a flicker of hope rise within him. If it were you, perhaps you could defeat it completely. He gazed at the sacrificial altar, sighing. 1,000 years. I no longer have enough strength to suppress it. He turned to Qin Feng, speaking seriously. If you can't do it, this village novice will completely turn into hell. Thinking of the scene where the entire village would be engulfed in flames under the coiling dragon, his face darkened. Qin Feng, surrounded by a golden dragon in his consciousness, was trying to comprehend the inheritance skill awakening, analyzing Qin Feng's stats. Assessment of combat power 116 stars, assessment of combat power 120 stars, assessment of combat power 121 stars, assessment of combat power 122 stars, assessment of combat power 130 stars. After a period of effort to assimilate, the system delivered the bad news: the awakening inheritance skill failed. Please continue to try. Qin Feng squatted down, the old man sighed as he looked at the sacrificial altar. It failed. Xiao Wuwan, upon hearing this, flapped his wings in panic. He dropped a dozen dragon blood fruits and kindly said, if you can't eat it now, keep some for later, slowly accumulate, and your dragon soul will awaken naturally. Having obtained the inheritance skill, Qin Feng saw the dragon blood fruits lying on the ground like fallen maple leaves and his eyes lit up. He called out loudly, "Old man, get back on your feet." Qin Feng regained his seriousness and asked him, I don't believe that there is any free meal in this world. Tell me, what exactly do you want me to do? He stretched out his hand, revealing a piece of orange jade shaped like a fetus curled up in a ball. This is Jin Jiling, which can enhance the power of weapons. It's a gift for you. I hope you can help me extract it, the old man said calmly. Qin Feng was startled upon hearing this, frozen in place. The old man pointed at the sacrificial altar and shouted, then kill the coiling dragon. Suddenly, the wind rose, and dust began to swirl around. The old man handed Jin Jiling to Qin Feng, stating that the strange disturbance had begun. It seems it couldn't wait any longer. If you don't make it in time, I won't be able to stop it. Jin Jiling is a golden armor meaning B-level control, formed through special methods that consume hundreds of years to condense. It can merge with weapons to enhance their power. Qin Feng looked at Jin Jiling, silently nurturing a fighting spirit. He raised his hand and used the absorption skill. Qin Feng used it to extract him. System notification. Using infinite extraction successful, acquired D-level wind control, acquired B-level earth meaning, acquired D-level light control, acquired B-level golden armor meaning, acquired elemental affinities for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth at B-level, currently merging. Qin Feng could feel the 5 elements gathering and moving within him. The earth generates metal, metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth. Completely interdependent, endless cycle. System notification. 5 elements talent fusion successful, acquired a level talent, 5 elements meaning combat power rating 127 stars. Qin Feng was overjoyed to see the updated stats increase significantly. Finally, I have an A-level combat talent, this will definitely boost my overall strength. But when he looked up, the smile on his face immediately faded. He stood still in the wind, motionless. His body had now turned to stone. However, he still smiled, reassuring Qin Feng. Don't worry. Qin Feng forced himself to suppress his sorrow and anger, walking forward with a surging will. Because of myself, because of all the villagers, and because there is someone who has been suppressing the dragon soul for 1,000 years, it's you, I will kill it. Qin Feng began pressing the activation buttons for the 5 elements on the sacrificial altar. The hardcore monarch of the Earth system, represented by the fierce demon elephant. The hardcore monarch of the metal system, represented by the spider. The hardcore monarch of the water system, represented by the 2-headed serpent bird monster. The hardcore monarch of the wood system, represented by the 3 thorns. The hardcore monarch of the fire system, represented by the flame demon king. After activating the 5 elements, 5 beams of light shot straight up into the sky, resembling lamps in a swaying balance as the heavenly gates slowly opened. Xiao Wolwan looked up at the sky, but saw no constellations, only a luminous pit where the 5 symbols, the power of the 5 elements, converged. As Qin Feng stood, he felt the ground tremble beneath him, cracks appearing in the earth, and a long tail striking out. Qin Feng and Xiao Wolwan quickly dodged as the object flew upward. Qin Feng took cover and observed from a distance, gazing at the sky. Both Qin Feng and Xiao Wolwan became tense. The coiling dragon had appeared. It was an evil spirit, the evil Dao beast Shi Kuei at the monarch rank, level 20, with a combat strength rating of 143 stars, and a low-grade cultivation level. Its talents included the meaning of fire armor at level B and wind profound truth at level B. The coiling dragon lowered its head to look at Qin Feng, its 2 large horns spread wide, a clear sign of its intense anger. Around its greenish body were golden chains, wrapped around it, a result of the efforts of the ancient cultivators. Shi Kuei observed the ground for a moment before stopping. It fixed its eyes, filled with hatred, on the stone statue of the man. Memories flooded back of when the ground had been scorched and how the cultivators had attacked it all at once.
It howled in pain and resentment. May you die, all of you.
Shi Kuei recalled the time in the deep pit, when it looked up and screamed until its throat was hoarse, its voice growing even more furious. You stripped my veins and imprisoned me here for 1,000 years. I want all living beings in this world to be buried with me. The roar of Shi Kuei echoed across the sky. The system issued an urgent notification. The latest mission was to kill the evil Dao beast, and Shi Kuei was offering it entirely to heaven and earth. Shi Kuei flew wildly through the sky, muttering, "The stench of humans is unbearable. I will kill you, I will kill you." It swung its claws in the air, scratching the void. The attacks flew like crossbow bolts, and the evil Dao beast laughed manically. Die, all of you, die. The arrows shot toward Qin Feng, and Xiao Wolwan immediately used heavenly gold radiance to breathe fire and block them. But the attacks pierced through the flame barrier instantly. Unable to stop them, Xiao Wolwan whimpered and flew away to escape. Qin Feng raised his sword to block the attacks, but the projectiles forced him to step back. Qin Feng felt his arm grow heavy, his teeth clenched as he tried to hold his ground, but his arm was slowly giving in, and the sword's blade was inching closer to his head.
Qin Feng began to gasp for breath.
A green flame appeared, swirling around the sword's blade. He had activated the hellish heavenly leaf. Qin Feng decisively slashed downward, sending spears flying. Shi Kuei, with disgust, said, "A mere level 1 human, and yet, he was able to break my dragon claw.
This is truly humiliating. Try my strongest move."
The spirits of the wind and fire of this world quickly responded to my summons. Shi Kuei threw his head back and let out a roar, sending waves of sonic ripples through the air, as the sky turned red. Qin Feng watched the fireballs falling and felt a sense of doubt in his heart. This was the fire spirit essence. 2 lines of spirit chi, one of fire and one of air, were being drawn into Shi Kuei's mouth. Qin Feng guessed that the spirit chi from the dragon slayer Fa was converging toward it. Qin Feng watched the green and red vortex in the sky swirling like a flag of war, his anxiety growing. He muttered the data provided by the system: combat power, 156 stars, combat power, 168 stars, combat power, 177 stars. At this point, he realized the situation was more difficult than he had thought. The streams of spirit chi around him were also being drawn into the vortex in the sky. This was the ability used to control the power of heaven and earth, as the guardian of the forbidden area had once described. Its combat power was steadily increasing, and the system continued to update: combat power, 184 stars, combat power, 197 stars.
Shi Kuei descended, letting out a roar to intimidate.
Qin Feng looked up at the massive evil Dao beast in the sky, his heart heavy with dread. Combat power, 200 stars, the destructive power of heaven and earth.
I can't keep up with this.
The fireballs fell like raindrops, crashing to the ground.
Qin Feng tried to dodge and weave, moving alongside Xiao Wuwan.
Shirkuei was utterly frustrated. Damn it, this human is too fast, he keeps dodging my attacks. Qin Feng can run so fast because of his True Will of Speed at level C, True Will of the Wind at level C, and the Wind God boots that increase his speed by 100%. The cumulative effects of these abilities are comparable to AB level natural talent for speed.
Of course, you will never be able to defeat me.
Qin Feng was extremely arrogant with his own calculations.
Shirkuei!
He shouted angrily, that arrogant evil Dao beast is raising its claws again. This time, Shirkuei threw out a series of dragon claws, wearing a smug smile. It seemed that Qin Feng wouldn't be able to defend against them. Not only that, Shirkuei even used its arms to grab Qin Feng, but fortunately, it only managed to catch his split soul fragments. As it was struggling, Qin Feng sliced a piece of flesh from it. Qin Feng landed smoothly, looking cool. He knew it was Shirkuei, a corpse, which is why he wasn't afraid of regular blades.
This was going to be tricky.
How do you kill a corpse? The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more his head ached. Shirkuei, enraged by the wound, couldn't believe it had been hurt by something it had always despised. It charged down, opening its mouth wide and spitting fire.
Skill upgrade, Guardian of the Heavenly Dragon's Flame.
Its fiery breath filled the entire area with smoke, and in an instant, a massive explosion occurred. Qin Feng tried his best to run, increasing the distance between himself and the fire arrows shot by the evil Dao beast, but it quickly caught up and swallowed Qin Feng into the flames. A red whirlwind like molten lava appeared. The evil Dao beast Shirkuei emerged, spewing fire that burned everything in its path. Qin Feng was not burned because that was just his clone. He stood and looked at the fire pit, sighing. Yeah, in a place with such terrifying heat and a mysterious, chaotic law force like this, even a 4th level heavily leaf hell might not be able to withstand the heaven-devouring dragon flame of Coiling Dragon, Qin Feng thought to himself. To deal with it, you need tough skin and sharp nails. He muttered, then crossed his arms and summoned his spirit chi.
A 5 elements circle appeared around him. This was the 5 elements.
Qin Feng created a thin layer of snow, ice tempest at level 5.
He waved his hands to either side, sending ice arrows to counter the dragon flame.
Shirkuei, hot-headed, opened its large mouth and charged at Qin Feng, swallowing all the ice arrows and snow in one gulp.
It felt the chill in its throat, and the evil Dao beast hesitated. It burped and looked down at its belly, pondering. So, it's all gone? Shirkuei muttered. Qin Feng was sliding down inside the evil Dao beast's body.
He struggled to hold on with his hands and feet, looking down at the bottomless pit below.
Since Coiling Dragon's body was cylindrical, if he didn't hold on, he would quickly slide into the evil Dao beast's stomach.
Qin Feng was satisfied as he looked at his hands and feet, frozen in place. He smiled confidently. The chill from the ice tempest was unyielding, but not solid enough to be truly rigid. Ice tempest. A burst of white light appeared within the Coiling Dragon's body. It panicked and checked itself. A loud explosion rang out, accompanied by the sound of cracking, as Shirkuei screamed in pain and flailed about. The sharp ice spikes almost pierced Qin Feng's body. His limbs trembled from exhaustion, and he was on the verge of losing control. The ice arrow shot out from his body, causing Shirkuei to writhe incessantly. It lost control and crashed its side into a mountain. Due to the external shaking, Qin Feng slipped, losing his grip and falling uncontrollably. The evil Dao beast, in agony from the pain throughout its body, twisted and breathed fire everywhere.
Xiao Wuwan, hiding nearby, watched in fear and concern for Qin Feng.
Inside, Qin Feng was falling freely, about to give up. Just as he was about to let go, his hand grabbed onto a tear that had been glowing brightly from the outside. This was the cut he had made earlier. Qin Feng was overjoyed, grabbed it, and shouted. Meaning of the force, tear this wound open and crawl out. Shirkuei's body was exploding, and Qin Feng jumped out, unable to stop himself from thanking the heavens. His body was pierced through, and he almost died. He couldn't believe he was still alive. After a long while, Kuei's eyes turned white, and it fell freely to the ground. Its head landed right where Qin Feng had been gasping for air. The system joyfully announced, successfully killed the level 20 Longsher Kuei of the Emperor rank. Gained 1 million energy points, 10 reputation points, and 1,000 judgment points. Completed the sea-level mission 5 elements wind seal with double difficulty. Received double rewards, 1,000 attribute points and 2 shadow gold treasures. Qin Feng wiped the blood from his face, his eyes filled with tears as he gazed at the evil dragon, murmuring,
"I've won."
Suddenly, he heard a crack, and a piece of crystal fell to the ground. Looking up, he saw the barrier cracking, breaking into pieces and revealing the clear blue sky. Qin Feng gazed at the scene, feeling a surge of emotion. The system cheered loudly. Village Chief Qin Feng has completed the 5 elements seal mission. The spatial seal of Long Yuan Village has been broken, and Long Yuan Village is now officially connected to the Great World. Qin Feng was excited, his heart full of ambition for the future ahead. He declared, "The sea is vast, and fish can leap freely, the sky is high, and you can sink at will. From now on, our Long Yuan village will move towards a broader world and seize more resources." Suddenly, the evil Dao beast's body began to shine, and Qin Feng covered his eyes.
The evil Dao beast Kuei shrank down, leaving MN dumbfounded. A bolt of lightning struck Coiling Dragon, and a small orb appeared.
Now, the Coiling Dragon had turned to bones, and the orb was the Dragon Soul Essence, a 4th-tier rare item, the remnant of the Coiling Dragon's soul. The orb flew toward Qin Feng like a bullet, entering his head. The system announced, "You have obtained a fragment of Dragon Soul." Qin Feng felt his entire body encased in a red gem, with a dragon coiling around it. The system kept updating, "You have obtained a fragment of the power of the Dragon Soul. You have obtained a fragment of the power of the Dragon Soul. You have absorbed enough power of the Dragon Soul.
Dragon Soul is awakening. Dragon Soul awakening successful.
Plus 300 strength, plus 50 power, plus 50 agility, plus 50 constitution." Finally, Qin Feng obtained the inheritance of the Long Way skill. Qin Feng widened his eyes, and a crescent-shaped symbol appeared in his gaze. Long Way was a mental type skill that could generate invisible mental power, suppress countless beasts and creatures, produce bloodline suppression, and also had a certain degree of offensive capability. Qin Feng approached the bones of the evil Dao beast Kuei, and his hands began to absorb them. Although this battle was dangerous, the rewards were well worth it. 1,450 attribute points, 2 dark golden treasures, awakening the Dragon Soul, inheriting skills. These all directly raised his combat power rating to 155, surpassing the limit.
He opened the infinite extraction. The system announced, "Infinite extraction successful, obtained Wind Profound Truth, Grade B."
His wind-type talent automatically upgraded from Grade C to Grade B, and at the same time, his 4th-tier innate skill was awakened.
Wind Blaze.
A pair of metallic wings, with transparent feathers resembling those of a Gundam, appeared behind Qin Feng. These were the Wind Blaze wings, condensed behind his body and forged through the 9 heavens. The wings gleamed, with a delicate and beautiful structure, truly worthy of their name.
When there's something new, you have to try it right away.
Qin Feng soared into the blue sky with a single leap. From above, he looked down below, laughing with admiration. In the blink of an eye, he had flown up tens of thousands of meters, much faster than the wind god Boots.
From now on, traveling would be even quicker and more convenient. After that, Qin Feng took 2 brilliant pink lotus-colored wings and said, "Let's open the treasure." From a distance, a bird that had eaten the Xiaohuoluan's pigweed flew over and called out loudly, "Master, master." Seeing Qin Feng suddenly sprout 2 wings on his back, Xiaohuoluan squinted and laughed, saying, "Master, you can fly now, that's great. From now on, Xiaohuoluan can soar high in the sky with you." Qin Feng didn't pay attention to its words, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of Little Dragon, who had absorbed a 4th-grade rare material from heaven and earth, which could immediately awaken the Dragon Soul and acquire the inheritance skills. Why didn't Xiaohuoluan show any reaction after eating the flower? Could it be that the effect is different for humans and beasts?
Before Qin Feng could think further, the system spirit suddenly appeared and said, "Congratulations, Dragon Abyss Village has completed the mission of unlocking the map to connect with the Grand World.
Reward, Grand World Map.
After the novice test is finished, villages that have not completed the map unlocking mission will not receive the Grand World Map." Upon hearing the good news and receiving the map he had been waiting for, Qin Feng smiled with joy. The map unfolded, covered with numerous red, blue, and white dots.
As he examined the map, Qin Feng mentally noted, the red color represents village novices, the blue represents the divine hall of myriad phenomena.
Near each divine hall of myriad phenomena, there are 1,000 village novices, forming a zone. This map contains at least 10,000 divine halls of myriad phenomena. That's exactly 100,000 regions, with 100,000 people every 100 years, which means 100,000 regions equals 10 billion people. From these statistics, Qin Feng made a guess. After the novice evaluation ends, it is likely that all the villages will be connected to the same great world. At that point, the competition for resources will undoubtedly become even more intense. Dragon Abyss really has a rare opportunity to seize this advantage, Qin Feng thought. The more he thought about it, the more satisfied he felt, with the future looking wide open. He laughed and continued, "Moreover, having a map means we can quickly complete the condition of having 1,000 villagers in the village competition." Then, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "Let's open the 2 treasures first, then examine the map, no hesitation." He opened the 2 treasures at once. The light from them shone brightly, like the rays of a party.
Xiao Holuan blinked in surprise. Yang Mo succeeded, and the notifications appeared one after another. Successfully opened the dark golden treasure, obtained a level 5 item, Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Successfully opened the dark golden treasure, obtained a level 6 item, Spirit Domain of Space.
Qin Feng saw the items and cheered in joy. Just in time, his long elephant king had broken its equipment. At Qin Feng's call, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor quickly flew to him, ready for the item equipping process. The system also announced the effects added through the equipped item. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor, plus 500 defense, plus 100 strength, plus 100 agility, plus 100 constitution, plus 100 fire resistance, plus 100 earth resistance, plus 100 metal resistance, plus 100 wind resistance. As soon as the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was fully equipped, Qin Feng looked even more handsome. Qin Feng smiled happily and said, "The combat power directly increases by 3 stars, reaching the limit of 158 stars.
As expected, it's a level 5 equipment." Little Dragon also flapped its wings, loudly complimenting, "Master, you're so cool, the coolest in World of Slaughter." However, Qin Feng also indulged in self-praise, replying, I feel the same way." After the moment of self-satisfaction passed, Qin Feng tried to suppress his joy and shyly said, "No more nonsense, let's get down to business." He then looked at the remaining item and carefully read the information from the Spirit Domain of Space system. The dimensional space could grow, could be used to plant spirit entities to nurture life, could also store items, and with a drop of blood, one could claim ownership. Qin Feng quickly used a knife to prick his fingertip and draw blood. He didn't forget to review the spirit herb stack, nurturing life, and the blood drop to claim ownership, thinking it almost resembled the protagonist's cheat-like abilities in a comic book. As the blood touched the spirit domain of space, the outer restriction could clearly be seen gradually vanishing to the naked eye. Immediately afterward, a brilliant golden light flashed, blinding him.
While Qin Feng was trying to squint one eye to see through the blinding light, the system's notification sound rang out. Spirit Domain of Space ownership successfully claimed. You can now freely move items in and out of the space with your thoughts. A flash of thought, and in the blink of an eye, Qin Feng disappeared. Only Little Dragon was left, staring in confusion and shouting loudly, "Master!" At the same time, somewhere else, as Qin Feng's feet touched the ground, fine dust scattered beneath him. He exhaled sharply, looked at the vast space around him, and said, "The capacity of the space here is 100 times greater than the container for items." Then, a giant skeleton appeared out of nowhere in this space. Along with it was a notification, Dragon Bone, a level 5 resource obtained from a perpetrator of at least king level. Xin Feng walked over to the skeleton, then opened the map in his system and sighed in relief, saying, I originally planned to allocate the dragon bone for the Way of Heaven, waiting until it was necessary to exchange it, but the spirit domain of space happens to solve the urgent problem of not having enough space for storage. On the map, the path from Dragon Abyss Village to the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena appeared. Xin Feng placed his hand on his chin, carefully considering his plan, then slowly spoke his intentions. The nearest Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena requires passing through the Shang-Chi Forest, Chessboard Alley, and Tongtian Lake.
Let's head out quickly.
It had been more than 3 days since the novice examination ended, and with another flash, the space within the spirit domain of space gradually shrank until only a point of light remained.
Xin Feng held the point of light in his hand and smiled, saying, This is the spatial connection point between the spirit domain of space and the world. Xiao Wuwan, who had been beside him, saw him reappear and immediately asked in a worried tone, Master, where did you go just now?
I was dying of anxiety. I share a bond with my master. Logically speaking, no matter where you are, I should be able to sense you.
Xin Feng threw the whole avocado at the bird's face.
He didn't answer Xiao Wuwan's question but instead patted its head and said, Let's go, to the grand world. Xiao Wuwan, still in a panic, tried to explain, but just now, his master's aura had completely vanished. Xin Feng covered its beak, holding it tightly in his arms. He planned to use wind blaze to fly, and the wings spread according to his wishes. Whoosh! With a single flap of his wings, Xin Feng flew far into the distance, his speed matching that of a rocket. As he began to enter the Shang-Chi forest, a series of notifications appeared with each tree he passed.
Fragrant flower tree, a level 0 wood tree that can be turned into level 0 wood materials?
Wumu-chan, a level 1 wood tree, can be turned into level 1 wood materials. Purple leaf altar, a level 1 wood tree that can be turned into level 1 wood materials. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Here, the level 0 and level 1 trees are everywhere, much more abundant than Dragon Abyss Village. Let me scout the situation in the Shang-Chi forest first, then I'll call the villagers over, he said, before speeding past the level 0 and level 1 trees. Later, Xin Feng busied himself slashing and killing the monsters in the forest. After a while, he stopped, looking at the corpses scattered around him. He lowered his sword and began to tally his results. In an hour, he encountered 6 monsters, 2 level 11, 3 level 12, and 1 level 21. Although the number of monsters was low, the fact that there were level 20 monsters meant he could extract twice, gaining 3 attribute points each time.
This was considered a decent find.
Xin Feng opened the information page for his village to check if there were any changes. Sure enough, there was a difference compared to before. Village name, Dragon Abyss, Village Level 1, Village Chief Xin Feng, Novice Ren Huang, Level 3 Wooden House for Novice Village Chief, Village Population 937, no public buildings, 471 Level 1 Novice Wooden Houses, 91 Level 2 Novice Wooden Houses. Seeing this new data, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction, though he tried to hold it back. He proudly said, there are still 9 Level 2 wooden houses left, and 8 more Level 10 strongmen needed. The speed at which everyone is progressing is impressive. Xin Feng sent a message to his village with an announcement, everyone, villagers of level 8 and above who are willing to go to the Shang-Chi forest to chop wood, please respond.
This area has abundant resources, both wood and medicinal herbs.
For now, only level 11 to level 12 monsters have appeared at the edge of the Shang-Chi forest. The deeper parts are still unknown in terms of danger, so please avoid going too deep.
A young man quickly replied, Boss has given the order, we can finally go out and explore.
A blonde-haired girl eagerly messaged, let's go, go, go. The young man with blonde hair followed Xin Feng's instructions. Those level 8 and below were to stay at Long Yuan Village, while those level 8 and above would head to the Shang-Chi forest. At that moment, in the Shang-Chi forest, several bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from above.
Boom!
The lightning struck a fireball, and the startled scream of someone echoed through the air. Xin Feng was startled and turned his head toward the direction of the scream.
He hesitantly said, a person?
Xin Feng immediately sprinted, crushing the dry branches beneath his feet. As he ran at full speed, he thought to himself, Dragon Abyss Village was the first settlement in this area connected to the outside world.
There shouldn't be people from other villages here.
The only explanation was that a race from the 10,000 Realms Great War had failed, and meeting them might provide more information. At the spot where the scream had originated, a massive monster was surrounded by static electricity. Beneath it, a fragile girl with white hair was in a panic, utterly terrified. The monster opened its mouth, ready to devour the girl.
Someone shouted loudly, calling Jiyu.
The girl lay there like a fish on a chopping block, terrified, her eyes filled with despair as she turned to look at the monster. Just when it seemed she was about to meet her fate at the River of Souls, Xin Feng shot past like a gust of wind, performing a heroic rescue. He lifted the girl onto his shoulder, saving her from the clutches of death in a spectacular fashion. After putting a safe distance between them and the monster, Xin Feng gently landed.
He cast a glance at the monster, still drooling hungrily for human flesh.
Then, he called Xiao Huoluan. It immediately spread its wings and flew forward. Xiao Huoluan quickly responded to Qin Feng's command, charging forward and using its headbutt to strike the monster's bellies, knocking them out with a single blow. With every headbutt, a message appeared.
Successfully killed Electric Rat Weasel level 23, gained 2600 energy points. The rat weasel seemed undeterred by fear, continuing to charge forward fiercely. Little Dragon roared loudly, spitting fire and cursing, "Die, you cannon fodder!" The monster kill notifications and rewards kept coming in. Successfully killed Electric Rat Weasel level 23, gained 2600 energy points. Successfully killed Electric Rat Weasel level 23, dropped a treasure. Xin Feng tightly gripped Jiyu's hand, still in shock. They stood at a distance, watching the battle unfold. A fireball was engulfing the lightning bolts. The heat from the flames spread, and the gust of wind around them surged intensely, creating a truly impressive scene. At this moment, someone emerged from behind Xin Feng and Jiyu. The person's feet were scratched all over. Hesitantly, they asked, "Are you the strong men who descended upon Lam 3 days ago?"
Hearing someone ask about him, Xin Feng turned his head to look at the person approaching. It was a young man with white hair, similar to Jiyu's.
He continued asking, "Are you the challenger?" Xin Feng, slightly on guard, asked in return, "Who are you? How do you know the Dragon Abyss national language?"
The young man with white hair slowly stepped closer. As he walked, he answered, 4 days ago, the Way of Heaven told our clan that there would be a myriad of realms when the warriors descended.
The language is also something the Way of Heaven taught us."
Upon hearing this, Xin Feng thought to himself, why is the Way of Heaven doing this? After recovering from the massacre, Jiyu slowly stood up and smiled as he spoke, "Please forgive us. It's the first time in 1,000 years that we've encountered a challenger, and we might have spoken a bit disorderly." Then, both Jiyu and the young man knelt on one knee, placing their hands over their chests, half sitting and half kneeling as a sign of deep respect to Xin Feng.
"Great Savior Lord."
Their personal information panels also appeared simultaneously before their eyes. The human clan leader's name was Ji Yun, level 11, with a battle power rating of 28. His potential had not yet awakened, and he had no skills. His background was that of a descendant of a failed tribe in the 10,000 Realms Great War.
Discarded by the Way of Heaven.
The ancestor immortal came from one of the 1,000 worlds, a person named Jiyu at level 10, with a combat rating of 24.
Xin Feng was confused by this new form of address. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Huh?
I'm not a savior, and I certainly don't know how to save anyone." But in his mind, he was recalling the data the system had just provided. Looking at the two people before him, Xin Feng wondered, why is the descendant from Central Heaven World so weak in combat? Jiyu grabbed Xin Feng's hand, pointed to the side, and said, "Great strongman, absolutely no mistake. See, the Silent Moon banner is pointing towards the corpses of those vicious little monsters we saw earlier, now piled into a small mountain. At the very top, Xiao Huoluan is proudly lifting its head towards the sky, basking in praise." Jiyu continued to explain, "You have such a powerful spirit companion, and you saved us from the jaws of the monster. You are the savior of our people. At that moment, a new mission alert appeared in the system.
You have activated Mission D. Save the Lost Tribe. Complete the mission to earn the absolute loyalty of tribal discrimination.
Xin Feng murmured to himself, a mission. He nodded slightly and replied to Jiyu, alright, let's go check it out.
But I have to deal with the monster corpses first.
Hearing this, Jiyu and Jiyin both exclaimed in unison, that's great. Great strongman, please leave these matters to us.
Xin Feng, a bit embarrassed, declined, no need.
Moreover, there's no need to call me the great strongman, just call me Xin Feng.
Ji Yun immediately retorted, absolutely not. You are the savior of our people, how can we just call you by your name?
Xin Feng, helpless, decided to give them another way to address him, then just call me Boss Qin. In the end, the two of them happily agreed to this form of address.
Yes, Boss Qin.
A moment later, a massive foot with sharp claws slowly moved toward the bodies of the dead rat weasels, following the scent of blood.
A huge rat weasel, with a long and sturdy horn on its head, sniffed around, then angrily shouted, "It's the scent of humans, humans killed my subordinates." It then raised its head and roared loudly, declaring, "I will take your blood as compensation."
The birds in the forest were startled by its roar and hurriedly flew away to other places. The mighty roar of the huge rat weasel echoed throughout the forest, passing through the tall trees, weaving through the dense bushes, spreading to every corner. Before long, other rat weasels heard the sound and rushed toward its source. Dozens, even hundreds of rat weasels gathered in a circle around the giant rat weasel, its face twisted in anger, and its eyes filled with a murderous intent. The rat weasel king growled, informing the pack of its intent to take revenge on that human. Elsewhere, beautiful wildflowers had begun to bloom, decorating the area. Just below the cliff, there was a tribe living in thatched huts and 2 golden hearts.
Guards stood outside the gates and on the observation tower.
The person on top pointed into the distance and announced to those below, Ji Yun and Ji Yu are back.
An old woman, holding a basket of apples, smiled gently upon hearing this and said, "That's wonderful." Another girl, busy balancing a basin on her head, also chimed in, "Quick, let's see what you've brought back." The basket of apples fell heavily to the ground, and the ripe red apples spilled out onto the dirt. The old woman dropped the basket, hurriedly running to ask, as she only saw Ji Yu and Ji Yun return. "Why are only you two back?" she asked. Ji Yu, with a heavy heart, delivered the bad news to the old woman. The hunting team encountered a pack of rat weasels. Aside from me and Ji Yun, everyone else. She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence but turned to look at Xin Feng and said, "Boss Qin understands." Xin Feng flicked his hand, and a flash of green light flickered. Following that, the bodies of those who had gone hunting appeared. Xin Feng spoke slowly, "We could only bring back a few body parts of the tribe members. Everything else was eaten by the rat weasels." The old woman cried out, collapsing to the ground. The villagers, seeing the bodies of their loved ones, broke into wails of grief. They embraced the lifeless bodies, hoping to feel the last remnants of warmth still clinging to the departed. Some could not hold back their cries, "My son, my son." The heart-wrenching scream cut deep, like a knife through the soul. Information about this tribe was also revealed. The Ji Yun and Ji Yu clan came from a world in the Middle Celestial World, a realm called Mysterious Star Realm. After being defeated in the Cloud Realm Great War, hundreds of thousands of survivors were scattered by the way of heaven to various great worlds, facing punishment. They could not awaken their talents nor acquire skills. It is impossible for Dieng to drop the divine artifact, and the highest rank can only be raised to level 15. After 1,000 years, tribal discrimination now has only over 300 members left. At this moment, a man's voice echoed. Suddenly losing a loved one, unable to control emotions. "Please, do not blame me." An old man approached Xin Feng and greeted him. "Thank you very much for helping tribal discrimination bring back the remains of the deceased." "I am Elder Qi Shan. May I ask, my lord?" Before Xin Feng could respond, Ji Yun quickly answered. "Xin Feng, my lord, is the newly descended challenger of the 10,000 realms, the savior of our people. We have finally been saved.
Grandpa, please ask Qin Feng, my lord, to help save our tribe members.
Hearing Ji Yun's words, Ji Shan sighed.
Qin Feng noticed this and became curious.
It seemed that he wasn't happy about it. Was there something hidden in this?
Then, Ji Shan gestured as if inviting Qin Feng and spoke.
My lord, may we speak in another place?
The three of them, along with Little Dragon, walked to the base of a large tree, where it was quiet and no one else was around.
Elder Qi Shan slowly began speaking. My lord Qin Feng, the appearance of the new challenger and the potential for our tribe's salvation is actually a lie.
Qin Feng was momentarily shocked, and Little Dragon looked confused, not understanding what the elder meant.
Ji Shan continued explaining. The reason is that the newly appointed elder will receive a contract from the previous elder. This contract clearly states that not all challengers are qualified. The one who can help must be the village chief who has obtained the title of novice Rin Huang. And as far as I know, only 1% of the million talents can meet these two requirements within the short span of 7 days. Ji Yun and Ji Yu were unaware of these matters and felt embarrassed. They asked for the Lord's forgiveness.
Qin Feng smiled confidently and said, if this is all there is, I believe I have met the conditions. He used one hand to call up his information sheet. The text displayed his full details: Dragon Abyss Village, the village's level being 1, Village Chief Qin Feng, Novice Rin Huang, and a level 3 Novice Chief Wooden House. Ji Shan was so overwhelmed with joy that he began to cry. He trembled as he expressed his gratitude. The 1% chance of encountering Rin Huang, the great leader of our tribal discrimination, please accept my deepest bow. At that moment, the forest suddenly shook violently.
A loud voice from outside shouted, "What's going on?" Another voice responded, "The enemy is approaching. It's the rat weasels."
A large number of green figures appeared in the forest, charging toward the village.
They emitted dangerous electrical currents.
Ji Yun tightly hugged Ji Yu, holding his weapon in front of him, nervously waiting for the enemy's appearance.
Dozens of fierce rats darted forward with tremendous momentum.
On this side, the people of tribal discrimination were panicking and fleeing.
Elder Qi Shan shouted loudly, "Don't panic, quickly take out your weapons and gather."
Qin Feng soared into the sky with his wings of wind and shouted at the right moment.
Ji Shan, below, called after him, "Rin Huang, your majesty."
On a high cliff not far from the village, Qin Feng spotted the Rat Weasel King under the scorching sunlight. They stood facing each other, sizing each other up as if testing their opponent. Qin Feng ordered the pigweed bird flying beside him, "Xiao Wolwan, you'll take care of the ones that slip through."
Xiao Wolwan saluted by raising a wing to its forehead and responded, "Yes, master."
Qin Feng glared down below and shouted, "Ice Tempest." Immediately, dozens of arrows appeared in the sky, flying straight down and piercing through the heads of the rat weasels. Continuous system notifications echoed, "Successfully killed level 23 electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. Successfully killed level 23 frenzy electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points." A few other rat weasels managed to dodge the attack as Qin Feng aggressively charged toward the village gate. Little Dragon also swiftly flew in to block them. It unleashed a fiery aura around its body, the heat emanating from it causing the rat weasels to be roasted and blackened, turning them into charred remains.
A system notification rang out again.
Successfully killed level 23 frenzy electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. The fire continued to grow larger and spread wider. The rat weasels, trapped in the sea of flames, screamed in agony, and another notification appeared. Successfully killed level 23 frenzy electric rat weasel, gained 2600 energy points. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was focused on observing the energy orb that the Rat Weasel King had just compressed.
With a wave of his hand, the orb shot straight down below and exploded.
Qin Feng flew forward, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The Rat Weasel King continued to throw energy orbs, but Qin Feng skillfully dodged every one. When the Rat Weasel King launched a powerful strike with its horn, Qin Feng quickly retaliated. The two streams of energy collided, creating a shockwave of immense force. Suddenly, a hand emerged from within the energy surge, rapidly reaching out and tightly gripping the Rat Weasel King's horn, causing it to shudder. After that, Qin Feng struck with all his strength, attempting to push Wang down, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to scatter in all directions. Not stopping there, Qin Feng summoned his sword from within the space, his gaze fixed on the Weasel King as though it were already dead. He jumped up, aimed directly at the monster's neck, and swung down. At the same time, a notification echoed, successfully killed Thunderstorm King of the Furious Lightning at the King level, gained 24,000 energy points, and earned 5 fame points. Another notification about a great reward appeared, successfully killed Thunderstorm King of the Furious Lightning at the King level, dropped the Golden Divine Treasure.
The system suddenly appeared and announced, unlimited extraction successful.
You have gained B-level talent, meaning of Thunder and Lightning, unlocking the 4th tier talent skill, Furious Thunderstrike. As his hand touched the monster's head, Qin Feng silently thought to himself, monsters level 20 and above can only be extracted 3 times. I've already extracted everything, these corpses are no longer valuable. Jishan suddenly knelt before him and presented a scroll, saying, Jishan pays respects to the master. The entire tribe immediately echoed in unison, we pay respects to the master. He quickly pointed to the scroll before him and asked curiously, what is this? Jishan respectfully replied, this is the master's servant contract granted by the way of heaven. It can be signed with a single drop of the master's blood.
Our tribe is your servant, absolutely loyal to you.
We are willing to follow His Majesty Ren Huang in pacifying the world, assisting you in achieving victory in the 10,000 Realms Great War. Qin Feng, stroking his chin, silently considered, with the binding of the Way of Heaven contract, their loyalty is even higher than that of the villagers of Long Yuan village.
This is nothing but beneficial for me.
After careful consideration, he immediately dripped blood onto the paper and said, all right. Seeing the characters on the paper turn red, the system appeared and joyfully cheered.
Contract signing complete. Tribal discrimination 327 people have become your most loyal servants.
You have automatically gained the status of a villager in Long Yuan village, the 1,000-year punishment of tribal discrimination has been lifted, the level limit has been removed, and the awakening of your innate talent begins. Meanwhile, the entire tribe was extremely excited, smiling and boasting to one another.
I've awakened the bloodline talent of the unicorn.
Me too, I have the unicorn bloodline and a sea-level fire system talent.
It's a dual talent. I have the talent of darkness.
As Jishan checked the information on the system screen, he excitedly said, I can now unlock the Way of Heaven's peace, this is incredible, and there's also the Attribute Operation Analysis Board. The system continued to announce, your servant Jishan has reached a combat power of 30 stars, you have received a reward of 10 attribute points. Your servant Ji Yun has reached a combat power of 30 stars, you have received a reward of 10 attribute points. After reading this, Qin Feng couldn't help but be stunned and murmured, do I really have to go along with this?
Couldn't you just directly increase my attributes? My head is about to split.
Xiaowuan suddenly shut its eyes and, sounding a bit irritable, said, Master, Xiaowuan feels like I'm about to level up, I just want to sleep. With that, it immediately fell into a deep sleep.
Qin Feng was confused by this and asked, what's going on here?
The system happily responded, congratulations, your war companion is leveling up.
Please place your war companion in a safe position for maintenance.
Hearing the system's words, he couldn't help but feel surprised and silently thought to himself.
The safe zone, spirit domain of space, was also quite safe.
The system continued, reminding, your servant has obtained the identity of a villager from Long Yuan village, please choose a location to build a novice wooden house.
Novice wooden house level 0. When novices rest in the wooden house, their recovery speed and spirit regeneration will double. The novice wooden house is blessed by the Way of Heaven, and without the owner's consent, no one can trespass. After a moment of thought, Qin Feng spoke up. The tribal discrimination has lived here for over 1,000 years, moving elsewhere wouldn't be suitable, let's build it here. As soon as he finished speaking, the system immediately began rebuilding the houses for the tribe.
Watching the place where they lived gradually become more prosperous, everyone couldn't help but be amazed.
The system happily announced, "Construction complete.
You have completed the mission to save the declining tribe, earning 300 attribute points and the authority to create a primary teleportation formation.
Long Yuan Village has completed all objectives to upgrade the village to level 2.
Now starting the unlocking of the authority to create the guardian altar." Qin Feng squinted his eyes slightly, thinking to himself. Rank 5 crafting skill, Dragon Bone from the Dragon Slayer 3 should be usable.
The system suddenly suggested.
The primary teleportation formation can teleport instantly within 1,000 miles. Conditions for constructing a primary teleportation formation: 30 units of rank 0 stone material, 5 units of rank 0 iron ore, 2 units of rank 1 spirit wood material, 1 unit of rank 5 monster material. Then, he made an arbitrary decision to start building and continued to propose ideas and make announcements. Guardian Altar, construction requirements: 100 units of grade 0 stone resources, 100 units of grade 0 wood resources, 20 units of grade 0 iron ore resources, 10 units of royal monster bones. Building primary teleportation array. Village Chief Qin Feng successfully constructed the primary teleportation array, placed at the headquarters of Long Yuan Village. Building primary teleportation array. Village Chief Qin Feng successfully constructed the primary teleportation array, placed at Lost Morning Banner Village. Building Guardian Altar. Village Chief Qin Feng successfully constructed the Guardian Altar, placed at the headquarters of Long Yuan Village. After a series of announcements, the system chuckled with joy and, as a bonus, struck Qin Feng's head repeatedly with lightning. The Guardian Altar was activated, and Long Yuan Village reached the standard to directly level up to level 2, allowing immediate promotion, causing him to lower his head and helplessly accept his fate.
The system continued to announce, "Your the most extraordinary forest's combat power has reached level 30. You have earned a reward of 10 attribute points.
Your the most extraordinary stone's combat power has reached level 30.
You have earned a reward of 10 attribute points.
Your villager Lu Yan's combat power has reached level 30.
You have earned a reward of 10 attribute points."
After enduring the relentless barrage, unable to hold back any longer, Qin Feng immediately snapped.
"Do you always have to strike me with lightning?"
The system calmly explained the reason. Building the teleportation array earned 400 points.
Building the Guardian Altar earned 500 points.
Leveling up Village Novice to level 2 earned 400 points. Villager Combat Power reaching level 30 earned 3,400 points.
So far, a total of 4,700 free attribute points have been accumulated.
While it was still happily zapping itself on the head with electricity, he pointed ahead and said, "Agility plus 1,000, Strength plus 1,000, Stamina plus 1,000, Spirit plus 1,700. The system, upon hearing this, immediately made its assessment and evaluated the combat strength at 196 spirit points. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel excited, muttering to himself, "The skill level is at semi-earth rank. The novice assessment phase should be something I can pass.
Let's see how the village changes when it reaches level 2. The limit for teleportation nodes increased from 2 to 5. Not bad.
The population limit is up to 5,000 people, the cost of energy stones is halved, and the leveling speed of the villagers is doubled." Then, with a clear voice, he requested to unlock 3 crafting professions: blacksmith, tailor, and herbalist. Upon hearing this, the system immediately announced, "The tailor can craft unrefined wood materials, and at level 1, can craft unrefined animal fur materials.
High-level animal fur at Tier 1 requires proficiency in wood-based abilities. The blacksmith can craft unrefined iron ores, and refined iron at Tier 1 requires proficiency in metal-based abilities. The herbalist can plant spirit herbs, and proficiency in wood-based abilities is required." While stroking his chin with his hand, Qin Feng sneered and thought to himself, "I have all the necessary 5 elements abilities, so I can learn all 3 of these professions." Then, he confidently smiled and said, "These 3 types of professions happen to be related to the condition of upgrading the wooden house to level 4.
Upon hearing his words, the system immediately displayed a notification: Wooden House Level 4 Condition, 50 units of 0-grade stone material resources, 10 units of 1st grade refined wood material resources, 10 units of 1st grade refined iron material resources, 10 units of 1st grade high-grade gluing material resources, 1 piece of 3rd grade fire glass material resources. He quickly pressed the start button and muttered, "The conditions for upgrading the village to level 3 have already been announced, and the village competition is still ongoing, so I can't slack off." The system quickly displayed information on the screen, announcing, "Long Yuan Village, conditions for upgrading the village to level 3, declared by Village Chief Qin Feng. Population must exceed 1800, and the village chief must achieve the title of Novice Great Emperor. The novice wooden house of the village chief must be upgraded to level 4, with the number of level 1 wooden houses reaching at least 1000. The number of level 2 wooden houses must reach at least 200, the number of level 3 wooden houses must reach at least 30, the number of level 10 strongmen must reach at least 100, and the number of public buildings must be at least 3. On the system's chat channel, the bald-headed man suddenly laughed and said, "The difficulty of upgrading to level 3 is indeed quite high." The girl with blue hair quickly commented, "I think it's fine. The hardest part is the number of level 10 strongmen, but we're almost there." The green-haired man said with some concern, "The population must reach 1800, which means the boss definitely has to go to other villages in Dragon Kingdom." Qin Feng then added, "There are still 3.5 days left. Let's all work hard together." After the conversation, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "Elder Jishan, I'll go ahead." Seeing that he didn't pay attention to him, which surprised him a bit, Qin Feng quickly turned to look at everyone. He noticed that they were all checking the system and were expressing their amazement to each other. Using this while talking can turn it into writing, and you can buy weapons here. This is incredible. Are these clothes from the Blue Star world? They're so beautiful. He didn't say anything, but quietly reassured himself in his heart. Forget it, let them get familiar with the system operations and their talents first. After that, he quickly took off and flew away, then unconsciously began to think to himself. Today was the 4th day, and in other villages, there were people at level 4 and level 5. If things continued like this, it would be a matter of waiting for death. The sooner he got to other villages, the more hope there was to save them. If he waited another day or two, even though Dragon Abyss Village had abundant resources, it would be too late to save them. His combat power was still far from reaching the 300-star mark. If he couldn't even reach the appropriate rank in the Sacred Martial Examination, the 10,000 Realms Great War would be impossible to win, and the entire Dragon Kingdom would. Before Qin Feng could finish his thoughts, someone suddenly sneered and said, "Humph." Then, out of nowhere, they launched an attack on him with a sword from behind. But unfortunately for the attacker, Qin Feng was quick enough to block the strike with his own sword. Immediately, he flew backward to assess the situation for a moment. While gathering energy, the attacker laughed maliciously and said, "Little thief, your reaction isn't bad. Try this explosive bullet of mine." Immediately after, he swiftly raised both hands and attacked him. He frowned coldly and questioned, "Which little brat dares to provoke me?" Next, he used his sword to split the incoming explosive round in two, causing it to explode instantly. While continuing to create more explosive rounds, he sneered and remarked, "Still not bad, but next time, you won't be so lucky." Qin Feng quickly pointed to the ground and coldly scolded, "I don't have time to play games with you." Then, he split his body and charged to attack him. The opponent had only just furrowed his brow in caution when both of them simultaneously struck, splitting him in half. The system, witnessing this, promptly notified, "Successfully killed Guardian at Earth City level, you have gained 1 million energy points, and 327 attribute points." Qin Feng was taken aback and shouted, "What?" He quickly pointed at him and angrily demanded, "Are you kidding me? 1 million energy points, 327 attribute points. What's going on? Does this person have something special hidden within him?" The system's voice explained, "This person is a guardian, a descendant of the Earth Realm merchant tribe. During the previous 10,000 Realms Great War, he entered the top 1,000 but ultimately failed. In a challenger battle with a guardian, killing the opponent will grant you significant rewards. The size of the reward depends on the strength and rank of the target. Hearing that, Xin Feng became a little excited and said, "If I can kill a few more of them, I won't have to worry about the sacred martial exam anymore." The system immediately issued a warning, "Guardians are extremely dangerous, please remain alert." Before Qin Feng could ask anything, someone suddenly ambushed him, sending him flying backward. A guardian with red hair and eyes flashing with rage glared at the sight of his teammate being easily taken down. In a cold voice, he commented, "Shang Wu has now become a semi-advanced Earth-level strongman, yet he was killed right on the spot by this person." On the other side, Xin Feng was using all his strength to block the sharp sword that was charging toward him. As he barely managed to hold it off, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it." A feeling of fear surged within him. This person is truly terrifying, I can't let him live. However, with just one hand, Qin Feng easily crushed the sharp sword into pieces. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, "This is perfect, today I'm really lucky." The red-haired guardian suddenly leaped into the air, his gaze as cold as ice. With a sneer, he spoke disdainfully, "Not even the power of heaven and earth, at most a semi-advanced earth level, and yet he overestimates himself, failing to understand his own limits." Suddenly, Qin Feng's hands were firmly held, crossed behind his back as if bound by an invisible force. Immediately after, a rope with sharp stones attached to it suddenly whipped out from the guardian's hand. His face hardened, and his eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he roared. "Inherited skill, Heavenly Army, 10,000 troops." The rope twisted like a giant python, spiraling into vicious circles before shooting straight towards Qin Feng. In the blink of an eye, his legs were tightly bound by the rope, and his entire body was subjected to the first level of the 100 steps weight technique, pressing down heavily. Before he could react, sharp root stakes suddenly shot up from the ground, gripping his legs tightly. This was the double layer of Baihui leading force. One of the guardian's hands suddenly clenched into a sharp point, like an arrow, aimed directly at Qin Feng, carrying the power of the triple layer weight supports the body technique. The pressure was so intense that he could not move, his body seemed completely sealed off. Tense, Qin Feng looked up at the sky, where a massive object was hurtling straight toward him. A huge mass of earth and stone suddenly fell at his location, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the surrounding ground. Despite his body being pinned down, Qin Feng still braced himself against the immense weight of the rock. He gritted his teeth, enduring, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this old man's combat power has suddenly surged to 341 stars. With his limbs shackled, neither the infernal heavenly flame nor ice tempest could be used. Despite the desperate situation, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to prevent the massive rock from crushing him. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, "Illusionary clone, go!" Immediately, two figures identical to him split off and rushed towards the guardian. Watching his clones engage with the enemy, Qin Feng made a firm resolve: the illusionary clones possessed only half his strength, and they wouldn't be able to hold off this old villain for long. He would need to find another way to escape from this person. Outside, the battle between the two clones and the guardian was intense. The guardian struck with precision and deadly intent, and within just a few moves, one of the clone swords was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his arm to deliver a powerful palm strike, sending the other clone flying, crashing into the trunk of an ancient tree. The collision was so forceful that the ancient tree toppled over. With swift, gliding steps as if skating over the ground, the guardian charged straight at Qin Feng, his sharp sword in hand. The pressure and killing intent from the enemy made Qin Feng tense up, a wave of fear rising within him as he faced this life or death situation. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out, "Master, let me out." In an instant, Xiao Huan shot out from Qin Feng's body. With extraordinary speed and strength, she immediately rushed forward, standing as a living wall in front of the guardian to protect her master. In a moment of shock, Qin Feng exclaimed, "You?" While fiercely battling the enemy, Xiao Huan yelled, "There's no time to explain, master. Quickly grab my tail." Qin Feng was stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed, "The tail?" In a situation where his hands were tightly bound by chains, he hesitated and said, "The thing is, my hands are chained." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wulwan replied, "Then, master, use your teeth to bite my tail tightly."
Qin Feng, horrified, exclaimed, "What?
It seems like I can't hold on much longer." Xiao Wulwan urged, "Hurry, Xiao Wulwan can't hold on much longer." Facing the desperate situation, Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, but the pressure from the guardian grew stronger by the second. 2 sharp sword strikes came down, and Xiao Wulwan could barely withstand them anymore. With no other choice, Qin Feng opened his mouth and bit down tightly on Xiao Wulwan's tail. In the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared into the air, enveloped in dust. When they had escaped, they were falling freely from above. Seeing the perilous situation, Xiao Wulwan anxiously shouted, "Master, my teleportation can't go too far, we must escape quickly." Qin Feng did not respond immediately, instead, he turned seriously to Xiao Wulwan. He reached out towards her and gently touched the soft strands of her hair, then shouted loudly, "Go." Immediately, both of them disappeared once again. At this very moment, beneath the thick layer of grass, a faint light flickered. Deep within the grass, a sapphire-colored gemstone lay still behind a large tree, as if waiting for someone to discover it. The guardian, unwilling to lose track of Qin Feng, charged angrily through the grassy area, his eyes scanning quickly in all directions. But despite searching thoroughly, he still could not find anything. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and growled, and then his aura vanished.
Not giving up, he quickly dashed forward and shouted, "Where are you running to? Come out here."
Nearby, under the shade of a tree, a goat was calmly grazing on grass. But what no one knew was that right above, on a branch, a shadowy figure was lurking, appearing and disappearing among the thick foliage. This shadow was none other than the guardian. He carefully observed the surroundings, his mind filled with doubt. This kid absolutely cannot have teleported beyond my detection range. He must have used some artifact obtained from the way of heaven to escape. Sitting still on the branch, he furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "He'll just sit here, wait like a hunter."
In a different space, Qin Feng, with an astonished expression, immediately asked, "Are you really Xiao Loa?" Xiao Wulwan, now exuding confidence, replied, "Of course." In this world, who else but Xiao Wulwan could have such beautiful feathers and sparkling eyes? To Qin Feng's amazement, a blue robot, hovering in mid-air, softly explained, after absorbing the entire crimson lotus of blazing fire, it allowed the war companion to transform into human form ahead of schedule. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng fell deep into thought. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Once, when he took a bath with Xiao Wulwan, his face turned bright red, and he angrily said, "I always thought you were the same as before, but from now on, when I bathe, keep a distance from me." Xiao Wulwan, with an innocent and confused expression, asked in return, "Why does Xiao Wulwan's feathers need to be cared for?" Qin Feng didn't want to argue further, and just sternly ordered, "Obey." After the conversation, Qin Feng sat down on the ground, his gaze contemplative. He recalled the battle with the 2 guardians and thought to himself, 1 half-step earth rank, 1 earth rank. Luckily I encountered them, if it had been someone from another rank, I'd probably have been killed.
Determined to increase his strength, Qin Feng unrolled the yellow scrolls and laid them out on the ground. He told Xiao Wulwan, "It's too dangerous outside right now, I need to improve my combat power first." Immediately, shimmering flowers appeared along with sparkling swords. Accompanied by sounds from the system echoing throughout the space, your bloodline concentration has reached 10.3%.
The bloodline talent is beginning to evolve. Evolution successful.
Your bloodline talent has advanced from rank D to rank C. Bloodline talent evolution successful.
Strength stat increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Agility stat increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Physical stat increased by 200 points. Bloodline talent evolution successful. Spirit stat increased by 200 points.
Your inheritance skills have been greatly strengthened. Qin Feng chewed his food while intently staring at the virtual screen in front of him. His gaze was fixed on the lines of information displayed. He softly read the incantation that could increase the war companion's combat power by 6%. Xiaohuoluan could unleash a combat power of 180, and on the screen, detailed information about Qin Feng was clearly shown: level 17, fame 120, novice Great Emperor, combat power rating 299. As for Xiaohuoluan, the Flameluan battle pet, it was level 10, with a combat power rating of 120, a characteristic of absolute loyalty, a level evolution of innate fire laws, a level space control, B-level divine blood vermilion bird talent, a 6th tier skill heavenly gold radiance, and a 3rd tier skill spatial shift. As Qin Feng looked at the numbers and information displayed, his eyes shone brightly as though there were flames burning inside. He mentally calculated that with his 2 other avatars, each possessing a combat power of 150, his current state should be enough to engage in a battle with that old monster. Regaining his focus, Qin Feng stood up abruptly, his aura overwhelming. He shouted, "Let's go to battle!" Beside him, Xiaohuoluan was equally excited, responding clearly, "Understood." At that moment, after a period of hiding, the gem in the grass suddenly flashed with brilliant light. From within, Qin Feng and Xiaohuoluan stepped out. Qin Feng's eyes casually glanced toward a distant branch, his lips curling up in amusement.
As expected, it's been waiting for me.
Suddenly, with a single movement, Qin Feng used his strength to fell a large tree in the forest.
But immediately after, something unexpected appeared, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "Huh?"
Beside him, Xiaohuoluan's eyes widened in astonishment. Before them was a bizarre sight: a group of guardians standing in a circle, surrounding the area, their mouths chanting incomprehensible incantations. At the center of the circle, the red-haired guardian was swiftly performing a spell. In front of him, a glowing sphere floated, emitting waves of energy that radiated immense pressure.
Watching this scene, Qin Feng silently thought, "Isn't this a bit too extravagant, using such a formation to greet me?"
The other guardians continued their chanting. At that moment, the red-haired guardian roared authoritatively, "Inheritance skill." The incantations rang out once more. The glowing sphere immediately shone brighter and began rising into the air. It moved like a wild beast tearing through the wind, charging straight towards Qin Feng, creating powerful gusts that seemed to blow everything away. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion sounded, shaking the entire forest violently. The sphere didn't stop, it continued to swirl fiercely, sweeping up earth and stone as if to display its overwhelming power. This was the continuous destruction technique. A supreme skill created through the combined efforts of the entire group of guardians. To use this technique, many tribe members had to cooperate to channel earth spirit chi through their bodies. After passing through the internal organs, the purest earth spirit chi was extracted. Then, an earth-tier powerhouse would draw the earth spirit chi out of the body and condense it into a spirit chi sphere, with energy many times more powerful than before. The red-haired guardian watched as the destructive sphere grew stronger and smirked with satisfaction. Though the destructive strike was powerful, it had a limitation: the user would be left completely drained for 10 seconds and unable to act. If it didn't defeat the enemy in one blow, it would backfire. The destruction sphere was growing increasingly full of energy. Seeing this, the guardian spoke again, "But it doesn't matter, those struck by the destruction sphere cannot survive." However, before he could savor the victory within his grasp, a blinding flash of light suddenly appeared. Furious thunderstrike, a bolt of lightning carrying the power to tear through space, pierced the destruction sphere in an instant. Qin Feng's figure appeared like a flash of lightning, charging straight toward the group of guardians. Amid the chaotic scene, Qin Feng and Xiaohuoluan coordinated seamlessly, like two combat machines. Xiaohuoluan unleashed fire magic, releasing columns of fierce flames that made the guardians scream in despair. At that moment, the system continuously rang out. Guardian killed, human level breakthrough achieved, 37 attribute points gained, 110,000 energy points. Guardian killed, human level breakthrough achieved, 41 attribute points gained, 132,000 energy points. Guardian killed, human level breakthrough achieved, 42 attribute points gained, 136,000 energy points. Surrounded by a sea of flames, the red-haired guardian could only grit his teeth in anger, unable to believe the situation he was in. He screamed, "How is this possible? Facing the incoming strike from Qin Feng, he secretly feared.
How can he survive the destruction sphere? I need to run fast, or I will die at his hands. Faced with the ultimate fear of his enemy, Qin Feng coldly curled his lips into a smile. Are you sure you're seeing clearly? Stop right there, are you going to add another word to that?
Immediately after, a surge of power erupted from him, causing a violent tremor. Suddenly, something shot out, which made Qin Feng momentarily surprised because it seemed like something was piercing through the ground just beneath him. He quickly turned to Xiaohuo Wan and ordered, Xiaohuo Wan, collect the item in the ring from the corpse.
She swiftly responded, understood.
Meanwhile, Qin Feng took off into the air, and below the ground, there was no one else but the guardian trying to escape. Observing from above, Qin Feng couldn't help but be astonished, thinking to himself, this guy runs fast, even wings of wind can't catch up to him.
Looking in the direction the guardian was fleeing, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Huh? What's that?
Ahead of him, a small town gradually came into view. It was Du City. Once inside, the guardian rushed towards the magic circle, holding a mysterious blue stone in his hand.
With an air of arrogance, he pointed at Qin Feng and shouted, Wait for it, the merchant tribe's army will sooner or later flatten your village.
Hearing such arrogant words, Qin Feng slightly raised his sharp gaze, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the magic circle, swinging his sword in a powerful arc. However, he stopped there, exhaling in frustration and muttering, in a moment, I could harvest a large amount of energy and attribute points. Beside him, the blue robot spoke up, the teleportation array status of Du City is perfect. It consumed 1 teleportation resource card.
Shall I open the link between the 2 locations?
Qin Feng immediately raised the teleportation resource card, and the information appeared.
A level 3 god tier card opened the teleportation link, costing 1,000 contribution points.
With this information, he pondered for a moment. The teleportation array connected the 2 places.
Suddenly, he became thoughtful. The merchant tribe was also using the teleportation array.
If the 2 teams crossed paths by accident, it would not be a fierce battle for the villagers of Long Yuan village, but rather a one-sided slaughter.
He then opened the virtual screen and turned to the robot, asking, If I activate the teleportation array, can the merchant tribe use it to enter Ton Long Wei?
The robot answered confidently, Please rest assured, village chief.
The merchant tribe is not from Ton Long Wei and cannot use the teleportation array to enter Ton Long Wei.
Hearing the answer he expected, Qin Feng nodded, saying, That's good.
He then decisively pressed a button on the screen to activate the teleportation link.
After pressing the switch, the robot immediately displayed an informational message, Long Yuan Village.
Village Chief Qin Feng has opened the teleportation link between Long Yuan Village and Du City.
Qin Feng focused on the screen, carefully reviewing the information gathered from Du City, when a reminder notification popped up.
Du City is an abandoned ancient town, with the situation around it unclear and the danger unknown. For now, please do not move towards it.
At the same time, he also carefully reminded everyone through messages on the virtual screen.
Elsewhere, among the clouds, a rope ladder suddenly appeared, descending.
It hung in the air above Tongtian Lake. Following the direction of the rope ladder, Qin Feng and Xiaohuo Wan flew towards it. While moving, he thought to himself, the Guardian Forbidden Zone once said that the Divine Hall of Myriad Phenomena hovers tens of thousands of feet above Heavenly Lake. Challengers who cannot fly must use this rope ladder to reach the temple, without it, they would certainly fall. This is like a blind man riding a blind horse, following the will of heaven to fly. A moment later, Qin Feng landed in front of a magnificent hall, covered in thick dust and smoke. Suddenly, a large green monster appeared from the hall, the flying sky-feathered serpent, a transformed beast guarding the first spirit beast level of the temple. It was level 30, with a battle power rating of 100 stars. Upon Qin Feng's arrival, it let out a defiant roar, Let's see what you're made of. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately shouted, Xiaohuo Wan.
Without hesitation, Xiaohuo Wan spat out a large column of fire. In an instant, the monster disintegrated.
A message appeared, You have passed the Spirit Chi Guardian's trial and may enter the first heavenly level. From now on, you can freely enter and exit the first hall, with no spirit beast guardians blocking your way. Qin Feng stood before the door of the first level of the electric tower, where the divine hall of myriad phenomena was divided into 9 levels, each guarded by a spirit beast. The first level, called Heavenly Secret, was where various missions could be received. As Qin Feng pushed the door open, a blinding beam of light immediately illuminated the entire space. Before he could explore further, a notification sounded, "Reminder, you have entered the Heavenly Secret Hall.
You may accept missions here. Killing is prohibited in this area."
The grand doors of the hall opened to welcome him, and the light from outside enhanced the majestic splendor of the hall. A brief notification appeared: "The first person of Area 1 has entered the hall and earned 5 prestige points." Inside, there were already a few people scattered around, all standing in neat, orderly lines as they entered the hall.
Among them, it would not be an exaggeration to say that most of them were extraordinary.
The 3 closest to Qin Feng were all challenger novice Ren Huang. However, their appearances were as different as night and day. One was a teacher, another a centaur, and the third wore a half mask with an engraved smile. Qin Feng observed that there were 12 people from the great celestial world, 4 from the central heaven world, and 1 from the lesser heaven world. They stood in a clear hierarchy. It seemed that the divine hall of myriad phenomena in this vast world had only one teleportation point.
Long Qin Feng was now lost in many thoughts, everything intertwining like a tangled thread.
Looking up, the beautiful green-haired centaur girl was also silently lowering her head. With a heavy heart, Qin Feng thought to himself as he entered the grand entrance of the divine hall of myriad phenomena.
Everyone was instantly transported to the only real divine hall of myriad phenomena.
Qin Feng tried to glance around at the people in front of him. As a result, he saw a muscular young man with purple hair and an old man with snow-white hair and beard, his dark green cloak covering his head.
Both seemed deep in thought.
The old man started a conversation with the group nearby, appearing to be quite young in spirit.
The slender young man holding a black suitcase in front of the old man responded, "Am I seeing things correctly? This person comes from the lesser heaven world."
The purple-haired young man added with a mocking, disdainful tone, "With the talent and potential of people from the lesser heaven world, and purely by luck, he has managed to make it this far." The old man replied, "He may have obtained the title of novice Ren Huang, which is still quite impressive." The girl with long, shiny hair, dressed provocatively, crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, "I think this young man is a little interesting." She walked back and forth, trying to steal more glances at Qin Feng, her heart fluttering uncontrollably, and her expression revealed her excitement. Her cheeks had unknowingly turned rosy. She thought to herself, "Though people from the lesser heaven world are the weakest among all, he looks quite handsome, just my type." She licked her lips, smiling wickedly, "Once I become the empress of the great world, I won't hesitate to take him into my harem and spoil him." Qin Feng shuddered behind them.
This was the moment for testing and rewards.
The system creature quickly notified those standing in front of it. The old man with the hooded cloak confirmed the token successfully. It was a tower-shaped headpiece. It briefly explained the reward. "You have obtained a B-level mission opportunity. The reward is a B-level mission token." Immediately, those standing nearby were startled.
A B-level mission token. A token with a B seal appeared, glowing brightly.
By the time the old man took the reward and stepped back, making way for the beautiful blonde girl, everyone was still watching and gossiping. Clearly, it was not something that could be sought after.
The B-level mission will reward you with the young treasure of the resentful demon. The elder's luck was truly not bad. I wonder if my hidden mission is also B-level.
Qin Feng wiped the sweat off his brow and stroked his chin in worry.
To obtain a mission token, I need a token, but I didn't receive one. This situation is really awkward. The monk, after receiving his reward, seemed disheartened. Why is it a lowly B-level mission opportunity?
Glancing at the item the monk was holding, Qin Feng felt a bit unsettled.
This looks so familiar. I've definitely seen it somewhere before.
When it was the turn of the red-haired man with the mask, a B-level mission appeared. The girl who had already received hers sighed.
Another B-level mission token, why couldn't I have such good luck? Over here, the centaur girl jumped up in joy. Awesome, the old man is coming to her right now. Beautiful centaur girl, what's your token? She answered honestly. It's the resentful demon hardcore. The old man asked again. Is the resentful demon hardcore obtained from the mission to kill the resentful demon? The centaur girl flicked her hair and replied succinctly. Of course. The old man wouldn't let it go. But I also once accepted a resentful demon mission, and I didn't get the hardcore. She gently explained, my resentful demon mission is twice as difficult, and the resentful demon is twice as strong as the normal one. These words truly captivated the audience, and Chin Fong was no exception. She continued, however, it's still not my match. The people standing around looked at her as if she were a celestial being, everyone blushing with admiration. Time passed quickly, and the process of verifying rewards was gradually coming to an end. Chin Fong was a little surprised as he took steady steps towards the podium, his mind in turmoil. The man with purple hair noticed, it's the turn of the person from Lesser Heaven World. From below, people gathered in small groups to gossip, showing no signs of restraint. They spoke loudly, what do you think, how will he obtain his opportunity? Someone next to them mocked, do we even need to guess? Surely it's going to be a level E mission opportunity. Someone else interjected, hey, a level E opportunity? Doesn't that mean he's wasting his time coming here? Chin Fong ignored the crowd, focusing on what he needed to do. He extended his hand, and the ring worn on his index finger glowed brightly, evoking memories. At that moment, a series of items flashed through his mind. Chin Fong thought to himself, I remember now, the token I got from that bald man wasn't it the same wristband I traded with the light envoy? Because I had died once, my appearance had changed, so it took a moment to recognize me. Then, he threw out all the items he had accumulated, along with the heart and blood he had obtained from the resentful demon. With the wristband of the light envoy, I now had 3 tokens. The system spirit immediately verified all those tokens for Chin Fong. However, this time, the verification seemed different, as other phenomena began to emerge. Shards of green began tearing through the air, gradually enveloping the grand hall. Without any warning, that spiritual power grew stronger, blocking the vast space of the hall. This caused anyone, even those from the great celestial world, to gape in astonishment. The system spirit announced, token verification successful, you have obtained a C-level mission opportunity. Reward, C-level mission token. Token verification successful, you have obtained a D-level mission opportunity. Reward, D-level mission token. Token verification successful, you have obtained an S-level mission opportunity. Reward, S-level mission token and a series of golden cards falling, symbolizing the rewards. People only need a single card to start arguing, gossiping, and pointing fingers at each other. Yet, Chin Fong Hai, by himself, had received 3 cards, which truly silenced some of the most talkative mouths and left others staring in astonishment, unable to tear their eyes away in both hunger and surprise. Not bad, he thought to himself. Chin Fong felt satisfied, happily grasping the fruits of his labor. He smiled brightly. The crowd that had previously looked down on him now stood aside, allowing him to pass. There was a hint of mockery in their expressions. Chin Fong took a step forward, and they followed his every movement, unwilling to look away. Whispers started spreading after the shock had settled. He got 3 opportunities, one of which is an S rank. After Chin Fong stepped out of the grand hall, they fearfully commented, at the very least, that's a mythical grade treasure chest. How could someone from the lesser heaven world like him actually manage this? The great war of the myriad worlds in the future will definitely have a place for him. The purple-haired man sneered in defiance. Everyone, don't overestimate him. An S-rank task is no easy feat. The blonde woman, dressed provocatively, quickly retorted, I think you're just jealous, brother. Not only is he more handsome than you, but his opportunities also completely overshadow yours. Your rude behavior really makes me, someone from the great celestial world, feel embarrassed.
Despite the chatter behind him, Shinfeng stood alone, basking in the sunlight at the door of the hall. Wings began to appear on his back, small at first, but gradually growing larger. A long staircase descended from the sky, and he greeted it, saying, "It's highly likely that level C involves a continuous task. Once it's initiated, it must proceed without interruption.
If there's a time limit, it would be very troublesome."
Saying that, he stretched his wings wide and began walking. He furrowed his brows, showing a determined expression as he volunteered. Shinfeng leapt down, spreading his wings wide and flying through the clouds, driven by his own desire. But suddenly, the long staircase seemed to tilt, descending all the way to the palace door.
The clouds swirled and moved in an unusual way.
Shinfeng anxiously flew higher to observe the situation. The fog grew thicker, pressing in on the palace. In the blink of an eye, the entire towering structure vanished without a trace.
Shinfeng exclaimed, "What is going on here?"
The system's spirit appeared promptly to explain, "When the first light of dawn shines, the temple will slowly rise after the sun sets.
The temple will also gradually vanish. Please, Thunderstrike of Dawn, come tomorrow."
He understood the situation, smiled to regain his composure, and replied, "The temple only appears in sunlight, how intriguing."
At the same time, in a strictly guarded barracks, a meeting was taking place. "Are you really that mysterious young person? Are you a challenger?"
The other person replied, "Indeed. When he killed a member of his clan, white light entered his body." The Earth Spear Division consisted of 9 members, all wearing red uniforms with a yellow-orange gradient hood. They were in the midst of a heated discussion. White light enters the world. It's a phenomenon that appears when a challenger kills a guardian for the first time.
Someone else said, "The novice trials haven't even finished yet, how can such a powerful challenger appear?"
The person then said, "The people of the lesser heaven world have both poor backgrounds and talents."
Song, are you sure you're not mistaken?
The elder of the Spear and Earth Division gritted his teeth and slammed the table, refuting, "I swear on my life, every word I've said is true, there's absolutely no deception." Feng Su, the elder of the Spear Division, was calmer and spoke up, "Tribe leader, after resisting, Miyasu still has fighting strength, which proves this person is at least an Earth-tier powerhouse of the upper level." Elder Yan she then chimed in, agreeing, "For someone so young to have such strength, and to come from the lesser heaven world which holds nothing special, there must be a great fortune behind them. The night is long and full of dreams, this person cannot be left alive."
He turned to apply pressure on the leader. "Tribe leader, what should we do now?"
Song furrowed his brows tightly, feeling a deep discomfort in his heart. He thought to himself, when he fought with the person, he never sensed any use of the power of heaven and earth.
But if he weren't an Earth-tier powerhouse, how could he be so strong?
The tribe leader's voice then rang out powerfully, and at that moment, all the elders from various divisions fell silent, listening attentively. The tribe leader began, "Now that the challenger has arrived, as guardians, we must do everything in our power to kill them and seize the rewards from them.
This challenger is extremely cunning, and his strength is formidable. We must be very cautious in our actions.
If he has appeared near Du City, then we will use Du City as our starting point to deploy the Earth Awareness method for our search." The clan leader stood up from his chair, arms crossed behind his back, exuding the posture of an imposing figure. "Even if that kid is stronger, he alone won't be able to stop our merchant tribe's great army.
We might even uncover the power behind him and strike in one fell swoop."
The old man used to be the leader of the merchant tribe. His eyes gleamed with resolve. "If he kills the challenger of an entire village, our merchant tribe's influence will rise, giving us a chance to participate in the next great war of the myriad worlds." Immediately after, the old man Xian Kong swiftly assigned tasks. Each department was to send 300 people, the main force 500, and by tomorrow morning, a grand army of 3,000 would be formed. Upon arriving at Du City, nearly everyone shouted in unison with great determination and resolve. Yes, clan leader Song left the meeting in a foul mood, feeling both exhausted and irritated. His son, Chang Ming, had been waiting outside, and upon seeing his father, greeted him warmly.
"Father, why do we have to wait until tomorrow morning to reach Du City? We could attack under the cover of night." As a father, Sang Song didn't know how to respond.
He simply gazed up at the bright moon and sighed quietly.
But he knew he couldn't shelter Chang Ming forever. After a moment of hesitation, he began to explain. You've never been to Dayu City. You don't understand. There is a mysterious creature in Tongtian Lake. Every time night falls, it summons vengeful ghosts, spirits wronged in death, onto the earth. At the bottom of the lake, in the deep forest, it slaughters every living thing it encounters. And since Dayu City is closest to Tongtian Lake, it turns into a terrifying domain for the dead. Even an Earth-tier powerhouse wouldn't dare enter Dayu City at night. Before the appointed time had even arrived, Dayu City, under the clear moonlight, appeared to be quite peaceful. Although it was late at night, the people of the town were still quite active on the streets, with a bustle of trade and movement all around. A young woman with long, flowing hair, exuding a graceful and charming demeanor, was inviting a passing young man. Sir, come this way. I have delicious food and fine wine here. Suddenly, the appearance of Qin Feng caught her attention. She glanced back at him, studied him for a moment, thought for a while, and then approached him with a playful and flirtatious manner, wrapping her arm around his and speaking in the sweetest tone. Ah, brother, your features are so vivid, and you are so handsome. If I were to meet you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to forget you. Despite Qin Feng saying nothing and not even offering a glance, she still swayed her hips and clung to him, even reaching out to touch his back, saying, Are you here to rest for the night, or perhaps you're interested in experiencing some of the special services I provide? Qin Feng silently chanted a spell and activated his eye of true sight. Instantly, the scene before him changed completely. The steaming hot bowls of delicious soup turned into grotesque shapes. Every person on the street revealed their true nature, each one a wandering spirit or wild ghost. Their eyes either bulged out of their sockets or were sunken deep into their skulls, and their flesh was bloated and grotesque beyond recognition. The beautiful and arrogant woman from before had now transformed into a vengeful ghost, her face twisted and distorted. Ah, may I ask, sir, what do you see? She asked. Qin Feng, unfazed and actually somewhat irritated, replied. Just a little trick. Do you really think you can fool me? The moment I looked, I could tell you weren't human. His words left her utterly stunned, speechless for a moment, but only for a moment. Then she began to curl her lips into a sinister grin, her eyes still fixed on him. Wandering spirit and wild ghost began murmuring. Found it, found it, found it. It seems the guest has found it, found it, found it. Immediately after, a bizarre assembly of creatures with greenish heads and a chaotic mix of teeth and gums charged at Qin Feng. Eat him, found it, found it, found it. Flesh, 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 flesh. The pink-haired demon hissed as it shot out a sharp, bony tentacle from its throat, speeding toward Qin Feng with alarming swiftness. Qin Feng braced himself, calm and focused, channeling his inner strength, and the deep blue flames erupted, much like the surge of hope and confidence rising within him. In an instant, his entire body was engulfed in flames. Qin Feng was ready for this battle. The moment the tentacle reached him, he swiftly swung his fire-enveloped cloak to block it. The tentacle stopped dead in its tracks and turned into smoke at its sharp tip. But if Vengeful Ghost only had this trick up her sleeve, there wouldn't be so much talk of her in distant lands. A barrage of tentacles erupted from her body, all aiming to tear Qin Feng apart with terrifying precision. Qin Feng darted left, then right, up, and down, evading every single attack. However, to eradicate the threat, one must root it out entirely. Qin Feng spotted a gap and seized one of the tentacles, using it as leverage to launch a decisive strike into the mass of monsters without mercy. From the first to the second, he infused them with hellish fire, turning them all into a brilliant blue blaze that burned straight through the very souls of Vengeful Ghost. In pain, they desperately sought out Qin Feng, crying and screaming, causing chaos in every way, but not a single demon disappeared. Qin Feng furrowed his brows. The hellfire could not kill these demons. Sang Song spoke to his son. The Zhang Gui and Dayu City are lifeless and without consciousness, trapped between life and death, with no physical form. In reality, they only have a thread of soul as their anchor.
Physical attacks do not have a real impact on them. Inside Du City, Shin Feng was still focused on finding a solution. While slashing at the vengeful ghosts one by one, he spoke. Normal attacks will only make the fog of confusion dissipate at most.
It was meaningless.
A single Zhenggui posed no threat, but when they gathered into a group, they created a special kind of resonance. He realized that this was what truly frightened Earth-tier powerhouses.
In fact, these wandering spirits and wild ghosts were not strong, but their numbers were overwhelming and relentless, constantly pursuing. After a moment of thought, Shin Feng made a decision. He summoned Zhao Wujiang Ghost Howl. This move would force his soul out of his body, and the resonance of the Zhenggui would strike the soul, shattering the mind. When a person under attack fell into a state of fragmented soul, the Zhenggui would swarm in and devour them. The resonance of these Zhenggui could strike the soul, breaking the mind.
This was the Zhenggui. Although only level 33 with a combat power of less than 150, no one dared to provoke it. In his deep violet eyes, everything was a hit, and the savage demons had no end in sight.
First, protect the hearing.
Then, Shin Feng leaped high into the air, pulling the thunder into himself, his determination resolute, his coldness at its peak. Shin Feng used Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak, a strike that no creature, not even an ant, could escape. The lightning struck down, obliterating the dead spirits like they were nothing.
The notification board continued to flash.
Successfully killed Zhenggui at level 30, gained 130 judge value, gained 12,000 energy points. You have successfully leveled up to level 7 Judicator, gained 80 attribute points. Successfully killed Zhenggui at level 30, gained 130 judge value, gained 12,000 energy points. You have successfully leveled up to level 8 Judicator, gained 80 attribute points. As the wandering spirits and wild ghosts were obliterated by the lightning, Shin Feng commented, after becoming a Zhenggui, a life-birthing death spirit, it's truly a pity if you don't enter reincarnation. He stepped out from the billowing smoke, his body still crackling with lightning. A bunch of ghosts thinking they can fight strength with weakness. Then, Shin Feng used Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak 4 more times in quick succession, completely turning the vengeful ghosts of Du City into fine dust.
Finally, the notification board appeared again.
Congratulations, you have reached level 18, combat strength rating, 320.
Shin Feng idly fiddled with the item in his hand, sighing, power of thunder and lightning, the utmost rigidity and masculinity, purification for all of you.
With that, he sat down, a surge of green spiritual energy enveloping him. Without hesitation, Shin Feng slid straight into the chaos he had just emerged from. The spiritual force lifted him into an uncertain space. Immediately, Shin Feng drew his sword and placed his foot down as a symbol. But when he set foot down, everything had changed completely.
Shin Feng was now an office worker, dressed neatly and properly.
He stood in the office so naturally, as if everything that had happened before was just a dream. Looking around, everyone was diligently working on their tasks, and Shin Feng felt a little lost. He immediately ran to the bathroom and looked at himself in the mirror. Stunned, he couldn't understand what was happening.
Who am I?
While he was lost in thought, someone patted him on the shoulder.
Shin Feng, why are you just standing there? The CEO is looking for you.
The person passed by, a girl who was clearly Lu Yen. Fix this report within half an hour.
He silently thought to himself, the CEO. And indeed, he was sitting in a very formal, luxurious office, facing the CEO. She made an offer. Your recent performance has been excellent. The company has decided to promote you to project manager.
Your monthly salary will be 100,000, with 30 days of vacation per year. At the end of the year, the company will also share commissions.
Are you satisfied?
Shin Feng replied dazedly, satisfied. That evening, still with the most clueless expression on his face, he went with his colleagues to the nightclub for a celebration. They say, as expected of Shin brother, so mighty and imposing.
Congratulations, Shin brother, on your promotion and raise. You've reached the peak of your life.
Drink up, today, young Master Shin is paying.
He was utterly terrified. Why do I feel like something's missing in my head? Lost among the crowd of people dancing and singing, he wondered, what exactly is missing? In the world of demons, Shin Fong was currently imprisoned inside a golden apple. He had fallen into a deep coma, and no matter how much the war companion called out, it was all in vain. Master, wake up quickly. The war companion was panicking, wishing it could slap Shin Fong to bring him back to consciousness. Master, Shin Fong's consciousness was in turmoil. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't tell whether it was real or fake. He stood in the bustling streets but felt as if this place didn't belong to him. A red-haired woman was walking her pet, but her pet was a man whose hands and feet were cold, barking loudly. Passers-by sighed in astonishment. My God! Did you know about this? Shin Fong walked on in a daze. The human city felt like some kind of bizarre illusion, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was fake about it. Why did everything seem so unreal? His friends weren't his friends, his family wasn't his family. He only felt a boundless loneliness and emptiness. He began to suspect that there was something wrong with his mind. He didn't know that behind him, the war god Shin Fong was watching. He was confused, but didn't know who to talk to. Suddenly, at that moment, strange objects appeared in droves. Everyone looked up at the sky. What was that? Countless dragons and phoenixes were soaring through the air, wreaking havoc in the sky. The citizens screamed in terror. My God, what is that? Are aliens invading Blue Star? Are those dragons? Shin Fong froze for 5 seconds. The scene felt strangely familiar, just like the time when the merchant tribe riders on dragons attacked the city. He had said that the elites of Blue Star would no longer belong to people like them, so they should disappear, those strange people, so incredibly familiar. The group of people continued to launch earth orbs downwards. Out of nowhere, invaders suddenly appeared, and the people scattered in panic. Many died, many were injured, but they had no intention of stopping. Shin Fong was also knocked to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, a voice echoed in his head. Go kill them. They are the defeated subordinates of yours. Kill them? Shin Fong was already struggling to escape. How could he even think about killing them? He was in despair, wondering how he could defeat them. They weren't even human. Shin Fong hastily ran, but the voice echoed once again. If you don't kill them, you will be the one to die. An earth orb was headed straight for Shin Fong's position, preparing to strike. It seemed like there was little hope left. Shin Fong had no strength left. Damn it, he wanted to defend himself, but it was useless. On the side of the demons, War Companion was on the verge of tears. Wake up, you have to wake up, Master. That image appeared before him. Shin Fong was dazed. Who was she? War Companion was targeted. The girl screamed in fear. Save me. A faint sense of consciousness pulled him back. Shin Fong shouted loudly. Don't die. He grabbed the hilt of his sword, ready to counterattack. Shin Fong swung several moves in quick succession, slashing the dragons in the sky, causing several brilliant flashes of light. Shin Fong stood coldly, as if he had realized the key to the problem. He looked out at the city through the window. This place was his home. The CEO was calling. The ringtone blared loudly. Lucien, Luyen, Jiyu, Merchant Tribe, Shaowul Wan. He pieced everything together and finally concluded. It seemed he had unlocked the first level of the illusory realm. By the time the second illusion arrived, it was exactly like that. A sniper was aiming his rifle with precision. This illusion could manipulate people or objects from one's memories to attack them. So the ultimate goal was very likely to kill him within the illusion. And indeed, it was. Shin Fong's head was almost ready to be struck. The next attack was surely imminent. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bullet shot out with immense force, piercing through the thick glass several dozen centimeters thick. This time, it was truly over for the Green Graves. One bullet to end the opponent, that was what they wanted. A group of people emerged from the pile of wreckage.
It wasn't just one person taking action, but an entire army clad in armor and armed with weapons. They formed a circle, preparing to receive their orders.
The suspect has been shot dead, awaiting further orders for the next step.
At this moment, Chin Feng leisurely walked out from the brink of death, his cold voice asking the suspect. He smiled wickedly, speaking in a low voice, "This is really interesting, quite a new experience."
Giving up the power of the world of slaughter, planning to use modern weapons against me? The soldiers were thrown into confusion, stuttering into their radios, requesting reinforcements on the ground.
The target was completely unharmed, leaving them terrified. After seeing Chin Feng take a direct hit without a scratch, they were shaken to their core. Just as it happened, he was also curious to test whether his strength could counter modern warfare weapons. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chin Feng swiftly struck with his claws, grabbing tightly onto the armed soldiers. Although their numbers were many, they were no match for him. Chin Feng squeezed tightly, not allowing anyone to move. One soldier, holding a machine gun, was preparing to fire. Chin Feng thought to himself that using his physical body alone could resist bullets. He stood motionless like a statue, letting them fire continuously at him. One soldier quickly threw a grenade, intending to blow Chin Feng's crotch to pieces.
"This toy wants to roll up to my feet?"
Chin Feng said dismissively. The grenade had an extremely powerful blast radius, but the force at this level needed external energy to block it, despite the raging flames. Chin Feng was like a man of iron and steel, unharmed even by a hair. They brought out heavy artillery, using their weapons to overwhelm him.
"You're surrounded. Disarm immediately and surrender. Otherwise, suffer the consequences."
As they said this, they opened fire on Chin Feng. The bullets shot out in blazing sparks against his back, and any slight movement from him would get him shot. "I'll say it again, you're surrounded.
Disarm immediately."
Chin Feng looked at them with contempt, noticing the armored vehicles. He tilted his body slightly, and his wings, marked with the brand, flared out.
He recklessly jumped into the line of armored tanks below. They roared, "You're surrounded. Disarm immediately and surrender."
As Chin Feng landed, he threw a steel punch. Going head-to-head with the encircling military tanks, he instantly disabled the large-caliber cannons, which all aimed at his head. Chin Feng calmly gazed at the barrels, ready to explode at any moment. The army had no intention of holding back. When they said fire, they fired.
Chin Feng's physical body could resist bullets, and the incoming shells were all rendered useless. He grabbed a cannon barrel, effortlessly snapped it off, and lifted it like a mere chicken or duck. He thought to himself, "I've never understood armored vehicles back on Blue Star, so the illusion can only handle the parts that aren't in my memory." Chin Feng threw his weapon aside, he knew what he had to do. With majestic resolve, he pointed his finger at the sky and activated Ice Tempest. Sharp ice crystals, like daggers, rained down in a storm. Those struck by the spell writhed in pain, howling in desperation. Chin Feng observed the chaotic battle before him, his mind working like a god's. The illusion was starting to destabilize. Soon, this place would be shattered by him. But today, his opponents had decided to go all in, even bringing in fighter jets. The military planes dropped dozens of shells and explosives onto the city. This was a calculated devastation aimed at high-rise buildings and residential areas. Chin Feng took flight, soaring up to challenge the planes. The pilot, startled and panicked, barked orders. "Squadron, take down Chin Feng." He commanded, launching an attack. "Commence attack, I repeat, focus fire, commence attack." His comrades followed orders immediately, unleashing torrents of gunfire, shells flying wildly, indiscriminately hitting both civilians and enemies alike. At this point, Chin Feng unleashed his signature move, Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak. Several planes were struck and swerved uncontrollably, nose diving into the ground. Chin Feng single-handedly pummeled the Air Force into submission, leaving them unrecognizable. "I used to be an ordinary person, but now, even an armored vehicle, as imposing as a torrent in front of me, is nothing more than a name with no real power."
A battle strength of over 300 spirit forces could dominate the lesser heaven world.
Could I simply disregard and even crush all existing order to replace someone at the top of this world? He looked at his fading hands. Right now, he couldn't afford to think too much.
The energy sustaining the illusion was running out. This illusion was about to collapse, meaning Qin Feng was about to return to the demon world. He watched the fierce battle today, and it was truly regrettable not to see a stronger nuclear bullet appear. One must realize that, at this moment, he was uncertain whether he could survive under a nuclear strike. After a while, Qin Feng returned to his war companion. He had fully regained consciousness. Looking at the war companion who had collapsed in front of him, he gently supported her and whispered, "You've worked hard.
Leave the rest to me."
Surrounded by the defensive mode, Qin Feng pulled the swirling demonic creatures toward him. A massive vortex appeared, preparing to suck the zombies into the other world. They had completely exhausted their strength and paid no attention to the vortex crushing them, their faces contorted in pain.
They writhed in agony.
Qin Feng conjured a giant sphere, targeting the leader here.
"Now, it's your turn."
The leader was a woman with purple hair, dressed entirely in purple. She sneered disdainfully, completely disregarding Qin Feng.
The vortex kept spinning, indifferent to the two of them battling fiercely.
Below, several ocean creatures, struck by the blow, lost their teeth, and a crocodile had a chunk of its flesh ripped off. This woman with purple hair was Evil Spirit Dark Aberrant Mutator, a level 35 Emperor-class creature, with a mid-level Earth Realm cultivation and a battle strength rating of 350 stars. Her dark magic talent was of grade A, and she arrogantly said, "You truly deserve to be the one who broke open the Zhangguo illusion realm. You can easily roast even a king-level beast." Seeing that Qin Feng was not easily dealt with, she began to play the mind games.
"Well, if you get angry, I can trap you with illusions and apologize. I used to be a dark emissary under the Judgment Sovereign. You have the aura of a pseudo-judge. As long as you and I."
She hadn't even finished speaking when Qin Feng lost his temper and threw an electric ball at her.
"Your kid is really hot-headed."
The more Qin Feng fought, the more fierce he became.
He conjured a few electric rockets, preparing to go all out. Countless arrows rained down, targeting Evil Spirit directly.
She fought back with all her might, but the moves Qin Feng launched were too fierce.
Evil Spirit couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Your kid is really persistent. Even if you like someone, this is the first time meeting them. It's really exhausting. Looks like you're delusional and in the final stages."
She rushed forward only to encounter Qin Feng. The scene looked romantic at first glance. Bright moon, calm sea, but 1 second later, the sea churned like a level 7 storm, with fish and shrimp flying everywhere. Qin Feng took a kick and was sent flying several meters, crashing into a rock.
He used the rock as leverage and launched a counterattack. Evil Spirit was bound tightly by Qin Feng's ropes and couldn't move at all.
Her face turned pale with fear. Qin Feng rushed forward, cutting the rope with a swing of his sword, putting in 200% of his strength with each strike.
Evil Spirit cursed bitterly, "Damn it, your fighting style is basically a death wish." At this point, Evil Spirit went all out.
She charged at that crazy kid of yours.
Qin Feng unleashed 3 signature ice swords.
The swords pierced through Evil Spirit's body from 3 directions, instantly immobilizing her.
In less than 5 seconds, everything was over.
Evil Spirit died with her eyes still open. She hadn't even seen the technique clearly before she perished. Qin Feng scratched his head. Her illusion technique was a bit interesting, but I'm not interested in her. This time, he had gathered a mountain of spoils, killing a level 35 Dark Aberrant Mutator. Reaching the Imperial level successfully granted him an additional 1 million points, 15 energy points, and the Prestige dropped an item diaper, while the Soul Core dropped 3 chests of golden treasures. He acquired 5,000 judge points and obtained the Heavenly Quality Dark Monster Divine Seal. Qin Feng looked at the loot and immediately guessed Evil Spirit's intentions. She must have sensed the power of the Heavenly Quality Judge within herself and wanted to seize it, so she used the skills of the Zhangguo family in the illusion. The first goal was to wear me down, to swallow me entirely into this illusion so that I would understand what I truly desire. I was originally just an ordinary person, each day passing by like a tool with no purpose.
The system updated the score, infinite extraction successful.
You have gained 10 attribute points, and your physical extraction has succeeded, granting you an A-tier talent.
The dark magic technique has automatically awakened, unlocking the 5th level skill, Dark Mystification.
Xin Feng had realized the truth of life. The world of Slaughter's descent has changed everything.
I now have the power to protect the ones I care about, and even more ability to extract everything. This incident served as a catalyst for me to realize many things. I want to become a true transcendent.
Xin Feng clenched his fist, having made up his mind. At that moment, several shining crystal shards appeared at his feet, forming a path leading to a mysterious location. It was when Xin Feng looked at the magnificent castle in front of him that he followed the guidance of the crystals to find a strange wooden room. In the center, there was a golden furnace.
Xin Feng approached, the aura resembling that of the dark aberrant mutator, probably her residence.
In the center was the 5th grade bipolar dragon phoenix alchemy furnace, capable of producing high-quality pills, with an additional 200 effectiveness to the pills, a 100% reduction in alchemy time, and a 100% chance of temporarily pocketing any dropped items.
Xin Feng was excited about the alchemy furnace's potential. This dark aberrant mutator was also an alchemist. That's a big deal. He poured a vial of pills, one of which reeked of decaying rat, and dropped into his hand.
Xin Feng was about to vomit, his face like he had stepped into pig dung, but he didn't give up hope. He searched the entire room, but every pill smelled foul, every vial reeked. Xin Feng cried inwardly, it was all waste pills, rank 0 items, failures that, after refining, had a certain level of toxicity and were not recommended for use.
Waste pills contribute points, but is that really contributing?
Xin Feng grumbled, looking at the pile of scrap on the ground.
Over a dozen pills, and not a single successful one. Dark aberrant mutator, really, still eager to play even at her age?
Whatever, at least it's over 1,000 contribution points, something's better than nothing. Xin Feng stared at the pill in his hand as it slowly transformed.
He waited patiently. After a while, the decayed pill turned into a divine pill, an infinite successful extraction.
You successfully extracted the impurities and toxins from the waste pill, and its quality advanced to grade 1 yellow star pill. Xin Feng looked at the bright pill in his hand and then put it in his mouth, savoring its rich, savory flavor.
Successfully restored the grade 1 yellow star pill.
Your physical attributes increase by 11, spirit attributes increase by B, and the limit of yellow star pills one can consume ranges from 8 to 10 pills. Taking too many will cause drug resistance. Xin Feng felt a refreshing sense of vitality, not bad at all. A single Huang Jingdan increased his attributes by 18 points, and a first-tier pill was even better than a second-tier spirit herb.
The limitless extraction turned the waste pill into a treasure.
Once its limit was reached, it would be distributed to the villagers of Long Yuan based on their strength and contributions. Hearing this, Xin Feng was even more excited. He said, not only can I increase my reputation, but I can also encourage the villagers to contribute. Afterward, Xin Feng stepped up to the pill refining platform and sat down like a general. There was still some time before dawn, so he decided to check the mission first. The mission card immediately landed in his hands. He looked at it in a daze, unable to believe his eyes. This was the activation of an S-tier mission order, an S-tier divine level mission for the village chief. The mission was divided into 5 stages, with increasing difficulty at each step. Stage 1, difficulty level D, go to Diyu City to kill Zheng Gui and obtain 500 soulstones as mission items. The completion deadline was 24 hours, and it was completed. Stage 2, difficulty level C, purify the bottom of Tongtian Lake, kill the mysterious figure behind it, and obtain the active core as a mission item. The completion deadline was 24 hours, and it was completed. He was overjoyed, feeling as if he had struck gold. He never expected such luck today. Just by taking a shot in the dark, he had completed 2 stages of the killing mission, which updated his mission card. The notification read, "The Super Tier Body Integration Card of Level 3 is the upgrade card for the Body Integration Treasure Chest. Using this card will combine 5 Young Gems, with the Dark Gold forming a full Young Gem for complete protection. The 5th Tier Divine Artifact Porridge can temporarily protect a designated area, preventing any external enemies from damaging it. The effect lasts for 24 hours. Below, there are still a few functional cards left. The second phase of the Divine Level Village construction has been completed, and the reward for all members of Long Yuan Village is an upgrade to their innate abilities. Each person receives 1000 attribute points, a super grade level 3 fusion card, a level 5 Divine Weapon Fate card, and a level 5 Earth Contract card, CHNP Noiti. The super grade level 3 fusion card is a card that promotes the fusion of treasure chests. Using this card, 5 Young Jewels of Een Gold can be combined into 1 Young Jewel of Purple Gold. The level 5 Divine Weapon Fate card provides the Way of Heaven's blessing. After use, 805 people can receive a 100-fold increase in luck within 1 minute. The level 5 Earth Contract Divine card, the Way of Heaven's blessing GUCHNP, has been signed by the Moon. Using this card allows the holder to become the master of TRNP Noiti, controlling all public infrastructure. This time, he's hit the jackpot. Holding the cards, he was as happy as if he had won the lottery. The rewards from the S-level mission are so rich. Now, he finally has a way to deal with the merchant tribe intruders. He had been worried that the old villain would send high-level experts to surround and kill the villagers of Long Yuan Village. Now, by simply using the Earth Contract card, he could sever the connection between the old villain's forces and the teleportation array. Those people who want to get to Diyu City will now have no choice but to hurry up and travel honestly. He had drawn up a perfect combination of defense and offense. When those people arrive at Diyu City, he would simply use his protective barrier to shield and defend. The villagers would have traveled thousands of miles only to be left watching helplessly. But the spoils of war wouldn't stop there. Shasha appeared again and said, "Congratulations to Qin Feng for independently completing the 2 stages of the mission. The additional reward grants the Ability Fusion Authority +1. The Ability Fusion Authority will randomly test the target for compatibility, drawing 2 skills with a certain level of compatibility to merge abilities." After randomly strengthening the fusion, Qin Feng looked at the strange card before him and vaguely asked, "What is this?" Seeing this, Shasha explained to Qin, "Brother, this is a highly important item, with special authority and effects." After saying this, she gave an example to make it easier for him to understand. In a match between Shasha and the Flame Tyrant Overlord Dragon, Shasha had the 9-turn Grand Stomach card, an S-quality food item. Effect 1, Authentic, no matter what materials are added, the taste will not change. Effect 2, the delicious food will decrease after targeting the user, and the target will inevitably eat it and evaluate the item. Shasha waved the card and threw it at the Flame Tyrant Overlord Dragon. The next moment, a pile of fly dung appeared, causing a commotion. After eating the dung, the Flame Dragon's health dropped, leaving only 1 drop. The implication is that as long as this item or skill is used, even someone stronger cannot break its rules. Qin Feng understood now, it was truly an overpowered move, too terrifying. Let's put this aside for now and check the other items. Master, are you available? At that moment, Jiyu appeared on the screen. He asked, "What's the matter?" Jiyu then blushed and quietly reported, "I'm embarrassed, but my Arankinate talent, the Temporal Field Stand, can create a 5-meter radius field under non-combat conditions. Within this field, 2 days outside pass as 1 day inside. You mentioned that my innate talent is very rare and might be useful for you." He heard this and quickly said, "It really has a huge effect on me. Wait for me for a moment." Qin Feng checked the system and found some important information. The system displayed that the primary teleportation array could be activated in the blink of an eye. A teleportation across 1,000 miles required building a primary teleportation array with 30 units of stone material, level 5 surveillance resource, level 2 fine wood material, level 1 monster core of 5th tier monster material, and 5th tier resources. Qin Feng naturally activated the construction, and the terrain of the village chief began to be constructed ahead. Shinfeng successfully built the primary teleportation array, and its destination was the bottom of Tongtian Lake. He was deep in thought, his face tense, as if calculating something. Ahead, there were members of the merchant tribe watching closely, followed by Heaven's Punisher, whose strength was still unclear, and the sacred martial assessment yet to be completed.
If he wanted to obtain the divine grade item, it would take even more time. Ji-Yu's abilities might help him grow stronger quickly.
Ji-Yu, seeing his pensive expression, which seemed as if he had lost something important, grew tense. She recalled the words of the elder Ji Shan Noyet. Although the Dual Will tribe had followed their master, they were ultimately not the same as the Long Yuan village. Ji Shan was concerned about his granddaughter. He said sadly, "You are exceptionally talented, with outstanding looks. Even as a concubine, you could still make the master remember the Qi clan." Ji-Yu tried to explain to him, the master is not like that. Despite his love for his granddaughter, Ji Shan couldn't act differently. I understand your point, but as the elder of a tribe, I must think of the tribe's well-being. However, Ji-Yu was Qin Feng's confidant. She firmly said, the master is a young genius with unlimited potential.
If he notices me, it would be my blessing.
Ji Shan was about to say something more, but the call of Qin Feng pulled Ji-Yu back to reality.
Yes, you will use the teleportation formation to the bottom of Tongtian Lake.
I will wait for you there, and I will assign the mission, he instructed.
Yes, master.
Seeing Ji-Yu's startled expression, Qin Feng was suspicious. Ji-Yu immediately obeyed the order and swiftly teleported, the little girl joyfully running to her master.
I'm here.
Qin Feng extended his hand and said, "Hold my hand." Ji-Yu smiled like the spring breeze, happily taking his hand, and in an instant, the two of them teleported to the bottom of Tongtian Lake. At the lake's bottom, there were countless strange items, along with war companion Xiao Huoluan, who was recovering from an injury. Seeing Ji-Yu's worried expression, Qin Feng gently reassured her, saying, "This place is very safe.
You can activate the time domain." Ji-Yu followed the order and quickly activated the domain. The gears of time appeared as the time domain was being established. Ji-Yu focused all her energy, using her cultivation to assist her master Qin Feng, and finally, it was complete. Qin Feng looked at the result with satisfaction, the basic time domain level fully established. He tossed Ji-Yu a pill bottle as a token of appreciation. Well done, I'm about to begin cultivating.
You can use this pill to enhance your strength.
Yes, master.
Qin Feng then began his work, focusing on his cultivation. Normally, the extraction process of this device would take at least an hour, but with the help of the time domain, it only took half an hour to complete. After a little more time, Qin Feng had a pile of precious plants, successfully extracting first-grade essence of the spirit pond. You have absorbed the essence and gained 3 points of strength attributes. The extraction of celestial golden amethyst essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 2 points in physical attributes. The extraction of celestial crane grass essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 4 points in spirit attributes. The extraction of heaven heart flower essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 4 points in spirit attributes. The extraction of red dew fruit essence at level 1 was successful. You absorbed the essence and gained 4 points in spirit attributes. Ji-Yu sat in a corner, writing names for several unlabeled vials. I am willing to stay by my master's side, but I don't want to carry any ulterior motives. She neatly arranged the vials and sorted them, we don't use them for ourselves. Half an hour later, Qin Feng finally finished his cultivation. The system updated to show the successful infinite extraction. Qin Feng's level was 18, with a reputation of 145 and a combat strength rating of 380. Even so, Qin Feng was still not satisfied, 380 is still too little. The extraction of spiritual essence has an upper limit if new types cannot be traded or obtained. The method of acquiring these attributes effectively rendered the alchemist profession obsolete. Suddenly, something caught his attention.
Alchemist Basic Skill Basic Pill Refining Technique. Can it distinguish elementary level spirit herbs? Basic fire spell and basic medicine materials. This profession requires mastery of wood element affinity and consumes 20,000 contribution points. This profession seems pretty good. I've seen something like this in a novel before, where alchemists are almost like a bug in the system. He mused. Maybe I should try alchemy too. The system began sending notifications and guidance. Congratulations, you have learned basic pill refining technique and can distinguish elementary level spiritual herbs. Basic fire spell is automatically learned. You have advanced to beginner alchemist rank and gained the basic recipe for vital blood pill, a sustaining pill, and other basic elixirs. Your profession is now alchemist. Basic pill refining technique proficiency 0%/1. Reminder, the success rate for refining pills with the basic pill refining technique is 10%, with a 2% chance of producing a good quality pill, 0.1% for an extraordinary pill, and a reminder percentage for a perfect one. Each time a first-tier spiritual pill is refined, 1 point of proficiency will be gained. When proficiency reaches 100/100, the pill refining skill can be upgraded to intermediate level, allowing for the distribution of primary level spiritual ingredients. Proficiency will allow control over the ingredient ratio, effectively increasing the success rate of refining pills without basic alchemy. Proficiency will also affect the speed of pill refinement and the quality of the pills, with the exact increase depending on how the fire technique is applied. Qin Feng was completely dumbfounded. After some calculations, he realized how much time it would take to gain proficiency, with only 1 point per attempt. Assuming it took 20 minutes to refine a pill, it would take 33 hours to reach intermediate level pill refining, and you would need nearly 17 hours as well. However, thinking of Song Song and his group wanting to chop him up, that little brat, you wait, the merchant tribe army will eventually trample your village. Qin Feng couldn't sit still. He decided to take a gamble, thinking that pushing through with extreme effort might give him a chance to turn things around. Qin Feng shouted loudly, "Activate the Fusion Authority skill." The system acknowledged the Fusion Authority skill, and it was successfully activated. Please wait a moment. The machine began processing and retrieving the results. It was as follows: the Phantom Split of the Dark Fog skill was successfully fused. Qin Feng didn't expect to draw something from the dark fog, and he stammered in disbelief. What? The machinery is brand new, so it operates very quickly. It returns the completed fusion result, achieving the capabilities of a level 10 Shadow Lu Qi Master of Forgetfulness. The Illusionary Split skill is likely the Shadow Branch type, with an S-quality skill that produces 2 clones. The clones fully inherit the combat power and abilities of the user and automatically play background music. No skill checking type can distinguish between the true body and the clone. Introducing someone who doesn't know is hard to escape death. Qin Feng wanted to cry, is this skill messing with me? Although it's incredibly overpowered, I have to test it a little to be sure. Well, I'll try it first. He immediately applied the split technique and clicked on the option, would you like to purchase a level 1 furnace? Qin Feng planned to take advantage of the high weight of the Shadow Lu Qi Master to create clones that were indistinguishable from the real one. 3 people refining pills together might increase the proficiency of using Shadow Lu Qi Master. Qin Feng started to work his hands. After a while, the 3 Qin Fengs appeared, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real one. One brother was enough to die already, and now there are 3 of them. Jiyu feared disappearing, there are now 3 masters. Qin Feng, on the other hand, found it a bit hard to accept. I really want to turn off this BGM right now. Each Qin Feng took charge of a pill furnace, and together they cast their magic. The result could be considered just right for your clone. Refining the level 1 blood qi pill failed, but gained 3 waste pills and 1 proficiency point, and just like that, each of them got 3 waste pills. Qin Feng didn't expect such a good result. He was excited and thought, this is great. By using Shadow Lu Qi Master, I can gain triple the proficiency, and the level 1 pill furnace has the same effect as a level 5 pill furnace. The 3 twin brothers raised their spoils in their hands, joyfully thinking, at this rate,
it'll only take 5 more hours to reach the intermediate level.
Everything was going quite smoothly.
The system sent its congratulations, infinite extraction successful. The waste pill had been purified by their extraction, and the impurities turned into first-grade chi blood elixir. Shin Fong felt full of hope for a bright future. With the infinite extraction skill at level 3 in the Shadow Lu Chi Master's alchemy rank, for him, it would never be a problem.
What was lacking was simply time. The scene shifted to the Earth Spear Division in the 9th Merchant Tribe. A purple-haired, vengeful merchant tribe member said, "Should a challenger from Lesser Heaven World really be sent out with so many people? I could crush the rest with just one finger."
Everyone spoke in turn, discussing loudly. Elder Song Song of the merchant tribe had suffered a loss, and the challenger was being cautious in their actions. An elder of the merchant tribe was an Earth-level powerhouse, a rank so high that only someone incredibly strong could defeat him. Earth-level powerhouses also had ranks, their combat strength could reach up to 100 million. Those who had not participated in or failed the sacred martial trial were called semi-pros. Semi-pro Earth-level powerhouses were divided into 3 tiers, first heavenly layer, second heavenly layer, and third heavenly layer, corresponding to defeating the guardian spirit beast at the 3 levels of the divine hall of myriad phenomena. Only talents who reached the fourfold celestial divine palace and passed the sacred martial trial could be considered Earth-level powerhouses. Earth-level powerhouses also had ranks for elders. Chang Tubu was an Earth-level powerhouse of the 4th heavenly layer. Our tribe's leader is the mighty Xian Kong, who has summoned his subordinates, including Feng Su, to gather the staff.
So, what's the update?
Feng Su immediately respectfully reported, "The clan leader of the 9 tribes has already arranged the personnel, with a total of 3 people. The ancient bandit tribe from the south has repeatedly encroached on the territory of our merchant tribe, and we need to defend the merchant tribe. This time, the military campaign can only rely on you." The lone elder of Earth rank, 7th heavenly layer, hearing her name, immediately responded, "Rest assured, clan leader, I will not fail your trust." The old woman spoke decisively, the words contained the intent to strike hard, and we, the 7 great powers, are not a soft target. This matter must teach the bandit tribe a lesson. The clan leader commanded, "The bandit tribe has a shallow perspective and only seeks to take advantage, using challenges as a front." When the morning arrived, the clan leader began to command the formation to charge forward, setting out as dawn broke. Yes, clan leader, a formation of 7 people gathered on the stone pillar, swords in hand, ready to fight fiercely. The clan members quickly took some medicine, and before the battle began, one person, full of energy and determination, said, "I heard that the rewards for killing challengers are quite generous."
Another added, "I wonder how much the merchant tribe will give for this. An Earth-level powerhouse would be an impressive scenario, but unfortunately, it's not going to happen."
The system repeatedly warned of failure and the inability to use it, warning of errors.
Please check the teleportation formation.
Teleportation failed, unable to use, warning error. The clan leader was stunned, speechless. The teleportation formation between Chang Tubu and Diyu City had been severed. At the same time, on Xin Feng's side, Purple Wolf was growling ferociously. Xin Feng was putting all his strength into fighting it.
He swung his sword, effortlessly slicing the purple wolf into 2 pieces with a single strike.
Xin Feng successfully passed the test of the Spirit Beast Guardian and was now able to enter the 2nd layer of the heaven.
From now on, he would be able to freely enter and exit the 2nd floor. The Spirit Beast Guardian would no longer stand in his way.
After a night of alchemy and using pills to level up, this method temporarily allowed him to reach the limit of the Shadow Lu Chi Master skill.
Although strange, it was truly useful.
Ji Yu's talent was very special, and he hoped it would bring even more surprises. Aside from using the skill in the spirit domain of space to refine pills for Shadow Lu Chi Master, she also helped him with the small tasks. This allowed him to focus more on leveling up.
Ji Yu was indeed a capable woman.
Xin Feng landed in the battlefield, his long legs, nearly a meter tall, were quite attractive. As Sha Sha appeared before him, she looked at the challengers ahead.
"Sha Sha, fly above and start to report the situation." The number of challengers has met the requirements. Open the all-direction seizure war. The pink-haired challenger, Sakura-chan, complained, "What does that mean?" Shasha then explained in more detail, "Beneath your feet is a teleportation array that can teleport to any corner of the vast world. Every time the teleportation array is used, it consumes one omnidirectional stone." She introduced it enthusiastically, her voice sweet and cute. "Then, how do we obtain these precious omnidirectional stones?" "That requires one-on-one combat to seize the omnidirectional stone from your opponent." The group of young people with pink hair each received 3 purple omnidirectional stones, their faces filled with confusion and surprise. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Each contestant will receive 3 omnidirectional stones for free." The voice continued, "By winning each match, you will acquire all the omnidirectional stones of your opponent. Every day, the contestant who collects the most omnidirectional stones will receive a mysterious reward provided by the organizers." Seeing this, Shin Fong stared intently at the omnidirectional stones. He picked one up and thought, "I need 16 omnidirectional stones. If I can take 3 omnidirectional stones from each opponent, I will need to fight at least 5 people." The young man with pink hair was now very excited. He tossed the omnidirectional stones into the air and said, "If I don't want to participate in the competition, can I just take the 3 omnidirectional stones?" Shasha, flying in the sky, heard the pink-haired youth and replied, "Yes, you can." When the young man heard Shasha say yes, he was thrilled. He clenched the 3 omnidirectional stones tightly and was about to speak again. However, before he could finish, Shasha interrupted him. Shasha changed her tone and said in a chilling voice, "You will die." This made the young man with pink hair terrified, his face turning pale. The pink-haired youth, his face filled with worry and anger, looked around. In the blink of an eye, before he could react, it felt as though countless knives were stabbing into his body. Lu Yen saw him like this, staring at him, not knowing what was happening to him. The young man with pink hair looked up at the sky and spoke to Shasha. Shasha usually laughs and jokes around, but at home, he's strong like this, his face contorted with fear. Shasha, now in a good mood, said, "Please confirm whether you will participate in the competition." When they heard this, everyone simultaneously pressed the screen. Shin Fong, at this moment, was deep in thought. He realized that he had never fought against powerful opponents from other districts. This was a good opportunity to assess their levels. Not to mention the mysterious reward, which, if given the chance, he might also try to compete for. After some time of contemplation, he chose to participate. After Shin Fong confirmed his participation, the screen displayed his personal analysis data. Level, 18. Talent, Level 8 Judge. Innate ability, C-Class Bloodline Solidification, Dragon Blood. Physical Mind Intent, C-Class. Extreme Mind Intent, C-Class. Power of Meaning, B-Class. 6 Senses Spirit Link, B-Class. 5 Elements Power of Meaning, A Class. Darkness Law, A Class. Limitless Calculation, SSS Class. Skills: Eye of True Sight, Level 1. Mystic Star Armor Transformation, Level 2. External Chi Projection, Level 3. Rejuvenation Technique, Level 3. Illusory Clone, Level 3. Shadow Branch Control, Level 3. Heaven Flame of the Abyss, Level 4. Wind Fury, Level 4. Spirit Communication Technique, Level 4. Mad Thunder Shatters the Peak, Level 4. Shadow Luchi Master, Combat Power Evaluation 420 stars, Strength 3575, Physique 3158, Agility 3572, Spirit 4182. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, casting colorful rays of pink and blue that looked very beautiful. Shin Fong observed everything around him. In front of him was Harry, and above him was a stone wall full of vibrant colors. At this moment, Shasha appeared in the air, smiling as she said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of the all-direction seizure war is about to begin." Shin Fong looked at Shasha and said, "Standing to my right is Shin Fong from the Blue Star Realm,
hailing from the lesser heaven world. Sha, at this moment, introduce everyone, standing to my left is Harry from the central heaven world.
The audience in the stands was very excited, cheering loudly. Suddenly, a voice asked, "What are those people?"
Sha, still enthusiastic, answered, "In order to ensure the fairness of this battle, the information about these two individuals only reveals their rank and does not show their talent or combat power evaluation." After explaining the battle rules, Sha continued, "Everyone has 10 seconds to place your bets.
Once the battle begins, no more bets can be placed.
Also, anyone who fails to place a bet in this round will lose their right to watch the next battle." Sha reminded, Sha would like to remind you, the betting flag carries risks, invest with caution.
The betting appeared to treat the duel like a gambling game.
Xin Feng, standing below, looked up with a serious expression, listening intently. At this moment, he exuded a murderous aura. He said, "These people." After a period of time for the audience to place their bets, Sha's voice rang out, "Betting closed." The girl with green hair appeared quite confused when she saw this, dropping her phone. Sha, with an excited expression, shouted loudly, "The all-direction seizure war this time has no limits, no rules, the winner takes all." Xin Feng and Harry heard the signal, the battle was starting. The two of them locked eyes, each of them sharp and determined, both wanting to win. The tension in the air was palpable. Then, they charged at each other. Harry, with a powerful stride, ran toward Xin Feng, looking quite intimidating. Harry launched a punch at Xin Feng, but with his agility, Xin Feng quickly noticed and raised his hand to block it. His face looked furious, unwilling to lose.
Xin Feng retaliated.
He struck Harry with his fist, and the sheer force sent Harry flying through the air. In pain, Harry, while being flung back, thought angrily, "The punching power of my right hand can generate a 30-ton impact, and yet all it did was slightly deform his arm." After regaining his composure, Harry stood up, ready to continue the fight. He assumed a combat stance, raising his hand, and prepared to charge again, looking quite impressive. Harry said, "Although I'm from the lesser heaven world, you're really starting to be a bit difficult to deal with." But with confidence, he continued, "However, it's fine. As long as I unleash the full power of my firepower, they'll still be the one to win." Then, Harry fired green missiles toward Xin Feng. But with his speed, Xin Feng quickly noticed and used his sword to slash at the missiles, breaking them apart. The explosions created a massive blast, sending debris flying everywhere.
The arena was now filled with smoke and dust.
Sha saw that the arena was filled with smoke and dust.
She panicked and shouted loudly, "Ha, it's gone."
However, in the midst of the smoke, Harry and Xin Feng were still fighting. Harry used his power to fire a blast of blue light at him. With quick reflexes, Xin Feng managed to block the attack. At that moment, Xin Feng seemed to have noticed something. Then, he swung his twin swords in a very cool manner. It turned out that Xin Feng had slashed his sword at Harry's hand, causing blood to splatter everywhere.
As the smoke and dust began to clear, the figures of Xin Feng and Harry appeared on the arena floor.
Xin Feng was striking at Harry's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. By now, Harry had lost one of his arms, and his severed arm was lying on Xin Feng's sword. His face was twisted in agony, but he refused to give up.
Harry shot a hook towards Xin Feng.
However, with his agility, Xin Feng dodged it. Xin Feng swiftly used his sword to cut the hook, causing pieces of it to fly in all directions. At that moment, Xin Feng looked incredibly cool. The remaining hooks from Harry were stuck in the ground, and none of them could pose a threat to Xin Feng. The audience in the stands watched in awe, their mouths agape with astonishment. After firing so many hooks, Harry was in excruciating pain.
Despite shooting so many hooks, none of them had hit their target.
Furious, Harry said, "Your speed and defense are both very strong, but if you really can't break through my defense, then you don't need to dodge anymore." With excitement, Xin Feng swung his sword repeatedly at the hooks and shouted, "To deal with you, this is enough." Then, Xin Feng threw his sword to the ground. He grabbed a few hooks, and suddenly a red light appeared. At this moment, Harry's hooks had latched onto Xin Feng's legs. Shin Feng was holding onto the hooks with his hands, while his legs were ensnared by the hooks. The audience in the stands were in a state of panic, each person gaping in confusion. At this point, Harry's hooks were tightly wrapped around Shin Feng's legs, forcing him to stay rooted to the ground. Harry's hooks continued to attack Shin Feng, and more hands from below reached up to firmly grasp his legs. Meanwhile, Shin Feng was still struggling against the hooks above. He thought to himself, luckily, both of his legs were planted on the ground, allowing him to use his Earth-type innate ability and Shadow Branch to stabilize his legs. However, if this tension continued, his legs would inevitably break sooner or later. Shin Feng was in great pain from the hooks, gritting his teeth in resistance. But after a while, it seemed like Shin Feng had discovered something. He grinned wickedly and said, as expected, "You underestimated me." Then, Shin Feng looked toward Harry and continued speaking.
Upon hearing this, Harry looked up.
At that moment, Shin Feng used his strength to break two of the hooks above, causing them to snap and fall apart. He calmly said, "It's said that fire overcomes metal, and quite curious." At this point, Shin Feng, enraged, gathered his strength and raised his hand to summon a beam of green light. He shouted, "Why can't I melt this steel monster of yours?" Then, Shin Feng directed the surge of power toward Harry, crushing him, causing him to collapse face first onto the ground. At this moment, Harry painfully sat up, surrounded by smoke and dust.
He looked at his arm in pain and said, "Since awakening my S-rank talent, I've never encountered an opponent. Who exactly is this person?"
At that moment, suddenly, the purple arm that had been gripping Shin Feng's leg shot towards Harry. The purple arm tightly grasped Harry's arm, and he stared at it in confusion and pain. The purple arm then extended, sending Harry flying into the air before throwing him back to the ground, causing debris to scatter everywhere. Lying in pain on the ground, Harry was not left in peace. The purple arm grabbed his foot again. The purple arm threw him up into the sky once more, causing him to scream, "Aya!" Shin Feng then punched Harry. He said, "It's over." Harry was in agony from the blow to his head by Shin Feng, while his foot was still gripped by the purple arm. He looked utterly pitiful. The strength of Shin Feng's punch was so intense that Harry coughed up blood, splattering everywhere, while wires snapped randomly. Harry fell to the ground in pain, while Shin Feng floated in mid-air, looking incredibly cool. Then, Shin Feng descended to the ground, and a wave of green energy surrounded him. Seeing Harry lying motionless, Shin Feng looked up at Shasha and said, "It seems like he can't move anymore."
"I've won this match."
Shasha said to him, "I'll go ask him."
Shasha approached Harry and asked, "Harry from Area 33, do you wish to continue fighting?"
He thought to himself how unlucky he was, having finally managed to open the portal to the Grand World, only to encounter such a powerful enemy. Harry painfully thought, although the omnidirectional stone could allow him to travel to other villages to collect the rewards that the villagers had won, if it cost him his life, it wouldn't be worth it.
He spoke in a weak voice.
At this moment, Shin Feng looked up, seemingly noticing something. He thought the atmosphere in the arena seemed to have changed. A dark green power appeared.
Harry raised his weak arm and said, "I concede." Then, his arm dropped.
Shasha, hearing this, had a change of expression on its face, but it smiled with delight. It said, "All right, Harry from Zone 33 concedes. The winner is Shin Feng from Zone 1. Shasha continued, "The restrictions are lifted, and those who bet on the winner may now collect their rewards."
Upon hearing this, Shin Feng was stunned, confused and uncertain. What does lifting the restrictions mean?
Suddenly, several terrifying, flesh-eating monsters emerged from the ground. These monstrous creatures moved towards Harry as if they wanted to tear him apart and devour him alive. The flesh-eating monsters tore into Harry, causing him to scream in pain.
Harry screamed in agony, "What is this? What do you want to do to me?"
The flesh-eating monsters continued to tear into Harry, causing his face to turn pale, his cries of pain sounding pitiful.
The monsters made eerie sounds, "Kill! Kill! Ah!"
While Harry writhed in pain. He cried out, blood flowing in torrents, looking pitiful. The monstrous creatures grew more numerous, advancing toward Harry, their voices shrill, mine, mine, it's mine.
Go away, it's my reward, I want to live again.
Seeing this, Qin Feng was horrified, not having expected that the loser would end up like this. Then, Qin Feng angrily looked up, and Sha said, "You deliberately didn't mention the consequences of losing." With a strange expression, Sha said, "World of Slaughter is not a child's game, any competition here is a life and death battle." Qin Feng cursed silently, thinking, "Don't blame the customer service, Sha." Qin Feng pointed to the group of people in the stands and asked who they were. Sha answered indifferently, "They are the ones who failed in the duel."
Are you asking if Harry will end up like them, becoming an audience member?
It still spoke casually. Then, Sha handed 3 omnidirectional stones to Qin Feng.
It told him, "These are the 3 omnidirectional stones you won.
As the victor, you have the right to choose whether to continue the competition or end it." He reached out and accepted the 3 omnidirectional stones. Holding the 3 stones, Qin Feng pondered. He already had 6, and still needed 10 more.
His people might be waiting for him, he couldn't back down.
Then Sha shouted, "Continue the competition." "Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Feng from District 1 wants to continue the fight." Fireworks erupted to celebrate the start of the new match.
Streams of blue and pink light flickered into the air.
Sha said, "The audience who placed bets on the previous round and collected soul fragments will have the opportunity to participate in this round." The boy in the stand seemed to see someone and eagerly shouted, "So, she is." Suddenly, his face changed, and the smile he had just had disappeared. A pink light shone on a young man. The people around were very excited, cheering loudly, while he remained seated calmly. Sha spoke up, "Please choose your body." Then Thura looked up at the screen and made his choice. He was very focused at that moment. He thought, "It's been 1,000 years, and finally, I've waited for this opportunity."
Thura reminisced about the past. "I come from the Danzang tribe, abandoned by the way of heaven.
Our tribe has always struggled to survive in the Wuming forest, waiting for the arrival of novice Ren Huang. But everything I held dear was destroyed on the 8th day after the fake descent challenge." A scene of devastation appeared, with flames burning fiercely across the sky. Thura recalled his father holding his mother and crying bitterly. His father discovered something the culprit had left behind. His father, in pain, said, "This must be something the culprit left behind." Thura was in great agony, clenching his fists, hatred swelling within him. What the culprit left behind was a hair with the insignia of some sect.
He yelled, "I must seek revenge."
Then Thura charged forward. In anger, he said, "Break the shackles the way of heaven has on the Danzang tribe," stormed the divine hall of myriad phenomena. He began to be virtuous, believing that revenge would come quickly, but in the duel with the fake challenger. But at that moment, after being defeated by his enemy, Thura collapsed to the ground, painfully saying, "I have failed."
Those enemy looked at Thura with a doubtful expression and said, "The Danzang tribe seems somewhat familiar."
At this point, Thura seemed to have noticed something, his eyes widening in realization. It turned out that those had spotted the same markings, resembling a hair strand, left at the scene back then.
He angrily shouted, "It's you!" At that moment, Thura's frustration and rage reached their peak. He shouted loudly, "It's you! I will kill you, you damn murderer!"
Meanwhile, the flesh-eating monsters were tearing at Thura, but he still struggled, yelling, "I will kill you, I will kill you." At this moment, Thura's enemy recalled something and calmly said, "I remember now."
After a brief period of thought, Thura's enemy also realized.
He nonchalantly said, "Turns out those useless, worthless people were your tribe members." Thura's enemy turned his back, adopting the posture of a victor, while Thura, enraged and in pain, fought against the flesh-eating monsters. He shouted in fury, "No matter the cost, I will kill you." At this point, Thura pressed the button to confirm his identity. Sha, upon seeing Thura do so, was quite surprised.
It curiously asked, "You chose that body again?" With pain and anger, Thura shouted, "As long as I can get my revenge."
After pressing the button, his body began to change, and streams of purple energy appeared. At this moment, Thura was in the midst of a complete transformation, and he shouted loudly, "I am willing." His thirst for revenge was intense.
After some time, Thura had transformed into a terrifying monster.
He had 4 sharp fangs. The spectators around him were filled with fear. Each person sat still, turning into a wild beast. At this moment, a stream of purple light surrounded Thura. Above the stands, a beam of light descended upon him.
Thura was in an attacking stance.
He observed and crawled toward Shinfeng. Shinfeng, on the other hand, was ready for the fight. Flames surrounded him. Sha could feel the atmosphere of the battle growing increasingly tense. It seems our contestant can't wait any longer. Then, with his sharp fangs, Thura aimed to bite off Shinfeng's head. But with his overwhelming strength, Shinfeng remained unafraid, staring directly into Thura's eyes and harnessing his own power. Seeing this, Sha said,
"Then, let the match begin."
As soon as Sha finished speaking, a flash of light erupted, sending Thura flying away.
Shinfeng's flames continued to burn.
After being thrown back, Thura gripped a rock to steady himself. Then, in the blink of an eye, Thura regained his composure and charged at Shinfeng. Shinfeng, seeing this, leaned back and said,
"That's fast."
At that moment, the space beneath the arena exploded with flying rocks, dust enveloping the area, and neither Thura nor Shinfeng could be seen. When the dust finally settled, the two were still fighting. Sha, observing this, remarked,
"Ladies and gentlemen, are you wondering why the match has already started without any betting?" Sha smiled sinisterly. "Don't rush, let me introduce to everyone the body chosen by this lucky one."
On the arena floor, Shinfeng was still observing. He thought this was the replicated form of the mysterious murderer brought out from the spatial rift by Heaven's Punisher. Shinfeng's face was quite worried at this moment. He thought that the speed of this body was comparable to the innate talent, with the speed of a human level B rank, and the strength of an A rank innate power. Shinfeng looked towards Thura, who was rushing towards him, and said, "Its fangs and claws can easily tear through steel and solid stone." At this moment, Shinfeng thought about the skin that seemed smooth and soft but was, in fact, impervious to blades.
The image of purple hands gripping Thura's body appeared in his mind.
But Shinfeng was still worried. The most terrifying thing was that it also had a special ability. With a seductive aura, Shinfeng imagined Thura writhing in pain, blood spraying everywhere, screaming in agony. Suddenly, Shinfeng recalled the highly flammable snow liquid. Once it made contact, the target would explode. At that moment, the snow kept falling, preventing Thura from avoiding it, causing it to suffer, with blood splattering everywhere. Shinfeng had already thought of the next step. Defensive skills below level 4 would basically be useless.
Truly smart. Suddenly, those launched brown particles towards Shinfeng.
The purple particles fell to the ground and exploded into more purple grains, causing an eruption. Shinfeng, startled, exclaimed, "This is a body with weaknesses in speed, attack power, defense, and damage output." After observing and recalling, Shinfeng remembered.
After the Earth selected it, the strategy immediately soared to 400 points.
His figure was enveloped by a purple liquid. On the floor, blood spatters were scattered.
Sha, upon seeing this, immediately asked everyone, "So, can he win?"
At this moment, Sha, with a mystical expression, said, "Please place your bets." After a period of fighting, Shinfeng, now exhausted, sat down on the ground. Throw, on the other hand, was quite aggressive. At this point, those jumped forward to attack Shinfeng. He pinned him down, causing Shinfeng to struggle in pain. Shinfeng's hands were forced to resist Thura's strength. Then, Shinfeng shouted, "Dark Night Sky." At that moment, Thura only wanted to devour Shinfeng alive, opening his mouth wide to reveal sharp teeth. Suddenly, a beam of light shone down on Shinfeng. It turned out to be a sword. Shinfeng was quite surprised by this. He said, "What?" Seeing this, Shinfeng, enraged, shouted, "That's my strongest weapon." A beam of green light suddenly appeared around him. Suddenly, one of Qin Feng's eyes emitted a green light.
He angrily said, "Damn it."
Then, Qin Feng used all his strength to fight back against Thura.
Suddenly, the area where Thura and Qin Feng were fighting exploded. Streams of green light shot out, unleashing lightning bolts.
Qin Feng recalled Thura's conversation with Thura's enemy, "I will kill you, I will kill you."
He remembered. "No matter the cost, I must kill you."
Qin Feng was quite puzzled by this.
The clan leader, definitely me, where is this? Revenge.
At this moment, Qin Feng saw the image of Thura's childhood.
Qin Feng looked at the image of young Thura. He then turned to Thura and asked, "Are you showing me these things because you want me to sympathize with you?"
At this time, Thura was still in his human form, sitting on the ground, slumped down. Qin Feng saw this and immediately said, "I'm sorry." Then, Qin Feng transformed, a green aura surrounded him. He said, "What you've been through really evokes sympathy." Qin Feng directed the green energy towards Thura and continued, "But I also have my own people to save." At this point, on the arena floor, only Qin Feng and Thura remained in their monstrous forms.
Thura was struggling to rise.
Qin Feng walked over to him, gently rubbing his head, and said, "Rest." Qin Feng then said, "Using the name Qin Feng, I promise you."
With his last bit of strength, Thura looked at Qin Feng and said he would kill his enemies.
Upon hearing this, Thura, content, passed away. Qin Feng said, "So, rest now." After Qin Feng finished speaking, Thura's body on the ground gradually shifted back into human form. Sha, seeing this, said to Qin Feng, "All the soul and energy has been completely exhausted. Thura will never have a chance to come back to life." Qin Feng stood and looked up at Sha, saying, "Qin Feng, the #1 district, congratulations on your victory once again. This is your reward for winning 2 consecutive matches, 6 omnidirectional stones.
Please accept them." As he extended his hand to receive the reward, he said, "I am very curious." He eagerly asked, "The final move you used was clearly just a regular lightning strike, how could it possibly break through its defensive effect?" He stared at him silently for a moment, then Qin Feng turned and walked away, softly saying, "It was just a small skill used during the contact with his body." While speaking, he bent down to pick up objects from the ground, allowing the power of thunder and lightning to enter his bloodstream through the wound. Recalling the moment earlier, he clenched the man's hand and explained, "When the power of thunder and lightning reaches a certain level, using the simple mad thunder shatters the peak can activate the surrounding lightning, and with its fluid's flammable properties, an explosion occurs from the inside out." After that moment, the monster screamed in agony from the wounds. His gaze was terrifying, the more blood, the stronger the explosion. He looked at him in fear, realizing that this person's methods of killing were terrifying. His strength was overwhelming. Could he really be from the lesser heaven world? Qin Feng continued watching as he resumed the match, his attitude becoming increasingly enthusiastic. The audience, as well as Qin Feng, the #1 ranked, decided to continue the competition. The audience that had previously won bets and collected soul fragments would have the chance to participate in this round. Those below were in an uproar, so strong. Who would want to fight against him? That person is terrifying. Maybe you'll wait a bit longer, let the new challengers descend, there are plenty of opportunities, no need to join this deathmatch. I'll just decline. Sha changed, her eyes showing 2 question marks. What's going on here? She said. Qin Feng, area #1, if there's no opponent, you can't continue the match. Are you uncomfortable? Suddenly, the screen became unstable. He wondered what was happening, froze for a moment, and then it disappeared. He was unexpectedly transported to the control center. Sha stood there, silently observing, confirming the process. Sha entered Heaven's Punisher's room, where she was happily with her lover. "Ah, so annoying." Upon seeing this, she said, "You're still as beautiful as ever." Sha stepped in, feeling uncomfortable. Suddenly, Heaven's Punisher Lord asked, "Is there something urgent?" She replied, "I'm here to resolve something for you." She asked back, I don't understand what you're saying.
She explained, your competition can't continue, and I happen to have a proposal. Suddenly, a screen appeared, showing Qin Feng in a confused state, not knowing what was happening. At the same time, Xia said, the false punisher during the novice examination has no right to interfere in the matters of the greater world. She stepped through the screen, embraced Xia, and said, this appearance of yours makes my heart race.
I'm only making a suggestion, not interfering.
She spoke softly, her face slightly serious.
In the world of slaughter, danger is proportional to opportunity. After that, Xia also disappeared.
She said, send this message to him.
I believe he will make the right choice.
Her lover stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her. He was the one who could kill the aberration replica that she had brought back from the void. It seems I've met him somewhere before, he said, puzzled. The lover of hers. She added, that's right, I've never seen you interfere in the affairs of the world before.
What's different this time?
She paused for a moment, then replied, he reminds me of an old friend. Qin Feng was still confused. The Hunter's Game explained, all the audience members obtain the same body, and Qin Feng, the number 1 player, enters Saint Void to carry out a hunting game within 1 hour. It continued, the audience plays the role of hunters, and Qin Feng is the prey. The hunter's task is to catch the prey, and the reward for success is resurrection.
The prey's task is to escape the pursuit. If the prey remains unharmed within 1 hour, they win.
Its expression shifted. If the prey can kill all the hunters, the roles will be reversed, and they could earn 500,000 attribute points from the audience below. Qin Feng looked up, and it explained, if you don't want to continue, you can stop the game.
He waved his hand, not needing that.
He cracked his knuckles, smiling as he said, start the game. The scene shifted to that terrifying space, the surrounding earth and rock shattered.
Suddenly, he heard a sound, and the system displayed, 6 Senses Spirit Link, Level 3.
The monsters charged toward him. His hands moved quickly, using Tier 3 skill, emitted force shock.
He became more serious and began to fight back. Then he landed, coolly saying, their combat power is only around 200, surprisingly weak.
Qin Feng looked at the corpses. They would disappear once killed, leaving him no time to extract anything. Suddenly, a glowing stone shot toward him, but fortunately, there was a shield to protect him. A man appeared, holding a gun pointed toward the sky.
Fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the entire area.
His terrifying eyes glared at the man. The others, seeing this, were frightened and fled in all directions, like bees escaping their hive, searching for him. Upon seeing the signal, one of them shouted loudly, he's over there. They all rushed in that direction. Everyone split into 3 teams, with 2 teams surrounding from the sides.
The actions had to be quick, they couldn't let him escape.
They were in a hurry, using the tactic of overwhelming him with numbers. One man thought to himself, there were so many hunters, and only 1 prey.
This made the hunter's chances of success overwhelmingly high. The way of heaven would never allow such an unfair fight. He believed his performance would definitely be stronger on stage.
Suddenly, they stopped. That man, Qin Feng, was floating in mid-air, standing in the center of the storm. His face was full of disdain, as he had been waiting for a long time. Then, out of nowhere, Qin Feng disappeared, leaving them puzzled. A loud explosion suddenly rang out from the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, drawing the attention of everyone. Qin Feng had used his incredible speed to escape from them, and they chased after him one by one.
He's over there. One of them wondered aloud, 2 of them? Could it be clone skill, using the all-seeing eye of movement to check?
A system notification appeared, reporting, race, human, lesser heaven world.
Tianfu does not have authority. Strategy 420, Province 420.
The man observed Qin Feng's actions, deep in thought. The all-seeing eye of movement didn't show a clone, it seemed this was the true body. They charged straight towards the target, but to their surprise, the main body had vanished, causing confusion among them.
What's going on with your team? Wasn't each team supposed to be responsible for searching a specific area? Where are the others now? You see the prey and still don't chase it? What kind of hunters are you? How should I know? Who told you not to stop them? Area or no area, killing him is what matters. One of them glanced around, thinking, could it be an innate spatial ability? But there was no sign of spatial distortion earlier? One of the group members raised a question. Did you hear anything strange just now? He was asked to clarify. Describe it in detail. We were discussing it.
When chasing the prey, there was a strange singing sound around us. They were puzzled by the singing. The man explained, going through with the person who had been drowned by my tears became going through with the person who had been drowned by my tears. The lyrics of the song speak of the legendary river of love, where the person who had been drowned by my tears became the river of love, full of sorrow.
The atmosphere turned somber. What kind of demon is that?
He stood above them, counting one by one, 49, 50. He pointed to the last person and said, 54 in total. He focused his strength.
It's time to begin.
He began drawing in the bodies around him.
5 elements innate earth, 5 elements innate metal. Seeing the earth tremble, they quickly became alert and looked around.
Suddenly, the ground cracked open, creating a large hole right where they were standing.
What? What's happening? Even Saint Void has earthquakes. One of them tried to cling to a rock, shouting, "We've fallen into their trap."
He kicked him down, and they screamed. His weapons flew down, striking them before they could react, each one of them crying out in panic.
Ah, help!
One of them stopped, backing into a corner, observing and thinking. Innate spatial ability, earth-type affinity, metal-type affinity, as well as fire and lightning abilities displayed in the battle arena.
How many innate powers does he have? Ah, he suddenly realized the lightning affinity.
The man focused his strength. A long metal rod struck each of them, and he used his lightning powers to channel through the rod, wiping them out in one go. They were knocked unconscious temporarily. One of them was lucky, thinking to himself, thankfully, my defensive skill can block the power of thunder and lightning.
The challenger is truly bizarre.
First, we need to regroup with the other teams and come up with a countermeasure. After that, he moved on to another location.
Bit by bit, it was going well, just a little more, and he could.
Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly realized a steel net was falling from the sky, with sharp spikes heading straight for him. A loud explosion rang out from that location, shaking the entire sky above. The number of hunters and myself was vastly imbalanced, and if we were to kill them one by one, it would be impossible to complete the assassination mission. On the other hand, launching a large-scale attack on the group would inevitably weaken the strike force, so the only option was to use a balanced approach, gather the small teams of hunters together in one place and set a trap to eliminate them. He thought, I'll analyze the process of my own plan, using the earth element skill to move the soil beneath the ground and create a pit. Inside the pit, I'll set up piercing needle metal element and electro thunder technique. After that, taking advantage of the earth and metal system skills, Shinfeng created a perfect shielding layer on the ground. Just wait for the hunters to enter, activate the Shadow Luchi Master skill, intentionally lure a portion of the hunters, and lead them into the trap created by the combination of earth, metal, lightning, and fire system skills, Shinfeng thought. Shinfeng made up his mind to eliminate them all in one strike and began the next step of his plan. He looked into the distance, paused for a moment, then used a clone to lure the hunters towards the narrow terrain, before moving to another location. Once he reached a different spot, he stopped and waited for everyone to enter the trap's range. Shinfeng's plan was to immediately launch a fire attack, forming a firewall that surrounded the hunters, then take advantage of the metal system and the 5 elements' heavenly talent to weaken the structure's integrity. At this point, the structure began to collapse, and the hunters were caught in the rubble. In the sky, a large number of ice spears had already formed in this area. Once the hunters were injured and managed to escape from the debris, the ice spears would swiftly end their lives. Under Shinfeng's eruption, it was hell. He used hellfire to maintain the extreme heat in the area, turning the soil into molten lava, then using his own body as bait, turning the tables on them. And the fish that slipped through the net hide in the darkness. As long as they show weakness at the right moment, those gamblers will be lured out, Qin Feng calculated.
Sure enough, dozens of eyes were waiting to devour Qin Feng.
Beside the group of hunters appeared in sequence the numbers 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, and up to 200. Qin Feng casually dealt with the group of hunters. Qin Feng said, "This game ends perfectly."
Suddenly, someone clapped from behind.
Jiu Wu said, "Truly impressive." The system, angry, said, "Jiu Wu, you damn bastard, how dare you interact with the challenger on your own?" Before the system could finish, Jiu Wu had already brushed it off. Jiu Wu spoke, "Hello Qin Feng, this is your current name, it's a bit strange."
Qin Feng asked, "Who are you?"
Jiu Wu replied, "I am Heaven's Punisher Jiu Wu, and I am also the one who bet 500,000 attribute points in this game." Qin Feng said, "So, I still need to thank you."
Jiu Wu replied, "No need, I didn't mean it that way."
The Way of Heaven has a rule that, during the novice period, Heaven's Punishers cannot interfere with challengers, but here in Saint Void, it's an exception. This place is one where you voluntarily entered, not under the control of the Way of Heaven.
Qin Feng asked, "So, the game was just to bring me in, and the 500,000 attribute points are fake?" Jiu Wu replied, "Yes and no."
Qin Feng said, "I don't like talking to people who beat around the bush."
Jiu Wu replied, "Then I won't beat around the bush anymore."
After that, Jiu Wu raised her fist and moved towards Qin Feng, the ground shattering into pieces. It seemed that Qin Feng's life was about to end. After rolling a few times, Qin Feng gathered momentum and jumped back toward his opponent. He threw continuous punches, but Jiu Wu mocked him. "Your punches are soft and powerless, they can't possibly cause any damage to me.
You're so weak it's almost laughable. Dragon Ancestor, try my punch."
Qin Feng was about to launch an attack, but he was one step too slow. Jiu Wu sneered, noticing the opening. She had already grabbed Qin Feng's leg and was pounding him relentlessly. Jiu Wu said, "You were once at the peak, untouchable by anyone, but now you're like a dog with no strength to fight back."
Qin Feng wondered, "Is she sick?"
"Her speed is too fast, I can't focus my spirit to unleash skills." Jiu Wu threw Qin Feng far away, and at the same time, she leaped into the air, saying, "Today, I want to kill you here." Qin Feng's face showed signs of difficulty. Before he could regain his composure, Jiu Wu landed another blow. Qin Feng was on the verge of death, but suddenly, it was as if he had come to his senses.
Qin Feng activated his power, 5 elements heavenly talent, earth. 5 elements heavenly talent, gold.
He poured all his heavenly talent into dealing with Jiu Wu, and his throw became an earth-shattering explosion. Qin Feng wearily said, "Extracting the 5 elements from the Saint Void to form a core bomb with the power of a nuclear bomb. I hope it works." Qin Feng flew up to check, but to his surprise, in the midst of the wreckage, Jiu Wu was unharmed.
She arrogantly said, "Is this your strongest move?"
"It only managed to dirty my armor a little." Qin Feng thought, the 5 elements skill doesn't work on her. Qin Feng called, "Xiaohuoluan, come out."
"I'll use Shadow Branch Blessing, you use Heavenly Gold Flame." Xiaohuoluan responded, "Yes."
Qin Feng shouted loudly,
"Leave immediately." He tightly grabbed Jiu Wu.
Xiaohuoluan also shouted and rushed forward. Suddenly, Xiaohuoluan hesitated. Jiu Wu could hold Xiaohuoluan with just one hand.
Jiu Wu said,
"Dragon Ancestor, because of that matter, I became a low-level heavenly cultivator, mocked by everyone. I know you haven't truly died, so I have endured for 1,000 years, watching every challenger, waiting for your appearance
to kill you once again."
Qin Feng cried out in panic.
Xiaohuoluan Furious Thunderstrike.
Qin Feng gathered all his lightning power and soared into the air. He had regained Xiaohuoluan. At this moment, Xiaohuoluan sighed in relief.
Master, you nearly scared me to death. Xin Feng thought. When I hastily used Furious Thunderstrike earlier, it actually had an effect on her. Perhaps elemental skills can't hurt her, but they can still affect her. Xin Feng expanded his domain, 5 elements heavenly talent earth. Immediately, the ground buried Jiawu's feet. 5 elements heavenly talent fire. The fire erupted violently. As the fire slowly died down, Jiawu remained indifferent. Jiawu said, "Is that all? Using skills against those 200 useless fools on me. Perhaps you don't know, but for someone still in the novice stage like you." Xin Feng completely ignored her and continued to apply the enhanced 5 elements heavenly talent. Ice Tempest. Jiawu continued. I am invincible. After saying that, Jiawu used earth and fire under her feet to counterattack back towards Xin Feng. Xin Feng transformed into a lava bomb. Jiawu asked, "Do you need to try more?" Xin Feng shouted, "Ice Tempest." Thousands of shards of ice shattered and rushed towards Jiawu, trapping her feet. Xin Feng then said, "It doesn't matter if you're invincible, as long as I can trap you." Xin Feng charged forward to attack Jiawu with physical damage. He said, "I'll trap you and see how you resist." Suddenly, Xin Feng punched Jiawu's hat. A blinding light shot out from the hat, sending Xin Feng flying several miles away. Helpless, Xin Feng sighed in frustration. On the other side, Jiawu yelled, "You plan to trap me with frozen magma, truly, what should I even call this?" The magma cracked open, and Jiawu struggled to break free. Xin Feng was horrified by what he saw, as the ground shook violently. Jiawu lifted an entire section of the earth around her. She said, "I really enjoy seeing your expression, let me broaden your knowledge about my power." The ground then fell freely back down. Xin Feng found himself in a dire situation, his spirit was running low. The healing speed of the rejuvenation technique slowed down, and if he did nothing, he would surely die. The area of land collided with the ground, shattering into pieces. Jiawu appeared again, now wearing the same shiny armor as before. At this moment, Jiawu took notice and said, "Spirit companion with dual heavenly talent in fire and space systems, not bad luck." With that, Jiawu punched straight into Xin Feng's chest. Xin Feng thought to himself, when that giant stone fell, Xiao Wan saved me. Jiawu asked, "Is this really your limit? I thought our battle would be more intense." At this moment, Xin Feng was running away. Jiawu said, "Let me see how fast you can run." Jiawu lifted a rock. "You're running because you can't do both fighting and healing at the same time. If I keep interrupting you, that little bird of yours will die." Jiawu truly was relentless. Xin Feng had no choice but to run as fast as he could to buy some time. Xin Feng thought, to save me, Xiao Wan used teleportation, but the attack from the boulder shattered her heart and lungs. Jiawu was chasing from behind, and this hunting game was exhilarating. Xin Feng thought, if I don't find a safe place to heal soon. At this moment, Xin Feng turned around and cast the ice element. Jiawu sneered, "This move again, how boring." Xin Feng ignored her and continued with his work. The ice element transformed into 2 dragons. Jiawu said, "Your counterattack will only make your death more disgraceful. Why not just be honest and accept your fate?" A massive shockwave erupted. Jiawu was momentarily stunned, but then she said, "Got you." She then struck without mercy. Xin Feng's arm was severed. He collapsed under the power of the internal force. Jiawu had figured it out, trying to fool me with a clone? Then come, let that clone take my anger for you. Xin Feng refused to give up and fought back. His true body was deep underground. Earlier, the electromagnetic cannon wasn't an attack, but rather a burst designed to mask the singing of Shadow Lu Chi Master. The clone, distracting Heaven's Punisher, lured him away while Xin Feng took Xiao Wan and used his heavenly talent of earth to escape underground, creating a chance for survival. Xin Feng said, "Use this to quickly replenish your spirit." Xiao Wan nodded in agreement. Both of them worked hard to replenish their spirit,
but everything was happening too quickly. Xin Feng felt exhausted, his clone was dead.
Teleporting to the surface, Xiao Huoluan replied, yes.
Xin Feng intended to ambush Jiawu, but it wasn't that easy. They both clashed violently once again.
Jiawu sighed, you've recovered so quickly, yet you couldn't even touch the hem of my robe, and now you still want to waste time with these useless moves? Are you still holding on to the illusion of victory?
Xin Feng exerted all his strength, and at this moment, he managed to remove Jiawu's helmet.
Suddenly, Jiawu laughed loudly. You think breaking my iron helmet will expose my weakness?
You're mistaken, this is not my weakness. Jiawu's eyes twisted like a guillotine, and a vortex appeared in front of Xin Feng. The vortex spun continuously, as if it wanted to slice him into pieces.
Xin Feng wondered, huh?
Indeed, layers of Qin Feng's body were being torn apart, bones, muscles, spirit, and everything else falling apart. Jiawu laughed triumphantly and delivered another kick. Xin Feng flew thousands of miles, being tossed around like a doll, and finally landed on the ground. His breath was labored, and Xin Feng found himself questioning life.
What just happened? It seemed as though his physical body and soul had been separated. Unlike the terrifying aura of the demon city in Diyu City, this time, he truly felt as if he were being torn apart. Jiawu appeared in the darkness like a death god, startling Xiao Huoluan. Jiawu said, personally, I prefer to enjoy the thrill of battle, from the punches to the flesh. I find more pleasure in defeating my opponent with every blow. This kind of petty trick is more like relying on external forces. However, since you've already experienced it, let me tell you, my eyes have a magical power. Whoever they are aimed at must stop all actions. If you try to move, your body and soul will instantly experience the pain of being crushed and torn apart. Xin Feng felt frozen. Jiawu continued, to put it simply, it's like a camera stabilizer when taking a photo, nothing happens. But if you force an action, the picture becomes blurry.
Xin Feng muttered to himself, no wonder her eyes are like the shutter button of a camera. Xin Feng whispered, Xiao Huoluan, cooperate with me to find her weakness. Jiawu began to activate the entity of Demon Eye. Her pupils closed.
Xin Feng struggled.
At this moment, Jiawu said, the blind spot of vision is not affected.
Xin Feng was beaten to a pulp once again.
Xiao Huoluan called out in distress, Master. Jiawu's pupils closed once more. Suddenly, Xin Feng shouted, 100 meters. Xin Feng was pushed to his limit. Earlier, he had mentioned 100 meters within the range of his skill. Jiawu, however, did not relent and continued to charge forward.
With her pupils like cameras, the collision caused a shockwave.
Every time he was struck, Xin Feng would shout, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters. Jiawu repeated dozens of times, endure the pain, the soul separates.
I've started to admire your pain tolerance. I really want to test the limits of your endurance. How about I slowly peel you apart, scraping off every inch of your flesh? What do you think?
Xin Feng shouted, 20,000 meters.
Suddenly, Xin Feng realized he didn't feel the tearing sensation. Perhaps this was the ultimate range limit of his skill.
Later, Heaven's Punisher used the skill of instant teleportation to move over 20,000 meters away.
Xiao Huoluan responded, understood.
Jiawu moved forward, casting the entity of Demon Eye, and Xin Feng immediately sprang into action.
Xin Feng used instant teleportation, overjoyed.
Great, my calculations were correct. After 20,000 meters, her skill won't have any effect. Xiao Huoluan began to counterattack, replying, understood. Jiawu activated the entity of Demon Eye, and in an instant, Xin Feng teleported away. Before Jiawu could even grow angry, Xin Feng was already right behind her. Xin Feng punched Jiawu in the stomach and continued to repeat the action, but no matter what, there would always be openings.
Xiao Huoluan said, Master, this is the edge of Saint Void, we can't teleport any further.
Jiawu is advancing, try taking my punch.
Explosive.
Jiu Wu unleashed a palm strike with no counter and then returned to the Emperor's fist.
Thousands of punches flew toward them.
Qin Feng said, "Xiao Huoluan, teleport."
Xiao Huoluan replied clearly.
Xiao Huoluan gathered all her strength. Xiao Huoluan shouted, "Teleport." But at that moment, Qin Feng grabbed her tightly. Xiao Huoluan realized, "Master, my movement is ineffective now."
Next came the punches.
Qin Feng endured them alone, with no way to resist. Qin Feng thought to himself, "I understand now. Xiao Huoluan's movement relies on a specific spatial anchor point to perform the space jump, but the Fist of Heaven's Punisher has distorted space.
Xiao Huoluan can no longer find the exact spatial anchor point."
A few more seconds, and the Heavenly Dragon patterned battle armor would be completely destroyed. "I'll definitely be finished." Qin Feng struggled to say, "Xiao Huoluan, listen to me, I have a plan."
"Don't be afraid, just do as I say." Jiu Wu extended a hand. "She's completely captured Xiao Huoluan. Why this move?" "You?"
Xiao Huoluan suddenly spat fire at Jiu Wu's face. Jiu Wu should have been in pain. In Jiu Wu's mind, a few words appeared: "Annoying, kill you," repeating over and over. Qin Feng thought to himself, "Xiao Huoluan is only the size of a palm, but she's highly sensitive to space. As long as she can avoid the punches, she can reach Heaven's Punisher's front." After that, the damage from the heavenly gold flame was reduced, and its brightness was enhanced, just before the Heaven's Punisher activated its skill, which would blind her. Qin Feng said, "Losing her sight, her punches won't be able to completely block the space." Jiu Wu suddenly opened her eyes. The clash between the two created a violent shockwave. Qin Feng cried out in pain, and Jiu Wu, confused, said, "This is Jiu Wu, who has gradually been controlled with great difficulty." Jiu Wu yelled, "Damn it, these trash skills are laughable.
Is this all you've got?"
At that moment, Jiu Wu broke the restraints again.
She asked, "Is this all you've got?"
Jiu Wu violently tore apart the restraints, removed her armor, and her fury reached its peak. Qin Feng was stunned as her helmet and armor were thrown against the cliff, making holes in the rock. Jiu Wu said, "Each piece of armor on my body weighs 10 tons, and its only purpose is to barely block my destructive force." Jiu Wu laughed and said, "Now, let me show you my true power."
Qin Feng called out loudly, "Xiao Huoluan."
Qin Feng was injured once again.
He couldn't afford to rest for a second.
Qin Feng, helpless, shifted to another location. At this moment, he thought to himself, Heaven's Punisher has removed her armor, and her speed has become monstrous, almost fast enough to catch up with Xiao Huoluan's teleportation.
Xiao Huoluan called, "Master."
Qin Feng said, "Return to the spirit domain of space."
Xiao Huoluan responded, "Master, wait, I can still continue." Jiu Wu had caught up by now. Was she waiting for me?
Her punch was so powerful that it created a vortex.
Qin Feng was spun around like a grasshopper.
Jiu Wu paused for a moment, then flew after Qin Feng to continue tormenting him. Jiu Wu said, "With that ridiculous teleportation trick of yours, how do you still expect to escape from my palm?" Qin Feng had just avoided a punch from Jiu Wu, but when Jiu Wu charged again, how could Qin Feng possibly avoid it this time? At that moment, he was falling from the sky, thinking to himself, "Almost there, just a little more." Then he shouted, "Shadow Branch Blessing, lift it up." Suddenly, beneath the golden object, arms appeared like the tentacles of an octopus. The arms strained to lift the golden object. In the end, Qin Feng's arms succeeded in raising the golden object. On Qin Feng's side, Heaven's Punisher was now closing in on him. She swung her arm, gathering magic to land a powerful blow on Qin Feng. Suddenly, a voice rang out quickly, but perhaps it was too late. Blood was splattered everywhere. While Heaven's Punisher was smug about her attack, Qin Feng was now controlling the arms to lift the golden metal piece up for him. Fortunately, Qin Feng managed to grab the golden metal piece. Just as Heaven's Punisher punched Qin Feng in the chest, he used the golden metal piece to block her strike. Though she had blocked most of it, Qin Feng was still affected to some extent.
He was falling faster now.
With a loud crash, Qin Feng hit the ground, causing it to crack wide open. Qin Feng seemed to be at the end of his strength. He grimaced in pain, and in his mind, he was thinking, damn it, even using her armor, it's hard to block her power. If I hide in the spirit domain of space now, it won't work. Once the spirit domain of space is retracted, it doesn't vanish. The point where it merges with the world will definitely be discovered by Heaven's Punisher. If Heaven's Punisher breaks through the space, Xiao Luan and Ji Yu will have to find another way, but I can. Heaven's Punisher has always said she wants to kill me, but in reality, her actions are just playing with me. No matter what her purpose is, I must make her reveal a flaw. I need to stay calm. Stay calm. Suddenly, a gentle voice of a girl rose, Master. Ji Yu suddenly appeared, surprising Qin Feng. She stood in front of him and said, let me block her. At this moment, Heaven's Punisher was charging toward Qin Feng with incredible speed. Ji Yu cast a spell. The time stasis spell took effect, and suddenly, Heaven's Punisher hurled an object she was holding with great force towards the two of them. When the object thrown by Heaven's Punisher descended, Ji Yu blocked it with a shield she created. But things didn't seem promising. The object continued to accelerate toward them. Ji Yu, panicking, thought to herself, how is this possible? I clearly slowed the time to the absolute minimum. I can't avoid it. In Ji Yu's eyes, the only thing visible was the object that Heaven's Punisher was getting closer and closer to. After an hour, Ji Yu's long white hair was cut off in large chunks by the object. A loud rumble followed, and the object thrown by Heaven's Punisher caused a massive explosion. Heaven's Punisher had now landed on the ground, pointing towards Qin Feng. With irritation and anger, she said, the time manipulation skill is indeed very powerful, but it's a pity that your level is too low. The gap between your strength and mine is too vast, it has no effect on me whatsoever. While Heaven's Punisher kept ranting, she continued, Dragon Ancestor, use more tricks, I really enjoy watching you struggle in vain. At this moment, Qin Feng was struggling to get up. Ji Yu, feeling guilty, helped him to his feet. With tears in her eyes, she said, I'm sorry, I clearly wanted to help my master, but my master got hurt because of me. Qin Feng, severely injured and in great pain, gasped for breath and looked up at Heaven's Punisher. In his heart, he thought, she mistook me for the Dragon Ancestor. This must be related to the heavenly talent bloodline I awakened. This could be the key to dealing with her. After a while, Qin Feng spoke again, Ji Yu, listen to me. Ji Yu was startled and instinctively replied, huh? Qin Feng then continued, I have a one-time skill card that will allow you to use the Wings of Wind. Later, use the Heavenly Talent Time skill in coordination with the clone. Qin Feng casted a spell to create a clone of himself. He then sternly said, hold her off. Ji Yu immediately responded to the command, yes. Qin Feng had been injured so severely that he coughed up blood once again. Despite this, he struggled to add, just buy me a minute, prioritize your safety, and whatever you do, don't let her catch you. Heaven's Punisher seemed to have lost patience, her tolerance running out, and she moved forward. She then surrounded herself with a magic aura, which was filled with brilliant golden light. As she advanced, she said, sorry, but I must stop you from flirting with each other. My time is running out, so it's better if I just kill you now. You two can go to hell and flirt there instead. Seeing her approach, Qin Feng immediately took up a fighting stance. He shouted, I'll create an explosion. Everyone, charge in. Ji Yu and his clone also entered a battle-ready state. In an instant, there was a huge explosion. Thick black smoke enveloped the ground. Suddenly, Ji Yu and Qin Feng's clone both rushed past Heaven's Punisher. She noticed Ji Yu and immediately pursued him as he sped forward. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was using magic to heal his own wounds, his face contorted in pain. As Ji Yu flew higher, he continuously cast spells, creating circles with Greek letters, seemingly trying to block Heaven's Punisher's path. Heaven's Punisher, in turn, also cast magic, intending to attack Ji Yu. At Qin Feng's side, he was constantly taking strength-enhancing drugs and stuffing food into his mouth. He ate without a break, continuously consuming without stopping. Meanwhile, as Heaven's Punisher was being surrounded by Jiyu and Qin Feng's clone, she grimaced and stomped her foot hard. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a sharp pain and difficulty breathing.
He couldn't swallow the food. His eyes rolled back into his head.
In no time, Heaven's Punisher caught up with Jiyu. She attacked Jiyu with a powerful kick to her back. Below, Qin Feng's clone was casting magic, intending to provide Jiyu with more strength, creating an energy column that shot straight toward her. Jiyu, at this point, seemed exhausted. She was gasping for air. Suddenly, Heaven's Punisher reached out and grabbed Jiyu's face with her hand, squeezing it. Heaven's Punisher, now looking like she had trapped a fish, was thrilled, her face changing expression. With a sly grin, she said,
"Got you, little pest."
Heaven's Punisher roughly threw Jiyu down, causing her to slam violently into the ground and roll a few times. Jiyu was severely injured by Heaven's Punisher's blow, blood leaking from her.
Heaven's Punisher, high above, casually shouted, "Where is he? I'll let you die a little more happily." Suddenly, a punch directly to Heaven's Punisher's face sent her flying. A voice suddenly rang out. "I'm here."
Heaven's Punisher was punched by Qin Feng with such force that she flew across several tall buildings. The shockwave from the punch was no small matter. At that moment, Qin Feng picked up the shattered fragments of the Wings of Wind on the ground and said, "The Wings of Wind are more than half damaged, and its flight ability is temporarily unusable."
Then, Qin Feng continued, "Wings of Wind, second form."
Suddenly, the shattered pieces gathered and formed a device on Qin Feng.
He shouted loudly, "Transform."
Finally, the device was fully assembled on Qin Feng's arm. It looked like an airplane engine. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing Qin Feng sitting on the ground with wind blaze on his arm, his expression extremely serious. Heaven's Punisher stood up from the wreckage, stretched, rotated her shoulders a few times, then smiled and said,
"After all that time, is this all you've got?"
Qin Feng was in a combat-ready stance, and the Wings of Wind lit up. He thought to himself, the Wings of Wind have the ability to store vast amounts of energy, but normally, they cannot fully unleash their power. With that thought, Qin Feng rushed forward at maximum speed. He gritted his teeth and silently thought, the second form transforms its power into a propeller at the back, channeling all its strength like a high-speed engine, using this thrust to deliver an attack that rivals Heaven's Punisher. Qin Feng delivered a powerful punch to the face of Heaven's Punisher. She was knocked back by the force of his blow. Heaven's Punisher was sent flying several meters away, using all her strength to plant her feet firmly on the ground, producing a series of screeching and scraping sounds. The force of Qin Feng's attack was so immense that even though Heaven's Punisher had braced herself, the ground beneath her shattered into hundreds of tiny pieces. Qin Feng glanced at Wings of Wind, his face displaying a worried expression. He thought to himself, the strength of Wings of Wind is waning. Qin Feng tried to muster all his strength and threw another punch at Heaven's Punisher, but she blocked his attack effortlessly. She smirked and said, "Now that's a bit more like it."
"Are you disappointed?"
Heaven's Punisher executed a swift kick that sent Qin Feng flying. She smugly added, still so far behind. Heaven's Punisher attacked Qin Feng once more, sending him flying through the air and crashing violently into the ground. Qin Feng lay there helpless, unable to move any longer. Lying on the earth, he grimaced and thought to himself, "Damn it, my ribs are broken, and my spirit energy has only recovered halfway. Even with the dragon blood fruit, I still can't defeat her." Heaven's Punisher approached, her body radiating a brilliant golden light. She looked down at Qin Feng with a condescending gaze. Raising her foot, she intended to crush him under her heel. At this point, Qin Feng seemed to have run out of strength. Desperate for his life, he clenched his teeth and, with great effort, began to slowly push the metal object weighing down on him. Heaven's Punisher, seeing Qin Feng in such agony, curled her lips into a sneer and gave a contemptuous smile.
Suddenly, she turned around and walked away.
Qin Feng, confused, stared at her retreating figure.
After walking a little farther, Heaven's Punisher turned back, raised her hand, and loudly declared, "Out of respect for you, I will use my fists to kill you." She clenched her fist with all her strength, intending to strike Qin Feng with the most powerful blow. On her face, there was nothing but excitement at the thought of killing him. Suddenly, the smoke started to dissipate, and Ji Yu reappeared. She stood in front of Qin Feng. However, Heaven's Punisher did not stop. She continued to swing her punch toward Ji Yu. In these final moments, Ji Yu spoke. "Master, I'm sorry." Tears fell from her eyes as she sobbed and said, "I clearly wanted to protect you, but I've only caused you to suffer more." Hearing her words, Qin Feng was filled with panic and fear. In the final moments of her life, Ji Yu spoke in a trembling voice. "Then, take my life." With a swift motion, Heaven's Punisher's fist pierced through Ji Yu's body. Ji Yu now had a large hole in her chest. Finally, as she lost all strength, she fell and uttered, "I traded my life so that the master could live." Ji Yu seemed to fall to the bottom of an abyss, surrounded by shimmering golden light, with only the silhouette of a small girl. Qin Feng appeared to lose control, his eyes empty and lifeless. Qin Feng gasped for breath, witnessing Ji Yu's departure before his eyes, and in his agony, he cried out her name. Ji Yu. Heaven's Punisher delivered a powerful punch, and a cloud of dust enveloped Qin Feng and Ji Yu from the impact, forming a swirling vortex. After killing Ji Yu, Heaven's Punisher felt no remorse. Instead, she smiled with satisfaction and said, "Hard work never betrays the one who perseveres. I finally managed to force Dragon Soul out." Filled with rage, Qin Feng transformed into Dragon Soul. His eyes turned completely white, and black claws extended from his hands. His body began to glow, and his hair, once dark blue, now shone in a brilliant golden hue. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from where he stood, and his transformation continued. Qin Feng's eyes shifted once more, now resembling the eyes of a dragon. Qin Feng had fully transformed into a massive golden dragon, floating high in the air, looking down upon Heaven's Punisher. Heaven's Punisher looked up at him, a strange smile creeping onto her face, and in her mind, she thought, Long Wei is truly terrifying, like facing the dragon ancestor of old. However, it's just a show of force, the dragon ancestor has not truly awakened yet. At this moment, Heaven's Punisher stomped her foot hard on the ground, taking a battle-ready stance. She thought to herself, once Dragon Soul is in my grasp, I will return to the divine realm. Qin Feng was now in a battle-ready stance. After that, Heaven's Punisher and Qin Feng charged into battle, the two of them like two meteors on the verge of colliding. In that moment, just as the two were about to clash, Xia suddenly appeared from afar. While Qin Feng was filled with murderous intent, charging forward to attack, Xia waved her hand, creating a barrier to stop the unnecessary battle. Standing in front of Heaven's Punisher, Xia angrily shouted, "You made contact with the challenger yourself, intending to kill the challenger, and created Saint Void to hinder the search of the way of heaven. All of these actions I will report to the way of heaven." Heaven's Punisher, hearing Xia's words, responded indifferently. "Although I've already achieved my goal." Then, Heaven's Punisher gradually began to fade, her strange smile forming as she thought to herself, "Only I know he is the dragon ancestor. Once the novice phase ends, I will kill him immediately. Next time, he won't have such good luck." Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, seemingly tearing apart the heavens. It turned out that it was Qin Feng, angrily punching downwards. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into the strike. At this moment, Qin Feng was holding Ji Yu in his arms. Xia, hovering nearby, said, "Village Chief Qin Feng has completed the hunting game and earned 500,000 attribute points. Due to the negligence of the way of heaven, Village Chief Qin Feng is compensated with the authority to purchase the 10,000 Directions Stone Infinite." Xia flew, hovering in mid-air, with the earth and rocks around her also floating in the sky. She said that the compensation for Village Chief Qin Feng was the 7th tier Divine La Heaven Ring, and then a sword appeared. It was the 7th tier Divine La Heaven Ring, with an attack power increase of 2000, strength increase of 500, speed increase of 300%, armor penetration increase of 200%,
wound severity increase of 200%, and a 100% enhancement to both 5 elements force and wind thunder lightning force. The accompanying skill was Heaven's First Strike, which required 24 hours to accumulate energy. Then, a set of armor appeared, and Sha continued. Compensation for Village Chief Stormwind is the 6th tier battle armor, the full Heavenly Dragon patterned battle armor. The full Heavenly Dragon patterned battle armor, at the 6th tier, provided a defense increase of 2000, a 100% resistance to 5 elements, a 100% resistance to system defense, and a 100% lightning resistance. The accompanying skill was All Heaven's Protection. Qin Feng, holding Jiyu in his arms, was surrounded by streams of light. His face was darkened, and at this point, he had transformed back into his usual form. He said, "Who is she?" Sha fell silent, contemplating for a long time. Qin Feng was holding Jiyu below, while Sha was floating in mid-air. She said, "She's a demigod exiled from the divine realm. I cannot tell you more than that." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng calmly said, "I've remembered this debt." Qin Feng then shouted loudly, "In the future, I will make her pay blood for blood." Suddenly, Jiyu's body began to fade away, and Qin Feng instinctively held onto her. At that moment, the system reminded him, a lost tribe, after death, will return to the world of the dead. Before she completely disappears, while her death rate is still low, she still has an effect. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng decisively replied, "No." Jiyu then dissipated in Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, gazing at the glowing specks left by Jiyu's disappearance, and said, "I don't want to waste the life of a dead person." After that, Qin Feng placed his hand on the machine, and once again, the system's reminder sounded, "Reminder, you have activated the multi-dimensional teleportation. Please select a teleportation destination." Qin Feng chose the area of Village 618. At that moment, he appeared in the clear sky, and the clouds seemed to part for him. The system then announced, "Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng, has entered the area of Village 618. Everyone below looked up at Qin Feng. Then, the system's interface appeared again with new notifications. "Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng, has issued an invitation for all members of Village 618 to join. Those who accept the invitation will automatically become citizens of Long Yuan Village." A blond young man, upon reading the system's notification, joyfully shouted, "Is this a dream? I become a citizen of Long Yuan Village again." Another young man nearby, hearing this, also shouted excitedly, "Yeah, from now on, we can level up just by chopping wood. This is so exciting." Suddenly, a new system notification appeared. "Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng, has entered the area of Village 34. The Village Chief of Long Yuan Village, Qin Feng, entered the area of Village number 77. Then, the system displayed maps of other villages. The system's voice rang out with a new notification. "Reminder, the population of Long Yuan Village has reached 15,395 people, meeting the required standard to upgrade to a level 3 village. Long Yuan Village has completed all the conditions for upgrading. Would you like to upgrade to a level 3 village? Long Yuan Village has successfully upgraded from a level 2 village to a level 3 village. The upgrade will be completed in 2 days. Congratulations to all villagers who will receive a reward of 400 attribute points. Village Chief Qin Feng will receive a reward of 800 attribute points." In another village, the system also announced, "Congratulations to Long Yuan Village, whose district is the first to upgrade to a level 3 village. Taking first place in this competition, they receive the highest reward. The reward for the villagers is 1,000 attribute points, and the reward for Village Chief Qin Feng is 2,000 attribute points." Suddenly, a voice from somewhere shouted loudly in excitement, "Look over there." Another voice interrupted, speaking loudly, "That's the wall. Once the wall upgrades, we won't have to fear the enemies outside anymore." On Qin Feng's side, he was reading the system's notifications with Sha. After finishing, Qin Feng spoke, "A total of 16 branch villages, so all the people of the Dragon Kingdom will be saved now. Then, Xin Feng turned to Sha Sha, raised his hand, and said, "Distribute the attribute points 100,000 to stamina, 100,000 to speed, 100,000 to strength, and 200,000 to spirit." After putting on his new armor, Xin Feng looked imposing. He thought to himself that finally, the system had displayed the notification about his current attributes. Level 18, Judge Talent of Grade 8, Fame 180, Novice Grade Emperor, Strength 105,475, B Grade Armor Power, Agility 105,372, C Grade Foot Speed, Constitution 102,758, C Grade Body True Will, Spirit 209,972, B Grade Empathy Force, a Grade Elemental Affinity Talent of the 5 Elements, a Grade Darkness. Arcane Law, Heavenly Talent Dragon Bloodline, B Grade Bloodline Enhancement, SSS Grade Heavenly Mansion Fate Extraction Limitless, Long Way Skill Level 1, Mystic Star Armor Transformation Level 2. Explosive Internal Energy Level 3, Rejuvenation Technique of the North Ba, Shadow Branch Blessing Level 3, Infernal Heavenly Flame Level 4, Envelope Board Level 4, Wings of Wind Level 4, Spirit Communication Technique Level 4, Thunderstrike Storm Level 4, Shadow Lu Chi Master S, Strategic Evaluation 1200. In Diyu City, Xin Feng was walking alone. In the distance, in front of him, a girl with green hair was happily speaking aloud. "I've accumulated 1400 attribute points, and this level up feels so refreshing."
She laughed loudly and then added, "Haha, the more I think about it, the more I feel like I've fallen for Xin Feng."
The brown-haired boy beside her was also grinning. Hearing the green-haired girl say this, he replied,
"As long as you follow the boss, you will never suffer."
Next to them, a girl with orange hair was also laughing happily, adding, "The boss once said he was going to save all the people, and he has done it." At this moment, there were countless people around, and they were still engrossed in their conversations, unaware that Xin Feng was passing by. Xin Feng silently thought to himself that he needed to report Ji Yu's departure to Elder Qi Shan. Suddenly, a crowd began to gather, not knowing what had happened. It turned out that a man had fallen from the platform of the machine and landed on the ground. He grimaced and shouted loudly, "This is bad. The wall hasn't finished leveling up, and the army of the regular tribe is about to charge."
Another young man, hearing this, responded, "The Ji Yun group has already gone to help."
At this moment, a girl standing nearby screamed in fear, "Oh my god,
can they really go out there to fight the regular tribe's army?"
The man heard this and yelled loudly, "Quick, contact the boss." Meanwhile, Xin Feng was getting closer to the scene.
Someone's voice rang out, and they shouted, "What should we do? The regular tribe has Earth-tier powerhouses, isn't Ji Yun just seeking death by going out there?"
Hearing this, Xin Feng silently thought to himself.
Ji Yun had made a quick decision, so Xin Feng rushed toward the scene like a flash of lightning, his face serious.
Xin Feng was secretly thinking, Ji Yun is Ji Yu's younger brother, and he couldn't let him die. Because Xin Feng was moving so quickly, everyone had difficulty noticing him.
As he zipped by, someone was startled and yelled, "What just flew by?" Another person quickly responded, "I think it was Boss Qin."
At that moment, on the sandy hills, both sides were engaged in battle, attacking and defending with great enthusiasm.
Amidst the crowd, a voice rang out, "Tribe leader, what's going on with you?" Suddenly, the tribe leader clenched his fists.
He said, "I just learned that the protective forces are holding a meeting of the original clan."
"But they didn't inform our clan."
The sorcerer standing beside him was stunned when he heard Xin Feng's words and exclaimed, "What?" At this moment, the clan leader had ceased fighting, and a voice rang out from the crowd, "Our clan is weak, which is why they don't take us seriously.
As long as we defeat the challenger this time, our clan's strength will undoubtedly increase dramatically."
Hearing this, the clan leader also shouted loudly, "Go all out. Destroy them, leave no armor left, charge." At the command, the group surged forward. The clan leader's warriors were filled with fervor, each one bold and brave, shouting as they grabbed their weapons and charged ahead.
The battle raged fiercely, seemingly evenly matched.
The sounds of shouting echoed across the battlefield, blending with the clash of weapons, creating an atmosphere that was both energetic and tense. Leading the charge was Ji Yun, a young but formidable warrior. Ji Yun sped forward like the wind, facing 3 or 4 opponents charging at him with swords drawn. Ji Yun was like a whirlwind on the battlefield, his speed and strength unmatched, leaving his opponents unable to react in time. Every step he took was decisive, powerful, yet as fluid as flowing water.
With one powerful kick, Ji Yun sent the 3 attackers flying.
Their bodies were tossed like leaves caught in a strong wind, crashing to the ground with a thud. Amidst the screams of pain, Ji Yun had just flashed a self-satisfied smile, his gaze briefly filled with contempt as he looked down at the people groaning at his feet. But before that smile could fade, a sudden, icy sensation swept across his face.
A lightning-fast, precise kick grazed Ji Yun's face.
It came so close that he could distinctly feel the danger in every gust of wind. Ji Yun's eyes immediately widened in shock, his face reflecting pure astonishment. He was slammed hard onto the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop after being thrown dozens of meters away. On the battlefield, his teammates were left in shock as they watched this scene unfold. Suddenly, the remaining members of their group found themselves buried in the ground. Worry and confusion filled the air as someone anxiously asked,
"What is going on?" Someone glared at NN, gritting his teeth, and said,
"Elsa is a technique of the common folk, use a transformation type skill to deal with him."
A young man, his face full of confidence, raised his hand forward and shouted, "Go!"
His voice, tinged with amusement, ordered,
"Killing them will earn us a lot of attribute points."
His comrades charged forward, while the male protagonist's group found themselves entangled in chains, the coils tightening around their necks. They were in a dire situation. The battle continued, growing fiercer by the moment. The air was thick with the atmosphere of death, and shouts could be heard echoing everywhere.
"Charge, die for me!" The sounds of people screaming in agony were just as loud. "Ah, help!"
Meanwhile, on Qin Feng's side, he looked up in horror at the people floating in the air.
"What's happening over there?" His comrades' cries of defeat were loud and desperate. "Village chief, boss Qin, master."
Upon hearing this, Qin Feng quickly dashed over with lightning speed. Upon arriving, his gaze flickered with surprise as he softly called out,
"Lei Jiao."
Without wasting a moment, Qin Feng swiftly drew a blue spirit stone from his palm. Without hesitation, he launched it toward his opponent, but the enemy, not one to be underestimated, deftly dodged his projectile with ease. As he fought 2 enemies at once, Qin Feng shouted,
"Where is Ji Yun?" Lei Jiao answered, saying Ji Yun had infiltrated the enemy's ranks, and his fate was uncertain.
Seeing the urgent situation, Qin Feng immediately ordered everyone to stop fighting and retreat at once.
"I'll handle the rest." Lei Jiao, still worried, turned back and asked, "Boss Qin, there are at least 3,000 enemies here. You alone."
At that moment, many had already fallen, with countless casualties on both sides. The main group was trapped in a perilous situation, their bodies ensnared by chains that rendered them unable to fight back.
Meanwhile, the enemy's chief was relentlessly attacking him. "Prepare to die."
Qin Feng merely used a single technique to freeze the enemy chief in place. As he continued to battle the remaining enemies, he thought to himself, blindly searching like this was too inefficient. Without hesitation, he called out to Xiao Huoluan,
"Quickly, speak." "Yes."
With those words, he stomped on the face of an enemy soldier to propel himself high into the air. After soaring into the sky, he shouted loudly, giving orders, "Fly higher to find Ji Yun."
Xiao Huoluan quickly responded, "Understood."
Qin Feng continued to fight the enemy, while Xiao Huoluan took the opportunity to fly off. It searched around, constantly scanning for Ji Yun. Not far from there, Xiao Huoluan spotted other comrades who were surrounded by the enemy, trapped in a desperate situation. It tried to observe the chaotic scene below. Xiao Huoluan hurried back to report, "Master, I found Ji Yun."
Qin Feng immediately gave the order, "Take me there." At that moment, Ji Yun was barely holding on. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, this attack is stronger than the last one, I can't hold them off much longer." The enemy, smug, said, I really want to see how long you can last.
In a critical moment, fortunately, Shin Feng arrived just in time to rescue him, and Ji Yun narrowly escaped death. When he turned to see him, his face lit up with joy as he said, I knew you would come to save us. Upon seeing him, Shin Feng was reminded of Ji Yu. Her face had been so pitiful, her final words were, let my life be exchanged for the master's survival. Looking at Ji Yun, he couldn't help but be shaken, for the two of them looked strikingly similar. Ji Yun, still overjoyed, continued, Master, let's destroy the merchant tribe together. Shin Feng, not wanting to engage in a battle that would result in casualties, ordered, bring your people back to Du City. As soon as the words left his mouth, he activated time transfer, safely bringing everyone back to the village. As for Shin Feng, he stood alone, facing the merchant tribe. Seeing this, the enemy tribe leader shouted orders. Today, he is the village chief of Challenger Village, let's go and kill him. Thousands of soldiers from the merchant tribe screamed and charged forward, their eyes burning with determination, showing their desire for victory. They exerted all their physical strength and combat will to rush towards the enemy. The citizens of the merchant tribe surged forward. They were as numerous as the Mongol army, each one gripping weapons tightly in their hands.
Shin Feng stood alone in the middle of the encirclement. He silently chanted a mantra, and behind him, the illusion of a golden dragon appeared.
Shin Feng cracked his knuckles, his cold gaze sweeping over the chaotic crowd as he said,
my people have already retreated.
It's time to unleash the great tide. The massive golden dragon twisted through the sky, roaring fiercely. The pressure from the golden dragon was so overwhelming that many guardians were blown into the air, dust and debris flying everywhere. The heroic figures that had once stood firm were now scattered by the winds and sand.
The faces of the people showed unmistakable fear, and they began whispering and fleeing.
The merchant tribe leader, along with his two assistants, was also shaken. Sweat poured down his face, his eyes bloodshot.
He panicked and thought to himself, what is this pressure? Why can't my body even move?
The leader glanced at the monstrous creature behind Shin Feng and sighed inwardly.
Even our trump card, the 600-star strategic monster, is trembling in fear.
The old man's eyes suddenly widened, filled with astonishment as he looked at the scene before him. Right behind Shin Feng, a golden dragon had its mouth wide open. Even more surprising, a massive orb was gathering within its mouth. Shin Feng opened his mouth, as if saying something. No one knew what he was saying, but the dragon suddenly shot out a blinding golden beam, which flew a great distance before exploding violently upon hitting the ground. At the same time, Shin Feng's voice could be heard clearly, Long Wei loves to shoot. The members of the guardian merchant tribe looked at the blinding golden light with expressions of complete despair. They hurriedly tried to flee, but they didn't realize that no matter what they did, it was all in vain.
For just a moment later, another beam of dazzling power flew toward them, obliterating them in the blink of an eye.
Seeing his soldiers being torn apart, the tribe leader quickly raised his hand and shouted loudly, activating his defensive fusion skill. At that exact moment, a beam of light pierced through the earth and stone, flying straight toward him. The tribe leader froze, stunned as if struck by a lightning bolt, paralyzed by fear, unable to move. His eyes were locked on the beam of light that was rushing toward him like the gates of hell itself.
Boom! Sure enough, the elder was sent to the afterlife in the blink of an eye.
But it didn't stop there. The golden dragon continued to spit out several more blasts of saliva, aiming to wipe out every last member of the merchant tribe, eradicating them down to the roots. With each spray of saliva, dozens of merchant tribe members perished, all of them filled with extreme terror, scrambling desperately to flee for their lives. They ran so fast, stumbling countless times, only hoping to survive this calamity. At this moment, a notification appeared, you have killed the leader of the merchant tribe, dropping the merchant tribe land deed card, accompanied by a thick card inscribed with the sharp word trade. Shin Feng picked up the card, and two statistical notifications followed. Up to this point, you have killed a total of 3,486 Guardian-level humans, acquiring 156,870 attribute points and 20,000 energy points. You have also killed 267 Guardian-level electric units, acquiring 102,528 attribute points and 31,239 energy points. Qin Feng stared at the land deed card and silently thought, after adjustments, Long Yuan Village can establish a teleportation array between the Moonlight Town and the Merchant Tribe, allowing everyone to travel to the Merchant Tribe to collect the spoils. The system floated nearby, and a notification announced that his level had increased to level 20.
He clicked on the village link button on the system map.
As soon as the action was completed, Qin Feng appeared back at the teleportation array in Moonlight Town, greeted by the eager eyes of many villagers. They all eagerly offered rare items to Qin Feng. A gentle young man raised a sword in his hand and joyfully said, Village Chief, this is a level 5 weapon I found in a treasure chest.
Please accept it.
Another young man, holding a leather pouch, excitedly said, Boss Qin, this is a high-level family beast I crafted using my skills. It can be used to upgrade the wooden house. A green-haired girl, also full of excitement, held up a jar and smiled as she showed it to Qin Feng. Master, I heard you're collecting spirit herbs.
These are what my people and I have gathered.
Other villagers eagerly joined in, pressing forward with their own offerings. Village Chief, Master.
Qin Feng looked at the dazzling offerings presented with the boundless admiration of the crowd, feeling somewhat awkward and embarrassed. He could only let out a soft exclamation.
Qin Feng's keen eyes scanned through the crowd and spotted Elder Qishan, who was standing still, gazing at the masses. He furrowed his brows and silently speculated that it seemed Elder Qishan had already noticed that Jiyu had left. Elsewhere, in a grand room resembling that of a king's palace, a group of people were respectfully kneeling before those seated leisurely in chairs. One of them suddenly shouted loudly.
What? The patriarch of the merchant tribe was killed in a single strike? Are you trying to deceive me? The patriarch of the merchant tribe is a heavenly level 9 heavens expert. It turned out that the one kneeling was none other than the assistant to the patriarch of the merchant tribe. He raised his head, his voice filled with fury. He said, nothing could be more true.
That challenger, Qin Feng, I don't know what kind of skill he used, but he completely wiped out our entire tribe with a single blow. Then, the assistant, determined to rally the other clan leaders present, tried to persuade the seated leaders of the clans, urging them to act against the natural enemies, the challenger and the guardian.
If we don't kill him before he grows stronger, I'm afraid the entire protective force will be buried in his hands.
The clan leader of the Yi clan, Yihan, a heavenly level first layer expert, voiced his thoughts. If what he says is true, then this person must have already reached the heavenly level first layer. In response, the clan leader of the Fei clan, Fei Lian, a heavenly level first layer expert as well, slowly countered.
Impossible. It's only the 5th night. Even people from the great celestial world couldn't have moved that quickly.
But the clan leader of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yuan, a heavenly level first layer expert, waved his fan, signaling his disagreement. The world is vast, and there is nothing that doesn't exist.
We cannot underestimate the challenger. Moreover, I believe this person is certainly not just at the heavenly level first layer.
Ignoring the confused looks from the other clan leaders at Kuei Inghuang Lake, Zhao Yuan continued to analyze. Even with a heavenly level first layer versus a 9 heavens earth level, although the outcome is certain to be a victory, it would still require considerable effort. Let alone, there are 3,000 descendants from the merchant tribe involved. Upon hearing this reasonable analysis, Yihan was stunned, then came to a conclusion. Then that person must have at least reached the heavenly level 3rd heavens. Afterward, he turned to Fei Lian in shock and said, Heavenly level 3rd heavens? Doesn't that mean only Yuan could be the one? He didn't dare to finish his sentence but anxiously glanced at the person who had been silently sitting above them all this time. The clan leader of the original clan, Yuan Kong, a heavenly level 3rd heavens expert, kept his eyes closed in meditation, while still listening to the others' discussions. The strength of the challenger is beyond imagination. Facing them alone is not a wise move. It would be better to unite. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kong suddenly sneered in disdain. He then stood up and slowly made his way towards the main door. Yihan, feeling awkward, called out to him.
Yuan Kong?
However, the clan leader of the original clan merely cast a quick glance at the other clan leaders before muttering a disparaging remark. You cowardly lot, afraid of a mere challenger, and you look like this. Yuan Kong took long strides, speaking as he walked. The original clan has never allied with clans weaker than itself.
I want to join your alliance.
Yi Han was about to say something else when Du En interrupted him.
He watched Yuan Kong's retreating figure, then calmly advised. Let it go, let it go. It's normal for the original clan to look down on this insignificant mosquito. Zhao Yuan's eyes were fixed ahead, yet it seemed like he was lost in an endless void.
He spoke a cryptic remark, for behind the original clan stood the terrifying force that loomed over them. Back on the large wall, the soldiers cheerfully greeted each other. Below, the sounds of laughter echoed from the people of Long Yuan village. They gathered around skewers of meat roasting over an open fire, singing, joking, and chatting with one another. In a room nearby, Qin Feng slouched in his chair, despondent, taking the blame upon himself.
Jishan Elder, if it weren't for protecting me, she wouldn't have died. The clan leader, Jishan, responded quickly. Jiyu, as a warrior of tribal discrimination, dying for her master is an honor for her.
He seemed less concerned about Qin Feng and more preoccupied with rummaging through a wooden chest.
Jishan continued.
I'm proud of her, please don't blame yourself. Qin Feng absent-mindedly thought to himself.
I know. Not just Jiyu, anyone from tribal discrimination would have agreed to die for me.
From the very beginning, I only wanted to use them to increase Long Yuan village's numbers to complete the mission, but they truly cared for me, accepted me as their master.
I have to bear responsibility for them.
He silently reproached himself, feeling helpless in the face of heaven's punisher, unable to do anything but passively endure the blows.
How am I supposed to protect them when I'm this weak? Jishan suddenly spoke up and asked. Master, do you know Dragon Ancestor? Qin Feng was startled by the question.
He unconsciously raised his head and asked in surprise.
Why do you ask that?
Jishan didn't wait for Qin Feng to finish speaking and pushed an old book toward him, on which the title Primeval Ancestral God Tome was clearly written. Then he interrupted the conversation and continued.
Tribal discrimination has a secret text that has been passed down through generations.
When you described the scene of being hunted by heaven's punisher Jiu, it reminded me of this book. Jishan then began to recount the old story to Qin Feng. The five-clawed golden dragon appeared on the body of Dragon Ancestor, the true dragon, with its mouth holding a golden flame. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of stars turned into steeds, and the crowd feared and retreated, not daring to move hastily. Dragon Ancestor, using his power, reshaped heaven and earth, and the five-clawed golden dragon manifested.
Jishan opened a page of the book and continued.
This page records the legendary feats of the ancestral god who rampaged across the universe countless years ago. It clearly states that within 33 days, Dragon Ancestor intended to rebuild his dominance. Dragon Ancestor was in Yanhai, where fragments of the primordial spirit formed a crimson universe, and the 6 realms of reincarnation awaited resurrection, with demons enduring endless trials on the celestial stage. Qin Feng's face turned serious as he carefully examined each page. Meanwhile, Jishan continued to speak non-stop. I suspect that Jiu, a fallen deity who became heaven's punisher, might be involved in Dragon Ancestor's departure. The fragments of the primordial spirit were lost, but Dragon Ancestor may still have a chance of resurrection.
He then analyzed further. Master, you possess abilities similar to those of Dragon Ancestor.
Jiu might misunderstand and think that you are the reincarnation of Dragon Ancestor. Jishan imagined Jiu as a giant, one who could grasp all the fates of the earth in their hands. He feared that the Dragon Ancestor might resurrect and seek vengeance, so he used his identity as the Heaven's Punisher to monitor the world of slaughter. With just a thought from the giant, the earth would instantly be crushed into pieces. Jishan concluded seriously, once a new individual with great strength appears, they will be killed immediately. The clan leader, Jishan, sighed softly and said, this time, the master is in the hands of the flying winds. Xin Feng closed the book and began to calculate Jiao's combat power in his mind. During the Saint Void battle, Jiao's combat power was roughly between 800 and 1000. Sha had once reminded him that during the novice exam, to prevent the Heavens Punisher from secretly violating the rules, the Heavens Punisher's combat power would be suppressed to 1/10 of its actual strength. Then, he estimated using the system's combat power classification. Combat power from 2000 to 3000 stars is first level heaven, from 3000 to 4000 stars is second level heaven, from 4000 to 6000 stars is third level heaven, from 6000 to 9000 stars is fourth level heaven, and from 9000 to 15,000 stars is fifth level heaven. From there, Xin Feng calculated Jiao's combat power. That is to say, Jiao's total combat power ranged from 8,000 to 10,000 stars. Xin Feng recalled Jiao's appearance, frowned, and thought to himself, at least she has the combat power of the fourth level heaven, and in 2 days, I won't be able to reach the same level as Long Yuan village. I will definitely be wiped out. Ji Shan and Xin Feng sat facing each other, the light from the fireplace casting long shadows that stretched all the way to the door. Perhaps their worries had merged into those dark corners. Xin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, pondered how he could lead everyone to survive this calamity. At that moment, a loud knocking and a hurried voice calling out from outside the door could be heard. Village Chief, Village Chief. The door flew open, and a young man, looking like he had just run a long distance, rushed in to announce.
Many enemy troops have been spotted near Long Yuan village. In the distance, through the mist and biting cold wind, vague shadows began to take shape. The fog slowly cleared, and the group was drawing nearer. Their forms were becoming clearer. Leading the group was a person clad in white, standing out from the crowd, followed by thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of soldiers and formidable monsters. Above them, monsters were flying through the sky. The people of Long Yuan village saw this and broke into a cold sweat, their limbs trembling. Jiao Yuan raised his hand to signal. All troops, halt. He then crossed his arms, lifted his head, and declared, I am Jiao Yuan, the clan leader of the Jiao clan. May I ask if the village chief of Long Yuan village, Xin Feng, is present? Through Jiao Yuan's gaze, a small yet imposing figure stood proudly on the wall, bathed in the glow of the large moon. Xin Feng, looking down from above, was illuminated by the moonlight, as though coated in a layer of shimmering silver. Xin Feng coldly asked, How can I assist you? Jiao Yuan stood below and shouted up, announcing, You killed the leader of the merchant tribe. As his close friend, I have come to take revenge. Xin Feng seemed to pay no attention to Jiao Yuan's provocative words. He casually responded, Jiao Yuan gently waved the fan in his hand, making a show of danger as he said, I know you're very strong, but am not weak either. The 100,000 strong army behind me isn't something one person like you can deal with. Jiao Yuan continued, If we fight, we will both suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I have a proposal. Xin Feng frowned, gritted his teeth, and cursed inwardly, talkative and scheming. Then, Jiao Yuan raised 3 fingers and made his challenge, I propose a one-on-one duel with 3 of my men. If you win, I will immediately give up my grudge and leave with my people. On the surface, he appeared calm and reasonable, but inside, Jiao Yuan was secretly plotting. The walls of Long Yuan village had been constructed, and breaking through them head-on wouldn't be easy. Luring Xin Feng into a duel was the best strategy. He was very confident in his plan, his eyes flashing with cunning as he quietly analyzed, even if we lose in the individual duels, I will still learn his fighting style through these 3 battles. This will be useful for future battles. Xin Feng arrogantly pointed down below and declared, What a waste of time. Let all 3 come at once. Jiao Yuan quickly closed his fan, smiling in satisfaction and complimenting Xin Feng, Village Chief Xin is straightforward. According to his plan, Jiao Yuan swiftly called out the names of his 3 subordinates, Yi Hang, Flight, Jiao Gu, come out. Yi Hang was a reckless, cocky young man, with a blade of grass still between his teeth, his hand tightly gripping a large gun. He seemed to be a sharpshooter. Flight, on the other hand, was an alluring girl, dressed in a seductive outfit that revealed the stunning curves of her body.
The gazes of those around her were filled with admiration. The man named KO was a muscular figure. On the back of his hand was a bracelet, with sharp spikes pointing outward. Hearing his name called, they quickly rushed out of the crowd, heading straight for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was not slow either. He kicked off the wall and leaped downward, his sword firmly in his hand. "Fly!" she shouted provocatively, and a large burst of fire shot out from Flight's magic matrix. But Qin Feng swiftly leaped up, evading the attack. Before he could steady himself, Qin Feng saw a hand covered with sharp spikes coming straight for him. He kicked forcefully at the spikes, then used the momentum from Zhao Ji's hand to kick him backward. Qin Feng tumbled through the air, flipping 3 times. Yi Hang had found a hiding spot and waited at the side. Now that the opportunity had arrived, he aimed his gun directly at Qin Feng. Yi Hang smirked, thinking to himself with satisfaction, "Got him." Indeed, the coordination between Yi Hang, Flight, and Zhao Gu is seamless, each step bringing Qin Feng right into their trap. He pulled the trigger, and a bullet was fired. Everyone thought Qin Feng was still suspended in midair and would have no way to dodge the shot. One bullet, and everything would be over. But heaven had other plans. The chosen one of heaven would not fall so easily. Qin Feng was truly the flesh and blood son. In a life or death situation like this, he was still able to effortlessly dodge the path of the bullet in front of Yi Hang's astonished eyes, with the sound of panic ringing in his head. "What?" Qin Feng sneered at Yi Hang, then raised a hand to control something. Immediately, dozens of arms seemed to sprout from nowhere, continuously grabbing at Yi Hang, forcing him to defend himself with the barrel of his gun. Yi Hang stared in shock, wondering, what kind of devilish thing is this? After unleashing his move, Qin Feng was suddenly hit by a punch from Zhao Gu. The man yelled, "Take one of my punches." Qin Feng swung his fist hard to block. Looking at the size of their arms, anyone would think Qin Feng was just a grasshopper trying to kick an elephant. But the grasshopper could actually kick the elephant, and furthermore, it made the elephant suffer internal injuries, causing it to sweat profusely. The elephant could only look fearfully at the small opponent in front of it. Qin Feng landed another blow, sending Zhao Gu stumbling backward. The sharp, spiked arm rings the man wore were also shattered. Flight had just completed 3 magic arrays, and she looked extremely exhausted, drenched in sweat. She wiped her face with one hand while controlling the arrays with the other, but she didn't forget to reprimand her teammate in her mind. That kid from the Yi clan was truly too foolish, attacking from a distance would get him spotted. Recalling a not-so-distant time, after Yuan Kong refused to join the alliance to confront Qin Feng, the 3 clan leaders from the other clans had worked together and selected 3 people, including Yi Hang. Flight and Zhao Gu arrived in front and discussed the plan. The surviving member of the merchant tribe had provided us with some useful information. Yi Han recalled Qin Feng's techniques and then listed them. It was clear that Qin Feng had at least 3 types of skills, 5 elements, magical techniques, and flight. He looked down at the 3 kneeling figures below and said, "You 3 are the chosen ones from among the 10,000 tribes to deal with Qin Feng. I have high hopes for you." Then Yi Han pointed out the strengths of each person. First was Yi Hang. Yi Hang's skill could counter Qin Feng's flight. Next was the only girl in the team, Flight. Her heavenly talent was similar to Qin Feng's 5 elements, perfectly complementary in terms of interaction. Although she couldn't kill him, she could still limit him. Finally, there was Zhao Gu, who was also given specific instructions by Yi Han. "Zhao Gu, after Flight and Yi Hang have restrained Qin Feng, use your S-level heavenly talent to deliver a fatal blow to him." Although there was still one of Qin Feng's techniques that hadn't been countered, Yi Han remained confident as he said, "For now, the greatest threat to you is his long H&H charge. We still don't know enough about it and are unsure how to counter it. But I believe that with a 10-fold reduction in power, as long as you are stronger than him, no matter how strange his skills are, they will be useless." He then spread his hand, revealing 3 golden pills with strange raised veins. Yi Han briefly explained their effect. "These are pills that can double your combat strength in the blink of an eye. Take them before entering the battlefield." He was distributing the pills to each person while smiling with narrowed eyes, offering a great reward.
Within the clan, your sacrifice will never be forgotten. Once this is over, you will become the youngest elders in the clan.
The three of them, hearing this, felt even more motivated. Their eyes lit up with the fire of determination. They all shouted in unison. Returning to our ongoing battle, Qin Feng was leisurely dodging a punch that cracked the ground beneath it, while also keeping an eye out to avoid the magical fire from flight. Their strength seemed to have significantly increased compared to before.
Someone silently thought, the medicine is starting to take effect.
Yi Hang was intently using binoculars to track Qin Feng's position, following his every step. Through the lens of Yi Hang's scope, the scene unfolded with Qin Feng delivering a powerful knee to Jiao Ge's stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. As soon as Jiao Ge was flung out of the binocular sight, Qin Feng's figure disappeared in a small explosion.
Yi Hang, focused on observing, became panicked and thought, where did he go?
Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a flash of white light appeared right in front of Yi Hang.
Before he could understand what was happening, Yi Hang was sent to meet his ancestors.
A sword pierced straight through his eye. Yi Hang died before he could even close his eyes. Flight, witnessing this, quickly changed her plan.
She yelled out to Jiao Ge, I'll distract him. Jiao Ge, you use the shield to block him.
However, before Jiao Ge could respond, Qin Feng had already swiftly appeared behind Flight. She instinctively turned around, only to see Qin Feng raising an arm, gathering electricity.
He mocked them, so weak. My body hasn't even warmed up yet.
After that, Qin Feng shouted, Flight is now extremely frightened, her pupils shrinking due to the threat. She knew that she could no longer escape, and Flight could only tremble and beg, no, wait. Seeing the blue light emitted from the lightning, getting closer and closer to her, Flight stammered and said, please. But before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng immediately used the lightning bolt to strike her directly. The system then appeared and announced, Infinite extraction successful, obtained Heavenly Talent 5 Elements Level B, upgrading Heavenly Talent. Just when he thought he had succeeded, the system notified again, due to the low extraction level, the upgrade failed. Qin Feng felt extremely displeased.
Seeing that he was now the only one left, he immediately turned around and, while hastily running, shouted loudly, clan leader, save me.
Zhao Yuan, seeing this, broke into a sweat and was shocked in his heart. In just a brief moment, all the elite talents from the three clans had lost their fighting power, and moreover, he could feel that Qin Feng had not even used his full strength.
He wondered to himself, what does he want to do?
It turned out that it was because he saw Qin Feng getting into position, preparing to activate some skill. Then, a blazing fireball immediately shot out from him. Before long, this terrifying energy source had chased right behind K. Then, with a loud boom, an explosion echoed, sending rocks and dust flying. This also meant that he had fallen asleep.
Zhao Yuan and his companions, witnessing this scene, could only stand there, dumbfounded, with their mouths agape.
As the dust gradually cleared, everyone saw that Jiao Ge was still kneeling there, but perhaps due to the explosion, his head was no longer there. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan instinctively fell silent for a moment, before immediately raising his fan high and confidently saying, I can only go to the battlefield. Qin Feng calmly walked to the corpse of Jiao Ge, then spoke, I already knew that the agreement you made before was just empty words. Seeing Zhao Yuan leading his group of subordinates running towards him, shouting charge. He sneered and said, but it's fine, I forgive you, because from the beginning, I never intended to spare any of you. In no time, countless fireballs shot out, while Zhao Yuan's group charged forward with fierce determination and loud roars. Despite the overwhelming numbers and imposing momentum of his enemies, Qin Feng was neither afraid nor moved, standing his ground and facing them. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and slowly inhaled, then used all his strength to launch all the fireballs back toward them, causing anyone who was struck to be pierced through their body and die instantly. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan grew incredibly angry, thinking to himself, again, he's using air bullets to counterattack. The tribe had already lost more than half of its members in the blink of an eye, but because they were after the Long Yuan village, even sacrificing a portion of his people seemed worthwhile. Luckily, he still had his final trump card. This would allow him to match the skills of other powerful beings, despite his ordinary aptitude. With that thought, Jiao Yuan immediately activated his 8th tier skill. A loud explosion rang out, striking directly at Qin Feng, no less intense than the one earlier. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, the man couldn't help but feel a sense of smug satisfaction inside. It worked! As he scanned his surroundings, Qin Feng began to sweat, silently thinking, only my head can still move. All other parts of my body are restricted by this strange thread. If it weren't for the protective skill of the complete heavenly dragon patterned battle armor, I'd probably have fallen right into his trap. Suddenly, the man let out a sneer and thought to himself, moreover, this thread doesn't just affect the body, but the soul as well.
This is interesting.
Jiao Yuan immediately raised his fan high and shouted commandingly.
Now that he can no longer move, seize this opportunity to charge forward.
No sooner had he spoken than he was ambushed from behind. A slash of a blade cut through the air, and the sound of him screaming rang out.
Ah!
The brown-haired girl standing nearby was left speechless at the sight. Meanwhile, the men around her screamed in terror, warning each other.
What's happening? Who's attacking? Where's the enemy? They couldn't see any trace of the attacker.
At that very moment, Jiao Yuan, where he stood, was using all his strength to block Qin Feng's sword with his fan, his eyes wide in shock as he asked.
How? How can you escape my skill? Qin Feng sneered, mockingly replying. Idiot, do you really think I'd tell you how? Afterward, he couldn't help but secretly despise in his heart. The few strands of thread left could not possibly compare to the true form of the demonic eyes of the heavens Punisher. My soul strength had long been tempered to the point where it surpassed that of an ordinary person in that battle. How could someone like him, a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, possibly understand this? Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. Jiao Yuan chuckled in delight and said, "Humph, it seems like your back courtyard is on fire." Then, he secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself, Yi Han and Fei Lian had finally managed to do something. Our 3 clans had a plan from the beginning, sending a pawn to scout and lure the village chief of Long Yuan village. I had tried my best to buy time before. Fei clan and Yi clan's main forces took advantage of Fei clan's stealth skills, silently sabotaging the wall from behind, then entered the village and began their extermination of it. At this moment, the forces protecting the village and the villagers are gathering together. He certainly wouldn't dare to use the long-form attack skill. With the skill restricted, his strength will definitely be weakened. Seeing Qin Feng leap high into the air, preparing to thrust his sword straight down while shouting an order, "Get out of the way," Jiao Yuan continued to think to himself, facing him head-on in this plan was probably the greatest danger for me. An intense shockwave from the earth suddenly erupted after his direct thrust, accompanied by his demand for me. Jiao Yuan could not help but secretly admire him in his heart, but he was sure that he would be the one to gain the most from this. He was an extremely dedicated leader. When his subordinates were in danger, he would undoubtedly charge in to help. Wait until he charged into the city, dealing with the 2 other clans. Both sides would suffer heavy losses, and Min could take advantage of the situation. Just as he was still feeling triumphant, Qin Feng suddenly turned back, aimed his sword at his throat, and said with a mocking smile, "Compared to your clumsy acting skills, my acting is far superior. Do you really think that your impatient face has been well hidden?" He was stunned upon hearing this and immediately shouted. "What?" Qin Feng calmly replied. "There's no need for you to worry, though. Within the city, there are 2 others with the same strength as me. They will take care of your comrades slowly." Jiao Yuan didn't respond but broke into a cold sweat in panic, thinking to himself, there was no mention of 3 people with equal strength and old Gus intelligence. I must escape, as long as I can get away. With that thought, he immediately turned around and hurriedly ran, silently vowing to himself, I can rise again, like the East Mountain. Qin Feng didn't bother chasing him and stood still, thinking to himself, the intensity of this thread seems higher than last time. Is it because there are fewer control components? Still, it's not worth mentioning. He then immediately used the Hellfire skill to attack Jiao Yuan.
As for what happened to him afterward, Feng never knew, but the system notification soon appeared.
Successfully killed the guardian of the heavenly realm.
You have killed the leader of the Jiao clan and obtained the Jiao clan's land deed token.
Infinite extraction used, extraction successful.
You have acquired an 8th tier skill, the divine consciousness projection that can be altered according to the user. After successfully acquiring Jiao Yuan's ultimate skill, Feng couldn't help but exclaim in awe and mutter to himself, so this is the skill of the strange thread.
What does change depending on the person mean?
Immediately after, he used his external spiritual sense to gather all the essence left behind by the wives in front of him. The system, seeing this, continuously displayed notifications, limitless extraction successful. Feng clenched his fist and said with delight, the innate talent of idea enhancement can also take objects from a distance, but its range is limited.
However, this level 8 external spiritual sense skill not only allows for taking objects from a large distance, but it also utilizes the innate talent of limitless extraction over a large area. If the state of the spiritual sense changes, it can turn into threads that pierce into the soul. Even that idiot could use it to control his actions for a short time. If it were me, I might be able to use it to create a complete countermeasure against my enemies.
Not content with just holding the object, he threw it out, causing the thread to scatter everywhere, and then tested the range of the external spiritual sense.
Witnessing this scene, the girl dressed in a hamburger outfit raised her hand and directed, "Make sure to hit the old man hard."
Those words immediately left Feng speechless.
Who taught you that?
While the two were joking, those outside were fighting with all their might. Watching the battle from start to finish, Feng couldn't hide his sense of pride and thought to himself, not bad. I can trust them with Long Yuan village. With that, Feng returned to the main task, bent slightly, and smoothly launched himself through the camp.
The thread thrown into the air quickly made quick work of each person. He was just there to tie things up. Outwardly, he looked cool, but inside, Feng was patting himself on the back, thinking, no wonder I'm so awesome. After everyone was settled, he stood in the middle of the spot, closed his eyes, and felt the power from the rope. It had already reached 30,000 meters. Could it be that there was no limit to the range of the external spiritual sense? Just then, a strong gust of wind blew through, causing the grass to sway. Outside the city, massive waves were waiting to strike. The people inside the city, sensing something unusual, couldn't help but become more alert. Is it an earthquake? What's happening?
Feng, who was absorbing power, quickly noticed the anomaly, narrowing his eyes and turning his head. The water's surface had risen, revealing gigantic crabs and prawns. However, despite the situation, a girl remained calm.
She even stood on top of the wave.
But life isn't as it seems, and all the wave hit was a solid wall. This scene left the girl and her subordinates puzzled. Although the wave had been blocked outside, the situation inside wasn't much better, as the ground had been battered into multiple holes. The people who were stunned, witnessing this, screamed as if they had never screamed before.
Yuan Kong, do you think we're just a team you can look down on? Borrow the wind to bend the bamboo, how despicable.
With that, he opened his mouth wide, and a stream of black smoke escaped. The girl nearby quickly covered the ears of the child in the hamburger costume.
Children shouldn't hear this.
Looking at the purple power in front of her, the girl sneered, as stupid as a pig. Then he had to use a gentle touch, and the subordinate beside him quickly understood the signal. The strong man never needed to explain himself to the weak. Hearing those words, the three strange individuals behind him responded in unison, their voices clear and distinct. Seeing this, he gave a few instructions. He was no ordinary person, invoking the power of heaven and earth to enhance the spell that could either topple or construct walls. Feng stood inside, raising his head to look at the massive wave, then silently assessed the combat power of the individual, realizing it wasn't much stronger than his own.
Yet, why did he feel a certain kind of pressure coming from him?
Moreover, the source of this pressure felt rather strange.
Then, his attention shifted to the small purple octopus on his shoulder, and he wondered, is that his pet?
As he contemplated some possible scenario, Qin Feng quickly looked up at the droplets of water hanging in the air. As the droplets scattered around, he began to speculate. The water element in the air wasn't disappearing, it was gathering towards them at an incredibly fast speed. The three monsters standing on the water's surface began to change. From their normal forms, their bellies started to swell rapidly. These three sea monsters were all of the heaven grade, capable of invoking the power of heaven and earth for their own use. While it was true that land-based beings could also invoke the power of heaven and earth, the highest they could achieve would only be an increase of 100 to 200 star force. Then, he began to notice something unusual. However, the heaven-grade essence extraction of the power of heaven and earth could add up to 2000 star force. Soon after, a massive water hand emerged from the water, growing larger by the second. It quickly advanced, slamming down with great force, sending everyone present fleeing in panic. Qin Feng was one of those who ran. Taking the opportunity to jump onto the surface of the water, he raised his sword high, ready to strike at any moment. If even these people couldn't handle this, what could they say about avenging Jiyu? Thinking about this, he became even more determined. The three monsters just stood there, waiting for the strike, getting closer and closer. As they were about to return to the afterlife, the monster stuttered, seemingly wanting to say a final word. Before it could speak, it was split in two, smoothly and effortlessly. However, when the attack reached the girl, it was gently blocked by one of her hands. What happened next caused Qin Feng to narrow his eyes in caution as he used his hand to stop the full-force sword chi from his strike. Being stared at like this, the girl, while blocking the attack, smiled and spoke, her eyes unsettling. Finishing her sentence, she squeezed, and the sword chi immediately dissipated into thin air. I originally wanted you to die quickly, but you killed 3 of my subordinates. With that, she raised her hands to either side, manipulating the water to form a whirlpool around her. Then fall into the hellish depths of agony. The water then flickered in and out of her sleeves. A few seconds later, a ferocious monster appeared, with her riding atop it. Seeing it, Qin Feng silently assessed the situation. In the blink of an eye, his stance shifted, smoothly dodging the incoming blow as he continued to observe the situation. At this point, he was at least on the same level as Jiuwu and Saint Void, successfully evading the attack. Qin Feng seemed to be deep in thought, realizing that he was no longer the same as he was in Saint Void. Thinking of this, he swung his hand, and countless long yellow threads appeared, entangling everywhere. The reward points from the skill attribute extraction gained after killing the merchant tribe had granted him enough power to confront her. The 8th tier Divine Sense skill was projected outward. After the system notification, the thin threads began to wrap around the monster. Qin Feng also seized this opportunity to come up with various possibilities. Well then, if physical attacks are ineffective, let's try this. This scene left the girl stunned. Witnessing her reaction, he gleefully provoked her. Jump up. Upon hearing this, she tried to control her monster, but to no avail. Damn it, she couldn't break free. This skill was very similar to the one used by the fox spirit in her tribe, but it was 100,000 times stronger than his. She felt as though she was a puppet maliciously controlled by Qin Feng, her movements restrained by his divine sense. Escaping wouldn't be that easy. Become my puppet. At this thought, she couldn't suppress her anger. No matter how dissatisfied she was, the monster still struggled. Qin Feng kept on with his antics, sitting back comfortably, leaping and manipulating the monster into various shapes. Each action made her seethe with fury. Does this insignificant human think that by mastering a few tricks, he can control me? Well then, let me expand your horizons. At this point, the octopus bit into her neck. A few seconds later, it began to envelop her face, as if declaring what true celestial level really meant. Watching this scene, Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder, was this skill a type of fusion, or was this the true form of the monster itself? A few seconds later, an enormous octopus tentacle appeared. After a moment more, a giant monster surfaced. It looked at Qin Feng in front of it, and in a terrifying voice, it declared, "Human, you and I are no longer on the same level. I can destroy you and your village with the greatest of ease."
Do you have any last words?
Upon hearing those words and witnessing the appearance of the colossal octopus, Shin Feng quietly felt fear in his heart.
It was true, the pressure this octopus exerted on him surpassed that of Jiao Wu.
However, after thinking about something, Shin Feng, filled with curiosity and confusion, pointed down and asked innocently, "Your mouth isn't even moving, who are you talking to?" As soon as this question was asked, the octopus became so furious that veins bulged on its body.
What?
The small purple octopus at the center of control, seething with anger, shouted as if it had never screamed before. "If you wanted to irritate me, congratulations, you've succeeded.
I will make sure you die in the most excruciating way possible." As these words were spoken, Shin Feng couldn't hide his amusement.
He drew his sword and charged straight toward the source of the voice.
"Oh, so you're here. Thanks for revealing your position, save me the trouble of searching for you."
Realizing it had been discovered, the octopus became even angrier, grinding its teeth in frustration but unable to do anything. The people inside the city, meanwhile, had their weapons ready, prepared to attack at any moment.
A person who was bound and witnessing all of this felt utterly hopeless. She couldn't keep it in and muttered a single phrase, "It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over, it's over." Her state of despair prompted someone nearby to ask, "What do you mean, it's over?"
The question had just been raised, and he was panting as he answered.
"We."
Immediately after that answer, he tried to calm down and explained in a long-winded manner.
"Do you remember the place behind Yuankong that the fox mentioned?
It's a terrifying existence that could allow a heavenly class master to instantly possess semi-divine strength. Shin Feng's abilities are even more formidable and mysterious. But he's still a newcomer, hasn't even passed the novice stage yet, and we can't go up against a semi-divine being. In this village, everyone is doomed to die, there is no place to bury the dead." Upon hearing these words, the girl in the hamburger outfit could no longer hold back her frustration. She rushed over and landed a punch right on his mouth, causing his face to distort.
"Take a punch of love from me."
She pummeled the two of them until their faces were swollen and bruised, with lumps forming on their heads.
The girl kept scolding, "Stop talking nonsense. The master will never lose." The boy in the hat, his face swollen on one side, started crying inside, thinking, "Why did she hit me too?" The person next to them was silently screaming, "This is abuse of prisoners."
Seeing the lack of reaction from the two, the girl couldn't hide her pride. She lifted her head and declared, "Whether it's a heavenly class or semi-divine being, I believe the master will definitely win." She paused for a moment, then said with absolute certainty, "The master is the one who will keep creating miracles." The person being mentioned was now holding a sword, rushing quickly toward the monster, cutting through several of its octopus-like tentacles. He was analyzing the current situation. The skin of these tentacles was both slippery and flexible, so slashing them with a sword would only cause them to bounce off. It seemed that the budget and shadow branch would probably have no effect either. Thinking about the issue, Shin Feng stood still in the air, carefully observing the monster below. Although he already knew where its weakness might be, it was difficult to get close with so many tentacles attacking him. Silently landing on a tentacle, watching the monster's body sink into the ground, Shin Feng mentally calculated 7,749 different scenarios. Using ice to seal the seawater might make it flow, and completely freezing it would be very difficult. The huge wave created by Long Wei could submerge Long Yuan village in the blink of an eye. After a moment of thought, he jumped down and raised his hand, channeling his power to summon bolts of lightning.
"Then, let's try this."
In the sky, a dark cloud swirled and rushed toward him, sending down an enormous bolt of lightning.
The monster was scorched black by it, furious thunderstrike. As the monster was about to turn into a grilled octopus, smoke billowing around it, Shin Feng hesitated, watching it and wondering, did it succeed? However, life was not as ideal as one might hope. From within the smoke, the monster's satisfied groans echoed everywhere, as if it were enjoying the pain. A moment later, it emerged unscathed from the water, swinging its tentacles to attack Shin Feng. "You foolish human," the leader of the monsters no longer tried to hide, confidently rising to the surface, boasting, "As long as I'm in the ocean zone, I am invincible."
Constantly attacked by the tentacles, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept his fate. At this rate, he would eventually die from exhaustion. In that moment, a burning determination ignited in his heart. He had to use an effective attack, but how exactly should he do it? Thinking about something, he opened his eyes wide in surprise. Wait, thinking is acting. He quickly turned around and shouted a name.
Xiao Huoluan. The girl dressed in a hamburger costume appeared instantly.
The master looked at the girl Qin Feng, who was fighting, and couldn't help but ask, "What on earth are you wearing?" Not thinking about it anymore, he swiftly made his request. "I need to use the spirit communication technique to merge with you and gain Huoluan's power. But in the past, this skill couldn't be used because your level wasn't sufficient, so it might have some unclear effects on you." So, he hesitated a bit. "I know what you're about to say." The girl proactively interrupted, causing the master to open his eyes wide in surprise.
"Master, you don't need to say anymore."
Before Qin Feng could even collect his thoughts, the girl reached out and touched his hand. "I trust you, and I will follow you." Afraid that Qin Feng wouldn't believe her, the girl even assured him firmly, with no regrets, alive or dead. Soon after, a huge, intense light appeared between the two of them. A few seconds later, Qin Feng appeared with a new appearance, his hair now red and gold. He looked down at the monster below and spoke with full confidence, "Hey, big guy." Hovering in mid-air, he landed directly on the surface of the water. If the size difference was too great, it would be unfair. A few minutes passed, and Qin Feng's figure was fully revealed. Now, he had become gigantic, holding tightly to the ring behind him, preparing to attack.
"Did you hear me?"
With that, he clenched his fist and charged, punching directly at the monster. After being hit, the octopus got a hole in it, but it wasn't willing to accept its fate and swung its tentacles. After witnessing this scene, the monster roared in anger as it had never roared before.
"I will strangle you to death."
But this time, Qin Feng gently grasped the tentacles. He then crossed them over, and the flame behind his back flared up, actively advancing toward the monster.
"Then I won't be polite anymore." The flames quickly spread across the monster's body. Feeling the intense heat on its tentacles, the monster froze for a moment.
In the end, it had no choice but to sever the tentacle. Looking at the clean cut, the monster began to doubt life itself.
"What kind of fire is this?
It forced me to sever my own limbs." Even so, it quickly recovered, growing two new, smooth tentacles.
"But it's fine. As long as the water keeps flowing, I can keep regenerating."
Witnessing this, Qin Feng grinned smugly, raised his hand, and cracked his knuckles.
"Just as I predicted. As long as there's water, regeneration is highly effective."
With everything prepared, Qin Feng summoned his power to create countless fire pillars on the surface of the water, confidently declaring, "Then let me dry up this ocean."
Heaven flame of the abyss.
Inside the wall, the civilians who witnessed the massive battle were terrified and scattered in all directions. Only one middle-aged man, holding an enormous wooden staff, stood still, quietly observing the entire scene, sighing in admiration.
"What a colossal battle!
This is indeed a divine versus demon battle, with the master facing Yuan Kong, who has reigned supreme over this region for over 1,000 years without ever being forced into a disadvantage. Now, there are signs of him even suppressing Yuan Kong." Not only was the old man calm, but a young boy who had been watching the battle also felt that his worldview had been forever changed. Just a few days and nights had passed, and the master's strength had already reached such a terrifying level. The girl beside him was panicking, but suddenly froze, as the image of a delicious octopus dish appeared in her mind. It seemed like she could smell the grilled squid. At the same moment, the person next to her couldn't contain his excitement and shouted loudly, thank goodness, he's our master, not the enemy." Outside, the octopus was quickly exploited by him, attacked from its blind spot. By the time it realized what was happening, it was already too late. With a simple lift of his hand, Qin Feng hoisted the octopus into the air. But he didn't stop there, he threw it into the air, making it spin a few times before it crashed heavily back into the water.
Only then did the octopus realize something was wrong.
It tried to evaporate the seawater with its high temperature, but it couldn't stop his strength.
It was running out of energy.
Refusing to give up, Tamam wouldn't accept this outcome. It created countless water whirlpools surrounding itself, concentrating all its power into a high-pressure vortex. Using the whirlpool, it struck at him from a distance, creating numerous water spirals before charging straight towards where he stood. Witnessing this, Shinfeng wasn't idle. He crossed his arms and summoned a fire dragon. However, the fiery phoenix and the water vortex collided head-on. The forces of fire and water clashed against each other.
The octopus monster, with its suspicious purple eyes, wondered, has it succeeded?
Shinfeng dashed through the mist of smoke, sword in hand, charging at the octopus, catching it off guard.
He glanced at it with half an eye, putting all his strength into a single strike, cleaving it in two.
Looking at its lifeless form on the ground, he landed and thought, finally, it's over. Notification: successfully killed the third-tier Celestial Guardian. You have gained 5,292 attribute points, 9,080 energy points, and earned a 20-point title bonus. The fire briefly passed through Qin Feng's body as he reverted to his original form.
Xiao Huoluan lay in his hand, happily swaying, letting out a sigh of relief. That was dangerous.
Fortunately, I managed to kill it before the spirit fusion could take place. His gaze softened as he looked at Xiao Huoluan, his hand gently stroking its fur. This time, I had to push myself to use the spirit fusion.
I'm lucky nothing major went wrong.
You've worked hard, he said. Xiao Huoluan rolled around in his palm, responding.
Master, I'm happy to help you. He opened a spatial gate and said, go ahead and rest. Use the recovery pill. Xiao Huoluan eagerly agreed.
Yes. He stood before the corpse of the white tribe member, glowing with a green light, gazing at it regretfully as it fell from the mountain, disintegrating into the earth-shattering sea of destruction. This was the power of the half-god realm, truly marvelous. Unfortunately, this power could only be sustained for a few seconds during the spirit fusion. His hands rose to absorb the energy, and a series of notifications and badges appeared. The infinite extraction was successful, and he had obtained an 8th-tier skill.
As for himself?
A check revealed that the skill attributes were compatible, merging into the 8th-tier skill, Shadow Branch. 8th-tier skill, Shadow Branch, hidden in the shadows, it can extend an arm infused with the user's own strength from the shadows of anything. The number of arms depends on the user's spirit strength. He gazed at the system screen, stroking his chin. He could wield the power of the half-god without needing spirit fusion. Let's see how this skill works. Shadow Branch extended behind him, and unexpectedly, the shadow grew longer. From his shadow, small dots emerged. Then, from those dots, a powerful arm shot up, growing 10 times larger than the massive octopus, stunning him to the point of gaping in disbelief. Afterward, he waved his hand, retracting the colossal arm, thinking, using up half my spirit just to summon a single arm. He turned away his side, and thought, it seems this skill is only useful for temporary maneuvers during battle. Behind him, the octopus corpse was still smoking. In a small corner, a tiny octopus crawled out, glancing around, and sighed in relief, thinking, finally, it's gone. The tiny octopus, feeling aggrieved and angry, waited to return to the beast god's side, thinking, I will definitely ask the guardian to take a sample and cleanse the Long Yuan village. Immediately after, a giant arm swung down where the tiny octopus had been standing. He glanced over. From 30,000 meters away there was no wind or disturbance, nothing that could evade my divine sense. Then, a frame appeared, 2 men were tightly bound, 3 strands of thread piercing their heads. He calmly examined them, thinking, it seems all the members of the Yi clan and Fei clan are here, with only the members of the original clan not showing up.
Yuan Kong is too arrogant, thinking he can kill me on his own.
Suddenly, he noticed something strange. He waved his hand, and the 2 men collapsed to the ground. The system notification sounded, successfully killed a Tier 1 Heavenly Guardian, reward, plus 2,171 attribute points, plus 30,340,000 energy points. Then, he gave an order to the person beside him, instructing the lower-level village forces to kill the captured prisoners who had attacked, quickly leveling up.
The person responded, yes.
He quietly thought to himself, if their memories weren't fake, as long as he could obtain that thing, perhaps he could make GU. He took out several command tokens and continued, I will activate all the land contract tokens, so the teleportation array of Long Yuan Village will be connected to the teleportation arrays of the protective forces. You are to arrange for all experts level 50 and above from Long Yuan Village and my avatars to lead teams to various places to collect spoils.
The other person responded, yes.
Then he explained the rules. The old rules: half of the spoils were divided according to contribution, the other half went into the public treasury.
The 5 command tokens would then combine together.
He issued the resurrection command, and the system notified, you are activating the land contract token. Congratulations, you have become the owner of the Fei Jia Chao trading post.
Original clan now has absolute control over all public buildings in the area of your expanded territory. Qin Feng earned a reward of 2,500 attribute points.
Level 21, Reputation 220, Novice Great Emperor Combat Rating of 3,100.
The Templar province could allocate 105,983 points at a beautiful coastline.
He thought to himself, the distance to a combat rating of 10,000 is still very far. Killing the guardians at the original clan's stronghold should increase it a bit. Everyone on the beach was enjoying the beautiful scenery of this place.
2 people stood in a secluded corner talking. One said, I heard the new guy is really powerful.
The other responded, you raise others' morale but destroy your own prestige. The person earlier suddenly realized something unusual and asked, it seems like the teleportation ritual has some disturbance.
The other person immediately replied, could it be that the clan leader has returned? The 2 of them turned back to look at the altar in surprise. Ha! There's no one. Is something wrong? The other person quickly refuted, how could that be? This thing hasn't been damaged even after being left for hundreds of years.
Suddenly, a white arm reached out to grab the heads of the 2.
In the meantime, one of them still didn't know what was happening. Then, what's going on?
It's Qin Feng, you're smashing their heads together. He looked at the 2 unconscious bodies on the ground, thinking that the stealth skill extracted from the clan leader of the Fei clan was quite useful. The system announced, successfully killed Guardian of Earth level realm, you have gained 1,210,000 energy points and 417 attribute points.
He emitted a probing blue wave.
Through the wave, he saw the scene of the original clan, which was indeed the top defensive power. With nearly 100,000 clan members, it had more people than the combined forces of the other 3 clans. There were about 60,000 at the human level realm, 30,000 at the earth level realm, and 10,000 at the heaven level realm. He happily snapped his fingers, thinking that by killing them, he could at least level up and increase his combat power by 4,000. Then, he controlled the thread of fate to end each one.
The system kept announcing, successfully killed Guardian of Earth level realm. Successfully killed Guardian of Earth level realm. Successfully killed Guardian of Heaven level realm. Successfully killed Guardian of Human level realm. Successfully killed Guardian of Earth level realm.
Wherever his steps went, people and spirits fell dead like leaves in the wind. The system continued without interruption. The infinite extraction successfully gained 7 points in strength attributes.
The infinite extraction successfully gained 3 points in agility attributes. The infinite extraction successfully gained 4 points in spirit attributes. The infinite extraction successfully gained 3 points in stamina attributes. The infinite extraction successfully gained 8 points in strength attributes. Thick black smoke rose around him, and he glanced at the system board which activated the village level 3rd phase mission. Mission reminder, you have entered the Hall of Divine Purge, automatically activating this phase's mission.
Mission content, kill 100,000 executioners and obtain the Guardian Seal. Then, he stopped in his tracks, having found it. In front of him stood dozens of fierce divine guardians. Without a hint of hesitation, he spoke, "The divine artifact that can revive Gu is here." Facing them, he remained unfazed in thought. Killing 100,000 guardians means there are at least 100,000 monsters here. Based on my combat strength, challenging them here might be a bit too much. He became serious, grasping his sword and thinking, luckily, the mission's time limit is 24 hours, so there should be plenty of time left. Then, he leapt into the air, his mind racing. A green demon opened its mouth, ready to attack him. The Hall of Divine Purge had been protected by the strongest guardians for millennia, and he stomped on its head, slashing behind him with his sword. This place was filled with tens of thousands of executioners, with combat strengths ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 essence points, divided into 9 general types. He easily dispatched 3 of them at once, the Tianhua village. Next, he wielded his sword, cutting through a group of monsters like chopping firewood, clearing the divine boundary, and then fought a phoenix-like bird, exchanging blows with it and a group of flying dragons with deadly beaks. Following that, he faced the mighty tigers, then the Kuan eagles, and continued to battle with fire-spitting birds, dark black silver owls. He continuously guarded the front and protected the rear, launching a large-scale assault. The system announced the extraction of the Immortal Rain formation skill. While he kept fighting, the system kept notifying him of skill extractions. Fortunately, during one extraction, the greatest light spell was obtained. Wherever he killed, a system notification followed. His agility talent leveled up to a rank, interlinked 6 senses evolved into the 6 senses awakening, Furious Thunderstrike reached level 4, and the 9 Heavens Thunderstorm advanced to level 5. A monster was utterly astonished, inside a strange room with a coffin placed at the center of the altar. A corner of the coffin opened, revealing a shirtless person, bound by chains, slowly sitting up. The royal tier beast god stood up, chains wrapped around his body. The aura of the 9 beast emperors had disappeared. He was stunned an intruder? Truly rare. He summoned a seal, scanning all the inscriptions. Anyone who could kill the 9 beast emperors was even capable of 3-tiered heaven-level skills. Looking at the seal, he felt a sense of superiority. Indeed, it was somewhat difficult to deal with, but as long as he had the beast god seal, he could summon a horde of monsters. The royal tier beast god flew into the center of the altar, casting a spell, and ordered, "Kill the intruder." The demons around immediately sprang into action, with green flames engulfing everything. Xinfeng sat at the center of the flames, where the fire was uneven, contemplating. Although the spell consumed quite a bit of time, he had managed to deal with the culprit. He adjusted himself and then entered the tower to meet the so-called divine beast. Sitting there, chewing and staring at the system interface, he thought to himself, aside from a few skills, he had extracted a rather special talent. He swallowed the pill and glanced at the notification. Divine Pavilion, Level B, Fusion allows for free combination of skills, increasing the chance of skill upgrade by 20%. He thought carefully about how skill fusion might allow even low-level skills to find new uses and decided to give it a try. He experimented with 2 skills, Mystic Star Armor Transformation Level 2, Explosive Internal Energy Level 3. Unfortunately, it failed. He continued to sit there leisurely as the system displayed a Lucky Chance Level 4. After use, it can increase the luck value, with an effect lasting 5 seconds. Can be used once per hour. He thought for a moment about the lucky chance and then made a decision. Let's stack it with this skill and try again. The system notified him that the lucky chance was successfully used. Immortal Rain Formation Level 6, Solar Light Art Level 7. He obtained the Light Arrow Rain Formation at Level 8. He couldn't contain his joy, looking at the result in his hands and shouting, "Success!" While staring at the screen, he said, "Another level 8 group attack skill, this is perfect." Just then, 2 shadows flashed above his head. He immediately recognized them, sensing a terrifying aura approaching. He jumped out of his position, narrowly avoiding an attack from a demon charging toward him. Facing the demon, which was furiously targeting him, he calmly thought, "It looks like the divine beast in the tower has finally awakened." as he gathered spiritual energy in the palm of his hand. A 9 Heavens Fury strike hit the nearest demon, startling the others around him. His eyes widened as he used Divine Sense to check ahead. Immediately after, he detected a towering building. His Divine Sense was about to reach the divine beast that had seized the royal prince on the sacrificial altar. However, as soon as the Divine Sense made contact, it was repelled, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Divine Sense had been bounced back. Looking at the surrounding monstrous beasts that were now targeting him, he wiped the blood from his mouth and thought, "That terrifying seal is the source controlling these monsters. If that's the case, there's no need to waste time dealing with these small fry anymore." Without hesitation, he swiftly leapt to avoid their attacks, simultaneously smashing through a glass window to enter the towering building that his Divine Sense had located. Sheen Fong and the royal tier divine beast had officially come face to face. The divine beast before him smiled. System notification: Human Guardian of the Royal Tier Deity, Level 65, Heaven Tier Realm, Combat Power 6500, Supreme Talent in the Law of Water, Grade A, Law of Harmony, Grade A, Law of Wind, Grade A, Bloodline of the True Dragon, Grade S. The massive building cracked, causing the beasts below to tremble in fear. His legs moved swiftly, thinking. Ranks of realms are divided into human, earth, heaven, and divine levels. Facing the royal tier divine beast, I know, a divine tier powerhouse possesses powers like reverse the ocean, revert yin and yang, and the ability to shape the world.
No wonder even the 9 beast emperors couldn't match you.
He broke into a cold sweat and speculated. Even if his realm is reduced to heaven level, he's not someone I can easily deal with.
Then, a series of demons appeared, surrounding him from all sides.
He briefly muttered, light arrow rain formation, and a golden circle shimmered beneath his feet.
This circle expanded, causing the demons to jump into the air, unable to stand on the ground.
Soon after, the circle formed a half-sphere that enclosed everything, causing one of the demons to panic. The half-sphere closed tightly, creating a pressure that radiated into the surrounding space. Within it, all the demons perished, with not a single one surviving.
He wiped the sweat from his brow and asked, "Your enemies are all dead, yet you remain indifferent?"
The level monarch beast calmly replied, "Useless tools, if they break, they break." He stood facing it, still on high alert, while the creature was absorbed in its work. It had been continuously experimenting with humans and monsters since its return to the divine realm, ultimately creating the power of the half-god. It was controlling the seal in its hand, but that alone wasn't enough. To return to the divine level, it needed to obtain the system's physical attributes. If he could take its body. He stared at it, puzzled. What exactly was it doing? Above the monarch beast's head, 3 red lights appeared. First, the vermilion bird blood essence, mid-grade, level 7, next, the white tiger blood essence, mid-grade, level 7, and finally, the mid-grade Chilan essence blood, level 7. He frowned in concern, grinding his teeth as he thought, it's fusing the divine seal and refining these blood essences to increase its strength. If it fails to merge them properly, its combat power might increase to an extremely terrifying level. He hurried forward, but his right ear stopped him. The chains controlled by the divine beast, the royal thief, flew towards him, continuously attacking. Suddenly, at that moment, he smiled faintly, and 2 white figures, one black, appeared behind him, startling him with fear. He immediately turned around, gritted his teeth, and braced himself to block the attack. The strength in his wrist was terrifying, and then he tilted his head to avoid the chain. The 2 moonlit figures had now fully taken on human shapes. The system announcement sounded, Baiyu, Tier 3, Heaven Level, He Chang, Tier 3, Heaven Level. He looked from afar, his cheek tightly focused on them, thinking that these chains could transform into monsters, and moreover, they were extremely powerful. A sword struck down as he was still lost in thought. These 2 monsters were unlike any others he had faced before.
They were human.
He jumped to dodge, but still kept guessing, seeing that they appeared to be humans resurrected by the divine beast to fight for it. In combat, he blocked the strike from the black sword, confirming that it seemed the beast god seal could indeed resurrect the dead with around 80% accuracy. The white sword moved quickly again, and he and Baiyu attacked simultaneously. He was determined to revive Gu. He jumped up, a sword aimed down at Bai's head, resolute, beast god seal, I must get it. After cutting down the monster, Shin Feng glanced around, thinking there was one more. From behind, another rushed toward him. He turned, dodged, and swung his weapon. Shadow Branch, his weapon, tightly bound the monster. He thrust the knife into it with one hand, and suddenly its body exploded. The royal tier beast god appeared, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Well done, you've already managed to kill Bai so quickly, he laughed, his smile cruel, as if craving something. I've been waiting too long for this perfect body. He summoned the divine beasts one by one. A fierce battle was about to begin, the blood of the divine beasts having fully merged. The two forces clashed, sending both of them flying apart. Struggling, he climbed to his feet to defend himself. The three beasts charged toward him like hungry wild animals. The ferocious fire phoenix flew swiftly, followed by the large dragon. The surge of power spread out. He defended himself with his hands, using the Ice Tempest shield. You're arrogant, then I'll kill you first, he said. He was shocked as he realized something. After thinking for a while, he discovered that the speed at which the ice wall was forming was slower than before. Shin Feng took a few steps back. Resurrection, huh? Then I'll kill all three of you in one go. The white tiger rushed forward anxiously. He glanced at it in surprise before using his wings to fly up and dodge the attack while observing. He thought that the acceleration effect of the wings of wind wasn't very clear, but it was enough for him to use his weapon to bind the beasts below. A golden ball of light illuminated the entire sky. He flew toward it, having noticed it earlier. He smiled, knowing that once it appeared, the creature would be immobilized while activating its powers. He flew faster now, his speed increasing. This was a golden opportunity. He used his claws to attack him. He said, "You truly exceed my expectations, I am getting more and more eager." His hand tightened, preparing to strike with his fist, thinking of a countermeasure, using Nine Heaven's frenzied thunder to paralyze his movements. Switching weapons, he gripped his sword and charged forward, now raising his hand toward that object. Seeing this, the royal tier beast god began to panic. He smiled and rushed to grab it, while the beast god tried to use magic to seize it, shouting, "Don't even think about it." Shin Feng missed, glaring at him. Angrily, he shouted, trying to run? "I'll pull it out of your gut and explain it to you." Heaven-shattering strike was a skill that came with the heavenly ring of divine Luo. The beast god, in pain, clutched his chest, and suddenly a beam of light shot down from the sky, striking him and sending Shin Feng flying. Looking at the source of that terrifying power, Shin Feng raised his head. Is it settled now? A huge explosion erupted, destroying the surrounding area. The royal tier beast god transformed into a gigantic monster. Now, he roared, you will know my perfect form. Shin Feng's face showed discomfort. Is it really that big? He seemed somewhat stunned. The beast god raised his right hand, and his arm transformed into one of the white tigers. Shin Feng was taken aback. Ha! Shin Feng froze, staring in that direction, when suddenly the monster lunged forward. He quickly dodged. The enormous beast pointed at him. Try this, you seem a bit scared. What? He was tightly bound by his strength. He struggled to move, silently muttering, I can't move. His white tiger arm stretched out, and a massive golden chain slowly appeared, leaving the clouds and piercing straight into the ground. He looked up in fear, his eyes wide with terror, realizing he could no longer avoid it. The chain pierced through his body, driving straight into the earth. The monster rejoiced, it had hit its mark. But luckily, Shin Feng was still able to rise to his feet. He painfully supported himself with each step. Damn it, the wings of wind had been interrupted. Blood flowed down his head as he glared at him, trying to regain his rhythm of attack. He couldn't afford to be passive and just take the blows. He taunted, do you still want to keep playing? Shin Feng moved quickly between the rocks, strategizing. He needed to find a position that could block his opponent's attacks while advancing, he couldn't let the strike from his left hand hit him again. With a sword in his mouth, he charged straight at him.
Shadow Branch?
Qin Feng used his tendrils to stop the rocks, crushing them all. His opponent sneered at his actions, mocking him as though he were just performing a few circus tricks. Then, just as he couldn't react in time, Qin Feng used Ice Tempest to freeze his entire body. Next, he leapt onto a small block of ice, supported by the surge of energy erupting from the ground. He jumped higher, his sword pointing directly at him. Die! Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he looked back, and the man had vanished. Then, his entire body appeared behind him. The white tiger hand slammed toward him. Qin Feng was caught off guard.
When did he?
He laughed loudly, gotcha. He slowly closed his eyes, on the brink of death.
Is it over? The man yelled provocatively, standing up to leave.
Suddenly, the golden chain appeared again. Qin Feng struggled to move. No, in this critical moment, Qin Feng quickly used his tentacles to dodge. He activated his healing technique, painfully clutching his wounds, thinking that as long as there was a chance, he still had a chance to defeat it.
The man raised his hand toward the pillar where Qin Feng was standing, smugly saying, "What does dodging do?"
"You're just covering your ears while the thief steals the bell." Qin Feng seized the opportunity, grabbing his sword.
This was the moment.
Then, as soon as the chance appeared, the man grabbed him, but Qin Feng quickly dodged, running straight up his arm. The tip of the sword pointed downwards, slicing off the man's hand as Qin Feng moved along its path.
Aha!
He then thrust the sword in front of the man, leaping high. In the instant he struck down, the man vanished again. Qin Feng lost his balance and fell, and the man's hand lunged at him. He smirked. Sure enough, it was behind him. Qin Feng spun around, gathered momentum, and kicked the man's hand away, leaping backward. The man, furious, quickly shouted, "Damn heaven's shackles!" It charged toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng calmly summoned his tentacles. They touched a distant rock wall, pulling him away, narrowly avoiding the man's attack once more.
The man, enraged, yelled, "You dare to play me!"
Qin Feng nimbly maneuvered using his tentacles, dodging his opponent's attacks. With quick thinking, he let go of his tentacle, and the man struck violently toward him. Qin Feng swiftly dodged and landed safely with a roll.
He roared in his terrifying voice, "Damn it, I will kill you!"
Then, he concentrated all his strength and charged towards Qin Feng from all directions. Qin Feng stood still, and everything that charged towards him pierced itself. He quickly leaped up, and the man, still chanting a spell, had a stunned expression on his face at Qin Feng's actions. Qin Feng glanced at him, noticing that his weapons were relentlessly chasing after him. The golden chains kept pursuing without pause, so he decided to use the turn-the-tables tactic and ran straight towards the man. The man was momentarily stunned, but Qin Feng reached him, smiled wickedly, and swiftly dodged away. The chains pierced through both of his hands.
He screamed in pain, "Ah!"
Afterward, Qin Feng used his tentacles to wrap around the golden chains, controlling them to charge at the man. Qin Feng summoned Long Wei, aimed directly at the target, and attacked. After successfully tearing him apart, the man's face gradually became visible beneath the flesh. Qin Feng stared at him coldly, then with a swift strike, severed his head. It was truly disgusting. After dealing with him, Qin Feng approached the object, gazed at it, and thought, "Beast God Seal, with this, you will be able to." He held it tightly in his hand, and the initial golden light reappeared. After the burst of power, his form reverted to its original state, and he fell into an illusion.
The voice echoed, "Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng, Qin Feng."
Hearing the call, he slowly opened his eyes.
A man, along with his golden dragon, appeared.
Qin Feng unexpectedly questioned his own assumption.
"Are you the dragon ancestor that Jiu Wu has been searching for?" The man nodded and replied, "I am the dragon ancestor." He added, "You are also a dragon ancestor.
The blood of mine flows within you. Jiu Wu is just a system, and in the future, there will be even stronger enemies.
You need to grow quickly. His expression gradually became more serious. The stronger you become, the more power of mine you can borrow, which will benefit you. Qin Feng asked. A stronger enemy? Are you talking about the one who actually killed you? The man glanced at Qin Feng, waved his hand, and said, This is not something you should be concerned with. He then pushed Qin Feng away and continued. The speed of time flow here is not the same as in the outside world. You need to return quickly. It's almost too late. Gradually, he fell into a black hole and disappeared. Outside, Xiao Huoluan anxiously shouted. Master, wake up. Qin Feng struggled to sit up and asked. Xiao Huoluan, how did you get here? How did the cleanup of the remnants of the protecting forces go? It replied. Master, that's all been taken care of. But I've been unable to contact you, so I used my spiritual sense to find you. Qin Feng asked with confusion. What happened? It hastily responded. Master, Heaven's Punisher is about to descend. He was taken aback. Isn't it supposed to be tomorrow? It interrupted him. You've been unconscious for a day and a night. Then, Xiao Huoluan pointed to the sky. Look there. He thought about everything that had just happened. Reviving Ji Yu seemed impossible to complete in such a short amount of time. The Long Yuan village was facing a great calamity. In order to avoid more casualties, he had to return before anything else. He quickly stood up and headed back to Long Yuan village. Looking at the sky, all the villagers were filled with fear. A chief had stood up to calm everyone down. Everyone, don't worry. All of us have reached level 10. Heaven's wrath won't fall upon us. Moreover, we have the Great Protective Formation. We just need to wait. The villagers murmured among themselves. Look! It's appearing. A formation had manifested, large enough to engulf the entire sky. The villagers opened their eyes in awe as a beam of light shot down to the ground from the formation, shaking the heavens and the earth. A giant foot appeared first, followed by the whole body of a beautiful girl. Qin Feng stared intently, deep in thought. She too had undergone significant evolution. Heaven's Punisher slowly revealed herself, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she said, At last, the day has come. You worthless pests haven't even completed your mission to uphold the number 1 district. After those words, everyone below scrambled to find shelter in panic, though a few brave souls armed themselves with weapons. Her cold voice echoed. Embrace the wrath of heaven. Casualties in District Number 1, 57,655 dead. The pink-haired girl shouted. No! Jiu Wui, the village novice, had not yet established the village. During the assessment's destruction phase, the cries of the villagers echoed. My wooden house. I've lost my wooden house. We're completely exposed, there's no safe place left. It's over. It's all over. Jiu Wu extended her hand and said, The final trial, the entire village will bear the blow of heaven's wrath. Thousands of rays of light descended, each one piercing the ground, causing a tremor throughout the entire region. One ray almost struck Qin Feng. He easily dodged it, but the ground took the hit instead. Qin Feng looked at the scene before him, making a firm resolution. He and Jiu Wu continued to torment each other, face to face, both colliding with all their might, causing the entire world to tremble. Jiu Wu said, This is the first and last time you'll see my perfect form. It can suppress Long Wei, but you're still not proficient enough. Jiu Wu unleashed her power, sending lightning bolts from her hands. Suddenly, she asked, This strength, does it seem like the power of the half-god to you? Jiu Wu was suddenly surrounded by Qin Feng. He clasped his hands together and said, Die for me. Tentacles immediately enveloped Jiu Wu. Jiu Wu forcefully broke through them. Jiu Wan shouted, Do you think that by gaining a bit of power, you can defeat me? Qin Feng resisted, It's not about defeating, it's about killing. Then, Xin Feng landed a knockout blow on Jiu Wu.
She was sent flying through the air, and Qin Feng pursued her.
Yet, Jiu Wu laughed. She revealed the eyes on her wings. Those eyes glowed with a terrifying purple hue. Suddenly, a ray of light descended. Xin Feng was stunned. Jiu Wu asked, "Have you noticed something special?"
The entity of Demon Eye, when manifested in its second form, has no limits in range, it can be fixed.
Jiu Wu shouted, "The whole world!"
Jiu Wu attacked Qin Feng head-on, intending to kill him. This small stone was enough.
Jiu Wu sneered, "You overestimate yourself."
But Qin Feng suddenly smiled smugly, so that was the trap.
Jiu Wu was stunned and astonished. A clone, since when?
Qin Feng's main body emerged from the ground, grabbing Jiu Wu's foot and pulling her down. Qin Feng continuously moved deeper, using his divine sense to slip through the cracks in the rocks and sink into the earth.
Jiu Wu stammered, true form, damn it, this way I have no chance to use the entity of Demon Eye."
Qin Feng stood up on a rock face and immediately released his grip, letting Jiu Wu drop.
He pushed Jiu Wu down with all his might, but at this moment, Jiu Wu had no more tricks to play, and there was no light left. "Your skills are meaningless. This is the battlefield I specifically chose for you. Do you think you can deal with me using these things?" "Of course not." Xin Feng shouted, "Use the power of the beast god."
Qin Feng poured all his strength into the attack. Jiu Wu panicked and thought to herself, "Heaven guarding deity, the beast god seal." At this point, Qin Feng had fully unleashed his power. Jiu Wu sighed, "No wonder you've reached the level of a demigod." Qin Feng said, "Come at me." The two of them fought fiercely.
Jiu Wu jumped, seemingly trying to escape.
Qin Feng quickly closed the gap, grabbing her leg. Jiu Wu screamed in pain. Jiu Wu instinctively kicked her opponent. Qin Feng was sent flying, crashing into the stone wall, causing it to shatter. Suddenly, Jiu Wu's form twisted.
Jiu Wu asked, "Have you figured it out?"
"This time, the one running away is you," Qin Feng replied.
"Now I can understand her."
The opponent had been dodging back and forth like a pest, making it extremely irritating. However, I must actually thank her for not using her full strength when she initially played me, giving me a chance to survive.
Let's continue this game.
The ground trembled violently as Qin Feng's white tiger emerged from the earth, leaving cracks and a mist of white bone.
Beast god seal, vermilion bird, flames erupted. Qin Feng continued, Beast god seal, Qilin. Beast god seal.
White tiger Jiu Wu was slashed all over.
Qin Feng extended both hands forward, and Jiu Wu couldn't escape.
At that moment, Qin Feng used tentacles to bind her tightly.
Qin Feng shouted, "This punch is for Jiu." Jiu Wu suddenly lit up with a glow.
Qin Feng raised his hand and covered her mouth, his eyes cold.
He said, still remembering that afternoon?
Qin Feng decisively tore apart Jiu Wu's face. Jiu Wu screamed in pain.
"Ah!"
Qin Feng said, "Let me tear it apart and see your true face." "Finish it." Qin Feng performed the beast god seal.
Overlord Dragon Beast.
Jiu Wu leaped towards the ground to escape, but she quickly fell back down, a pitiful sight. Jiu Wu's face was now ruined. Qin Feng said, "If you had only targeted me, I wouldn't have tortured you like this. But since you killed a comrade I acknowledged, then one life for one life." Qin Feng said before she died, so that she could understand what she had been thinking about, the power of the dragon ancestor, the power that struck down like a heavenly strike. The system said, "Congratulations, village chief Qin Feng, for leading the dragon abyss to confront the final heaven's wrath, killing the heaven's punisher.
You have earned the following."
The system thought, it's been a few days, and the killing intent on him has become even stronger.
He pressed the button and used the infinite extraction.
At that moment, the extraction succeeded, and the divine marrow, a formation, appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. He said, "Come back to life."
Jiu was extremely tense.
The beast god seal and divine marrow fused together, and then something miraculous happened. Ji-Yu's hand began to form, followed by the restoration of her upper body, and finally, Ji-Yu was completely revived. At this moment, she wore a pure white outfit. Qin Feng stood there, watching Ji-Yu slowly be reborn, watching her as she seemed about to fall. Qin Feng shouted her name loudly, Ji-Yu. Then, he used his wings to fly up and held her in his arms, keeping her in his embrace. Qin Feng repeatedly called Ji-Yu's name to wake her up. Ji-Yu. Ji-Yu. Yet there was no response. He turned urgently to Sha Sha and asked, Sha Sha, what's going on? Sha Sha thought about Ji-Yu's image and then slowly explained, the resurrection method you extracted from the Guardian's memories is incomplete. The beast god seal can summon the soul of the deceased, the divine marrow can recreate the body, but the boundary of life and death cannot be easily crossed. To truly break the limits of life and death and help her truly be reborn. Looking at Qin Feng's serious and attentive expression, Sha Sha said, what you're missing is the divine continent of nirvana. Holding Ji-Yu in his arms, Qin Feng quickly asked, what is that? Where can I find it? Sha Sha then provided directions. It is said that the divine continent of nirvana is the treasured artifact of the fire spirit tribe. After the novice mission ends, the barriers between different levels will disappear, and you can take the opportunity to search for the fire spirit tribe. At this moment, in the meeting room, everyone was seated. Qin Feng, sitting in the center, spoke up, the gateways between regions have been opened, and the situation outside is still unclear. Number 1, stay in Long Yuan village and assist. Elder Ji Shan, in charge of the overall situation, led the defense against enemy attacks. Number 2, you, along with Lu Xian, will select strong individuals from the village to form a small team of 100 to search the entire Number 1 area, establishing a base at locations rich in resources. Both Number 1 and Number 2 responded in unison, understood. At this point, Lu Xian raised his hand to ask, Boss, do tasks like mining and woodcutting require a lot of effort? As everyone turned to look at him, he spread his arms and said, I've checked it out. In Area 1, except for Long Yuan village, everything else can't withstand heaven's wrath. Thinking about making them work. He added, they'll lose their wooden houses, and at night they'll be vulnerable to monster attacks. Their stamina is hard to recover. We could provide them with shelter and resources in exchange for their labor. He continued, there are benefits to doing so. The villagers of Long Yuan can go hunting and level up by killing monsters. After hearing this, everyone seemed to agree and began discussing the idea enthusiastically. Qin Feng was also quite pleased with this attention, so he complimented it and then assigned the task accordingly. Very good, you have full responsibility for this matter, Lu Xian responded immediately, giving an OK gesture with his hand and replying, understood. Finally, Qin Feng looked up at everyone before announcing his next plan of action. I will be leaving for a while to inspect the situation in other areas. Once I have confirmed the situation, I will arrange for the villagers of Long Yuan to move in. He then politely addressed everyone in the room. Next, it's up to you all for Long Yuan. As long as we work together with one heart, we will definitely prevail in the upcoming great battle of the 10,000 worlds. Upon hearing his speech, everyone looked at him seriously. Then, Qin Feng pressed a button shaped like a star. Temple of 10,000 Directions to Fire Spirit Tribe. He stood in the middle of the teleportation array, preparing to be teleported by the system when the word searching for Fire Spirit Tribe appeared. After a moment, the system display read, authorization cannot be obtained. The teleportation array to Fire Spirit Tribe is about to teleport to Zone 1257, Temple of 10,000 Directions, near Fire Spirit Tribe. Upon reading this information, Qin Feng was taken aback, scratching his head and muttering to himself. Do I need authorization for this too? Qin Feng was then teleported to a dense forest near Fire Spirit Tribe. The area was filled with giant mushrooms, and a small, adorable creature was munching on food. Suddenly, it was frightened by something. It turned out to be a terrifying monster, bearing its fangs. Two huge, green monsters stood menacingly there, growling. From a distance, the silhouette of Qin Feng could be seen walking towards them. The two figures, resembling monsters with blue coloring, immediately shared a thought.
Is he a challenger from another district? They observed Qin Feng walking confidently, thinking to themselves with great intensity, yet completely unaware. He seemed almost transparent, as though unaware of his own limits.
Killing him would surely bring some benefit.
Qin Feng grabbed a piece of wood from the cart and spoke, "Do you guys know?" Those two actually rushed together and attacked in unison.
Qin Feng summoned his sword and shouted, "Fraud against women." Then, he swung the sword in a single motion and loudly declared, "That's illegal." His strike successfully shattered the cage, while simultaneously sending both of the monsters and their handlers flying. Fang Shi, who had been bound and trapped inside the cage, watched in silence as the head of the beast was cleaved off and fell to the ground in front of her, covering her mouth to keep from making a sound.
Qin Feng turned to her and said, "Hey, I need to ask you something." Fang Shi sat there trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, someone descended from above on a rope.
Fang Ying, using a crossbow, fired at Qin Feng and shouted, "Release my sister." Qin Feng turned to look at the girl with a sharp gaze, as she was leaping toward him without understanding the situation. Sensing the murderous aura from him, Fang Shi reached out and shouted, "Savior, please don't." Then, Fang Shi was flung off the cart, crashing into Qin Feng. Qin Feng grabbed the arrow that had been shot toward him and, looking down at Fang Shi, who was clinging to his leg, he asked, "Are you trying to ambush me?"
Fang Shi quickly responded, "Savior, I'm sorry. Please, don't harm him." The mountain forest in the evening, when the moon rises high, is unusually eerie. Fang Shi knelt on the ground in front of Qin Feng and introduced herself, "Benefactor, I am the eldest princess of the Fang Shi tribe, and this is my younger sister Fang Ying." Fang Ying, standing beside her with a few lumps on her head, also apologized, "I thought you were one of the bad people from the ancient Xing tribe who kidnapped my sister."
"It was just a misunderstanding, a little illusion."
Qin Feng then asked, "Are you two the protecting forces here?"
Fang Shi immediately shook her head and denied, No, that's not it." She quickly explained, "We are the Fang tribe, a discarded tribe, not part of the protecting forces, nor part of the challenging forces." After hearing this, Qin Feng thought, so it's like tribal discrimination, at least they've lived here for over 1,000 years.
Qin Feng then asked the two girls, "Do you know where the fire spirit tribe is?"
The two sisters looked at each other in confusion. It seemed like this was the first time they had heard the name Fire Spirit Tribe.
Fang Shi extended her hand and told Qin Feng, "Benefactor, I've never heard of the Fire Spirit Tribe." She added, "If you were looking for other forces in Area 1257, I'm afraid you're too late."
She did not hesitate to explain, they were all destroyed by the ancient Xing tribe.
Qin Feng was stunned upon hearing this. "What? What do you mean?"
Fang Shi sat down and explained to Qin Feng, each area typically has 5 to 10 protecting forces. Each protecting force is strong in its own right, doing checks and balances like they did 1,000 years ago. A protecting force called the ancient Xing tribe appeared in Area 1257. They are incredibly powerful, and by uniting, they didn't hesitate to use any means to seize control of all the protecting forces, dominating Area 1257. Fang Shi recalled the day they had been punished and continued her story. 7 days before the challenger descended upon them, they knew the locations of all the villages. They waited for heaven's wrath to pass, then left their lair to kill all the challengers, leaving only themselves in the entire area of Zone 1257. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood the situation. He pointed at them and asked, "So that's how it was? How did you survive?" Fang Shi, hearing this, felt sorrowful. She placed her hand over her chest and replied, "The Fang tribe is in a relatively concealed area, and with the protective ancient spell, we managed to avoid the ancient Xing tribe's rampage for 1,000 years. But in the end, we couldn't escape. The ancient Xing tribe finally," she spoke of her tribe's situation. "Apart from me and Fang Ying, the rest of the Fang tribe is dead." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng thought for a moment.
The ancient Xing tribe was quite intriguing.
Then, he raised his hand in deep thought and said, "So, the ancient Xing tribe must have acquired the treasures from all the other factions. That means the divine continent of Nirvana is definitely in their vault, the treasure chamber of the ancient Xing tribe." With that, Xin Feng activated the power of the Beast God Seal, looked at the two girls, and ordered, "It's decided. Tell me everything you know about the ancient Xing tribe." At that moment, the ancient Xing tribe appeared. Xin Feng said, "I'll take care of them first." The scene shifted to the headquarters of the ancient Xing tribe, the Xing Tian Palace. It was vast and majestic. The members of the ancient Xing tribe, a group of green-skinned, monster-like figures, stood there. Sensing something was wrong, they exchanged glances. Then, one of them pointed and shouted, "Which area are you from? No chaos allowed here. Show your identity badge." But they hadn't been able to enjoy their newfound grandeur for long before the tentacles wrapped around them so tightly that they screamed in terror. Xin Feng, in the form of a member of the ancient Xing tribe, looked at the system in confusion. It was indeed strange. Within a 30,000-meter radius, there were fewer than 1,000 members of the ancient Xing tribe. The system displayed data showing the elimination of 12 Guardian-level electric beings. Xin Feng rubbed his chin, puzzled. How did they manage to take down the protective forces and challengers? Beside him, Fang Shi explained, the leader of the ancient Xing tribe is extremely powerful. It's said they're at the god level. Suddenly, she shouted, "Don't mess with me." Fang Ying, in the form of a dinosaur, was relentlessly teasing Fang Shi. Fang Shi spoke up, "When can I transform back?" "Stop it, I can't go any further." Xin Feng walked ahead, thinking, the transformation potion in the blind box is quite useful. It was only upon arriving here that the anomaly was detected. At that moment, Shasha appeared cutely and said, "Shasha chose the optimal method, it must be a high-quality product." Above them, a member of the ancient Xing tribe raised his hand and began counting. He looked at the three of them with a smug expression and said, "You three are quite the savages." The group of Xin Feng continued walking, unaware that the purple line beneath their feet had unintentionally activated a formation. Immediately, the formation unleashed an enormous force. The member of the ancient Xing tribe watched them, nodding in approval, "Interesting." At this moment, Xin Feng used the tentacles to envelop the three of them. They had reverted to their original forms. Yushi hugged Yuing and said, "Thank you, you saved me again." From above, the man spoke, "This is the first time I've seen such a technique," causing the three of them, Xin Feng and his companions, to look up. The chief of the ancient Xing tribe stood there, analyzing, "It can attack, it can defend, it can kill a level Earth Realm fighter, and it can also resist." The Smoke of the Sun Annihilation Formation, 9th grade. You're a challenger from another region, right? I truly admire you. If you hand over the Fang tribe princess, you can join the Xing Tian tribe. At this point, he suddenly froze, his eyes filled with surprise. Xin Feng had appeared behind him, raising his blade to his neck and saying, "I have a better suggestion, submit to me, or I will kill you." The chief of the ancient Xing tribe trembled in fear, cold sweat breaking out as he thought, so fast. He looked down, only to see Fang Shi and Fang Ying covering their faces from the dust. Quickly, he regained his composure and made a deal. "Don't rush. Have you heard of me? I am the chief of the ancient Xing tribe. I can offer you benefits beyond your imagination." Below, Fang Shi and Fang Ying had heard this and spoke up in unison to warn him. "Our benefactor is very skilled at deceiving others. Many forces that tried to protect him have been provoked into fighting each other to the point of mutual destruction. Don't believe him, that's right, he's a liar." The chief glanced at Xin Feng, then asked, "Do you like women?" Before Xin Feng could respond, he continued, "I don't, because they are all so noisy." Then, he extended his hand down. Fang Shi immediately stepped in front of her sister, while Fang Ying cried out, "Sister." When Fang Shi closed his eyes, waiting to be taken away, a hand suddenly fell down. Then, the head of the leader of the ancient Xing tribe fell, and it turned out that Xin Feng had swiftly swung his blade, severing his head. "You still say it calmly. I've said it before." Xin Feng glanced at him and finished the sentence. Submit to me, or I'll kill you. But at that moment, the leader opened his eyes. Tentacles began to grow under his neck, and his body started to elongate, reaching down to receive his head.
Xin Feng was secretly surprised, death and resurrection.
The leader was slowly bringing his head back to his body and said, "Ruthless and merciless, not a hint of mercy.
I'm starting to really take an interest in you.
Join the Xingtian tribe, and I'll treat you as a trusted confidant. You'll gain skill bonuses, equipment, wealth, and the glory of the women of the Xingtian tribe.
Everything you should have, you will have." As he reattached his head, Xin Feng asked, "Do you know about the divine continent of Nirvana?"
After restoring his original form, the leader turned to look at Xin Feng and replied,
"Is that the reason you came to the Xingtian tribe?"
"As long as you agree to follow me, the divine continent of Nirvana will be the gift I give you." Xin Feng extended his hand to shake his, then said that very tempting offer. Below them, Fang Shi and Fang Ying stood in a daze, watching. The leader laughed joyfully and said,
"That's more like it. I've always been generous to those who are useful."
But then, his expression changed, and he said,
"Naive, how could I cooperate with such a brutish, crude person?"
He even used 9th tier Thunderfire, but Xin Feng, standing opposite, seemed completely unaffected. He remained very calm, and then Xin Feng summoned the throne of the serpent and cursed him as a fool. The tentacles struck the tribal chief with great force, causing him to slam against the wall. Xin Feng then said, "I'm quite interested in your resurrection ability, I want to study it a bit." The tribal chief of the ancient Xing tribe, beaten and bruised by Xin Feng, staggered over to him, covering his face with his hands and asked, "What did you say?" It was only then that the tribal chief realized the danger he was in. Trembling, he could only cry out for his father. Fang Shi, seeing the situation clearly, called out to Xin Feng, "Benefactor, hurry, the chief of the Xingtian tribe is about to arrive." At the same time, the chief of the ancient Xing tribe shouted, "Father, hurry, save me."
Xin Feng turned around to look ahead, while behind him, the sounds of crying and pleading echoed, "Father, I knew you would come to save me." The figure, all covered in green, with a face bruised as though it had just been through a violent interaction, groaned and cried out, "Father." A gust of wind twisted on the ground, creating a cloud of dust. It lifted the green figure into the sky. He continued to cry and beg for mercy, "Father, Father, I was wrong, don't release me, Father." A voice echoed from within the whirlwind, "I am guilty, Father, please release me." The person he was calling Father began to reveal himself. Slowly, he extended his hand outward and said, "Unfilial son, who has stolen the birthright." Finally, he fully materialized. Within the body of his father, he stood in mid-air, looking down below, and said to Xin Feng, "All that he knows, if you can defeat me, I will transfer everything to you. The entire ancient Xing tribe will belong to you." Xin Feng's gaze was extremely determined, and his voice was filled with confidence. "Do you trust me that much? Just now, I was deceived by your son." Hearing him, the man immediately raised his hand. He then spoke. "I swear before all the clan members of the army that my words are not false." Fang Shi immediately tried to dissuade him. "Benefactor, don't agree to his challenge. He's already a god-level being, you can't defeat him." Even though she had warned him, Xin Feng paid no attention to her words. He said without a second thought, "All right, I accept the challenge." A chilling breath filled the air, sending a sense of fear. Xin Feng transformed instantly, and even god-level beings weren't that powerful. The old man, not anticipating this, secretly sneered in contempt. Xin Feng, combining 3 types of semi-divine abilities into a god-level act is extremely reckless. "Should I call you mad or a genius?" As he spoke, Xin Feng launched his attack toward him, eager to test it. The old man was no slouch either, immediately retaliating with a god-level strike. A green light shot directly at Xin Feng, accompanied by the man's words. "It's something that happened long ago." It pierced through everything as if proving its destructive power could annihilate anything in its path.
Xinfeng observed the power just now, thinking to himself that it was indeed possible.
Without hesitation, he destroyed his own city, analyzing everything silently.
The people of the ancient Xing tribe were quite strange. Even when burned by fire, they remained motionless, like dummies. Xinfeng continued to observe every corner and analyzed more carefully, but using divine sense to check each person still confirmed their real existence. While thinking, he prepared to strike back.
What exactly was going on?
The octopus tentacles were surrounded by intense flames. Xinfeng was about to counterattack, intending to use those tentacles to strike back.
Despite the incoming blow, the man remained seated, refusing to dodge.
He maintained his cold demeanor, not evading Xinfeng's attack. Xinfeng's move was immediately blocked by him. Xinfeng was incredibly surprised by this.
The impact from the collision had exploded immediately.
Fang Shi, worried, hugged Fang Ying while muttering, "The benefactor, yet refuses to be defeated."
Xinfeng widened his eyes, suddenly halting and no longer striking back.
A slash pierced through the octopus tail, simultaneously going through his own hand. Xinfeng thought to himself, luckily he had used the pupil of foresight earlier. The system immediately notified him, "I have true sight, after leveling up, can see events that will happen in the future.
It can only be used once per day."
The man lightly chuckled and said, "Interesting, you possess the ability to predict the future." Hearing this, Xinfeng felt a little uneasy.
Can he read my thoughts?
The man continued to spout philosophical nonsense. The longer a person lives, the more they know. For example, just now, he crushed the purple sphere in his hand.
You attempted to use divine sense to disturb me.
Xinfeng couldn't believe his eyes, he couldn't hide his shock.
He thought to himself, is it possible to catch divine sense with bare hands?
The man continued to unleash his full strength and said, "The first round of exploration is over, now it's my turn." He then used the power from his wings to cast down. Rays of light pierced every corner of the city, wrapping tightly around the tentacles of the octopus. Seeing this, Xinfeng was stunned. He looked up at the sky and thought, "My strength is quickly fading."
Is he trying to steal the shadow branch?
Xinfeng desperately tried to move up, cutting through the tentacle that was tightly bound. He raised his hand to the sky, creating a light arrow rain formation shield. The man's power immediately struck the shield.
However, it was easily pierced through by his strength.
The shield shattered instantly, and the ray of power shot into the tentacle, relentlessly chasing Xinfeng. He remained calm, constantly thinking, several rounds of battle have passed, yet his attacks don't slow down. Such powerful strikes must consume a massive amount of spirit.
What exactly is he relying on to replenish his spirit?
Then, his rope immediately wrapped around Xinfeng's legs. It slowly encased his entire body, eventually hanging him upside down like a cocoon. Xinfeng looked around and saw that everyone else was also hanging upside down like him, realizing that the man was using his own kin to nourish himself. He squirmed like a worm trying to break free from the cocoon, witnessing his ruthless treatment of his own Min clan.
No wonder, no wonder. Damn, this thread seems to be binding the power of my abilities.
In desperation, Xinfeng shouted loudly. He stood in front of Fang Shi and threatened, "Your Highness, the princess, hand over the item immediately."
Fang Shi, while protecting Fang Ying, glared at the man. He continued to threaten her, "Not going to speak? Do you want me to kill everyone around you before you start talking?"
Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she whispered to Fang Ying that there were traces of her sister on the benefactor. Her sister would soon teleport to the benefactor's side. Before the benefactor stepped out, she needed to buy as much time as possible.
Fang Ying softly called out to her sister, but she didn't respond, saying, "There's no other choice. He is our only hope now." She immediately turned hostile and shouted at him, "You are not worthy to possess the divine artifact. The curse is the destiny of the person, and don't even think about breaking it." Seeing that she wasn't responding, he grew serious and said, "You refuse my offer? Do you want to drink the punishment wine instead?" Without hesitation, he struck directly at the two of them. Fang Ying swiftly dodged the attack and then charged forward, aiming a crossbow at his face.
Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued struggling to free himself from the cocoon with great difficulty. While he was fumbling, Fang Shi suddenly appeared in front of him.
Surprised, he yelled, "Fang Shi." She placed her hand on the cocoon and gently melted away the layers that were trapping Qin Feng's body. He effortlessly slipped out and quickly said, "Thank you." Fang Shi, with a serious expression, said, "Benefactor, please use me." Her sudden words left Qin Feng stunned for a moment. Meanwhile, Fang Ying was still being tortured. The man asked where the princess had gone. Suddenly, from above, a slash descended, piercing through his body. Qin Feng aimed his arrow straight at him, and from the head down to his chest, his body began to expand. It continued to spread throughout his entire body. The group of people with green skin still stood motionless like statues. Then, they were sucked in by him as if he were about to regenerate a new body. A terrifying shape emerged from his fusion, so grotesque that it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was. It opened its mouth wide, as if trying to swallow Qin Feng whole. It seemed as though it had already swallowed him, but in reality, Qin Feng had dodged. Qin Feng then raised his bow again and shot an arrow at it. The arrow pierced through its massive body. He then grabbed its tail, twisted it violently, and threw the monster away. Who could have known it would survive for so long? It clung to the castles and stared at Qin Feng. Faces grotesque in appearance emerged from its body. From these faces, beams of light shot directly towards Qin Feng. He refused to back down, immediately counterattacking. Qin Feng shot arrows directly at the monster. They dealt powerful blows that made it fall. Seeing the monster defeated, Qin Feng slowly approached. At that moment, he silently thought, "Is it dead?" A shadow flashed past him, but Qin Feng shot it dead on the spot. He coldly said, "Idiot, with such a large body, you still want a sneak attack." The monster stood still, unmoving, its mouth opening wide as if preparing to counterattack again. The mouth grew larger with each moment, but Qin Feng remained still and motionless. He silently thought to himself, after absorbing all the members of his race, it means he no longer has any energy left to replenish. Qin Feng continued to shoot arrows at the monster. Long thought to himself, success or failure depends on this strike. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the arrow in his hand was released, and the two forces from either side collided head-on. The impact exploded upon contact. In that instant, he shot again, piercing through the monster. It vanished into thin air. Finally, Qin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It was, he thought to himself, the divine continent of nirvana. He slowly stepped forward, feeling elated. Finally, he had found it. He hurriedly reached out to grab it. He thought that with it, a quicker hand would snatch away the jade, simultaneously blocking his thoughts. Gee, you would be able to. At that moment, Qin Feng said, "Feng Shi, I'm serious." "What's going on?" "Give me the divine continent of nirvana." Yet she still held it tightly in her hand, without hesitation. Feng Shi then shattered it. Qin Feng was shaken by the scene. He rushed at Feng Shi, shouting, "Why did you do that?" Feng Shi said seriously, "Because only in this way can we truly kill Xing Tian." Her voice turned solemn. She calmly addressed the benefactor, "Allow me to introduce myself again." Feng Shi recounted, "I once said I was Feng Shi from the Feng tribe, and Spirit Fire tribe is the name of the tribe where our Feng tribe resides." According to Feng Zai's story, a tale began to unfold. 1,000 years ago, the ancient Xing tribe was defeated in the Great War of the 10,000 Worlds and came to this place. The tribe leader, Xing Tian, was unwilling to accept defeat. After hearing about the treasured divine continent of nirvana of our tribe, taking advantage of the lax defenses within the tribe, he came and took it away, hoping to use the power of the divine continent of nirvana to become the fire god. However, a thief is still a thief. Although he may have stolen part of the power, he could not fully grasp the strength of the divine continent of nirvana. On the contrary, because he didn't know the correct way to use it,
he was cursed by the power of the divine continent of Nirvana, and using its power inevitably required him to burn the lives of others. At first, he only ordered the tribe members to capture outsiders for him to seize, but later, he began to take his own people. By the time he was left alone, the ancient Xing tribe you saw earlier were merely puppets created by Xing Tian to maintain the outward prosperity of the tribe. Xing Tian granted them a certain level of consciousness so they would believe they were still alive. But when he needed power, those puppets would become tools to provide him with strength. Xin Feng became even more furious when he heard her, shouting, "But what does this have to do with your actions in destroying the divine continent of Nirvana?" Feng Shi continued, "The divine continent of Nirvana has merged into a single entity with him. Once you use the divine continent of Nirvana, the remnants of Xing Tian that exist within it will infiltrate your mind. What I mean is, you will unknowingly become the second Xing Tian." At this point, Xin Feng was stunned, unable to believe the truth before him. He then remembered the girl Jiyu who was waiting for him. Feng Shi continued, "Benefactor, if you live for the divine continent of Nirvana, there's no need to worry." She said that the divine continent of Nirvana was actually the crystallization of the power of the Feng tribe's chieftain. The generations speaking around her were surrounded by a phoenix-shaped light. Nirvana means the life species, and only the current chieftain, by breaking the old divine continent of Nirvana, can inherit the power of the previous chieftains. The new divine continent of Nirvana can then be born. After this, a phoenix soared into the air, and the light from the new divine orb shone from the side. Feng Shi gently held the divine continent of Nirvana in his hand and respectfully handed it to Qin Feng, saying, "Benefactor, you are the last descendant of the Feng tribe. I am willing to lead our people to follow you. The divine continent of Nirvana is my offering to you. As long as you have it, you can become the new fire god." Qin Feng stood silent for a moment, looking down. He said seriously, "All right, I accept." A moment later, everyone standing around Jiyu, the divine continent of Nirvana, slowly approached where she lay unconscious. All the magic around her was activated. A hand reached through the magic, and a young man with long black hair slowly moved closer. At this moment, Qin Feng also became tense. Feng Shi and Feng Ying stood by, watching closely. Feng Ying quietly murmured, "Beautiful sister." Her eyes opened wide with a fiery red gaze, and tears were about to spill out. She woke up and said, "Master, I am." Qin Feng immediately asked after Jiyu, "You're awake, how do you feel?" Jiyu smiled and said, "Very good. I've never been so happy before. Everyone is running around, their mouths never stopping. Hurry and report to the boss. Challenger number 5 has controlled a monster to attack here. Prepare to fight." A group of 3 people was in a defensive stance, continuously encouraging their teammates. "They come from the great celestial world, we are no match for them, everyone, do not give up for the sake of our family." Built with their own hands, a massive monster stood in front of them. A voice came from behind. "Don't worry." The group immediately turned around to warmly greet the village leader, Boss Qin. Qin Feng said seriously, "Jiyu, use your time skill to help me." Jiyu's face flushed red, and she happily replied, "Yes." He continued, "Xiaowul 1, no need to give orders, just burn everything to the ground, burn everything for me." Qin Feng adjusted his clothes, his expression growing more serious. He said, "It seems like tonight, the village will be having a feast of wealth and spiders." The next morning, an announcement voice echoed. "Congratulations to Long Yuan Village for completing the mission. The village has now qualified to participate in the Great War of the Myriad Worlds. Village chiefs, please prepare well." The voice continued. "The first trial of the Great War of the Myriad Worlds officially begins. In the end, who will the crown belong to?" With these words, the image of Qin Feng holding a sword and walking toward the peak of glory appeared. Finally, the voice faded, marking the end of the story.